I was deeply in love with my wife, Alice D, until I discovered her secret with Eric. I intended to surprise her, only to uncover a truth of betrayal. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Alice Thompson and Davis had been blissfully married for 12 years. Davis was her everything. He was the firm foundation of her life. Their sex life had become routine and rather dull since Emily, their only child, was born 3 years ago, but she loved him wholeheartedly. Alice D has spent the past 8 years working for the steel industry. Her former female supervisor had lately been replaced by an attractive, lively young man named Derek Carter, who was approximately 7 years younger than January. Jen felt a growing lust for Eric. She never thought of him as Davis's substitute. She did consider him as a sexual partner. She was continuously staring at Eric, whether he was talking to people or merely going by. She had started having nightmares about the many things she and Eric would do to each other. She only thought of these as wicked thoughts and never tried to act on them. However, these fantasies have now become fully consuming. Throughout her awake hours, she was feeling increasingly nervous, daydreaming about Eric all the time. Davis had mentioned more than once that she appeared to be a million miles away in her thoughts. It appeared like imaginary sexual adventures with Eric were all she could think about. Now this appeared to encourage her to be more aggressive, with Davis asking for things they hadn't done in many years in their lovemaking. But even as Davis brought her to a climax, all she could think of was Eric doing it to her. She would have been pleased to continue living her ideal. But events intervened and brought her fantasies to fruition. Eric had asked her to remain late to work on a contract proposal for a key client. He was the ideal gentleman for their nighttime work. Eric grinned and nodded as he reviewed the final text of their proposal. "Yes, this is great. Thank you very much, January. Why don't I get you dinner as a reward for a job well done?" Jan paused for a moment before her desire overpowered her better judgment. "Okay, I'll phone Davis and tell him so he doesn't worry." She called their house, and when Davis answered, Davis. "Honey, Eric is very pleased with my work tonight. He wants to buy me supper at the company's expense as a thank you. Isn't it wonderful? So it will be a bit later getting home safely." Davis was pleased for her. She had conveyed her concerns to Davis several times since Eric had taken over as boss that Eric did not value her work because he never praised or acknowledged the quality of her efforts. Davis stated, "Wait to go. Honey, you're finally receiving some well-deserved recognition. Enjoy your supper. I have an early appointment tomorrow, so I'll probably be asleep before you arrive home." They both declared their love for each other and hung up. Eric drove Jan to the city's most luxurious restaurant. He was charming, amusing and attentive to Jan before and during their delightful candlelit supper. He informed her about his life. He was a Stanford graduate. He received the C on a weekly basis after being divorced for a year and having one daughter. He adored his daughter and showed Jan photos of them together. He still believed he had feelings for his ex but hoped to someday lose the mental anchor and return to having a relationship with someone. Jan informed him about her family, including her affection for her husband and daughter. On several instances, she reached out and touched Eric's hand while telling him about a family trip or event that she was happy of. Eric paid for supper and they waited outside the entrance for the valet to bring Eric's car around. Eric placed his arm around Jan's shoulder and kissed her cheek. "I had a wonderful experience. Thank you for being such a lovely date." Jan against her better judgment. Jan placed her arm around Eric's waist and lightly kissed his lips. "I really like this, Eric. Here's a kiss for being an excellent boss." Their hands were just inches apart. Eric's eyes flared up as he glanced at her. He caressed her chin with his index finger before raising her head to stare into her eyes. He pressed his lips against hers and the two kissed hard. Eric's automobile arrived and he gently approached it, gripping his employee tightly. He put her in the car and drove them to his apartment without saying a word. Jen had fleeting ideas that what she was doing was wrong, but lust drove reasonable thoughts away. They quickly fell into Eric's king-size bed and spent hours exploring each other's bodies. He did things to her that Davis had never done before. It was well, after one's era M. They laid weary together. Eric, I need to get home. I really shouldn't have done this. However, you have been a fantasy of mine since you became my supervisor. Eric nodded and added, I've wanted you. Since the day I started. I was almost terrified to talk to you, because I was afraid you'd notice my desire for you. Lisa, can we do this again? Yes, Eric, we can do it whenever we have the chance. But understand that I do not love you. I only want sex with you. I adore my family and will do anything to preserve that bond. But I'll do things with you that I would never do with my husband. They then stood and went to the shower to remove the evidence of sex from their bodies. Eric took her back to her car at the office after hastily dressing. They French kissed in the car for a few minutes before Jim broke away. That's enough for now. I need to go home before Davis becomes suspicious. Jen arrived home to see Davis soundly asleep. She considered her spouse as he lay in bed. I love you. This is only a fling. I'm sure I'll become tired of Eric quickly. You'll never know, and we will live as husband and wife till our deaths. Eric and John spent the next 6 weeks meeting at various motels. Eric's apartment, Eric's office, and even John's living room. They were animals in heat. Eric stated he needed sexual release after more than a year without sex following his divorce. Jen stated that she wanted some crazy kinky sex to liven up her life. She was even making more suggestions to Davis about trying new things. Davis was skeptical when she proposed he'd take her in various ways. Where did you learn this, honey? He suddenly felt guilty. She dropped down and looked at Davis. Oh dear, I've been reading too many sex books recently. I apologize if I suggested something you didn't want to do. Davis shook his head. No, not that. I just find you so aggressive these days. And you seem to have prior experience with the tasks you're asking me to complete. You're acting more like a teacher than a lover. Jen nearly panicked. I'm so sorry, darling. I just felt we should try some new stuff. I promised to quit reading novels. That gave me these thoughts. Davis simply grinned and hugged her. You can read whatever you want. Please give me some time to adjust to attempting this new stuff. Okay. Jen went to work the next day, entered Eric's office and closed the door. She informed Eric that they would have to cool it for a bit at least. Her spouse was becoming skeptical of her newfound understanding of sexual positions and behaviors. She also felt a little guilty about becoming her husband's sex teacher. Jen, you should inform Davis that we are having sex not as lovers, but as friends with benefits, as they say nowadays. It would surely relieve you of your apparent guilt and make our connection more open and transparent. Davis would simply have to understand that you're just scratching an itch and that it has no meaning for any of us. It would also explain how you discovered and gained experience with these new sex activities. Groaned as Eric resumed his massage. Eric said, are you telling me your sex life at home isn't a million times better since we started doing each other? Jan had to confess that her sex life with Davis had improved dramatically. She leaned in and kissed Eric deeply. God, I do not want to stop this yet. You made me hot and horny after this. For several days, she considered informing Davis about Eric. It was getting increasingly difficult to conceal her interactions with Eric. Davis would be devastated if he found out about Eric through some careless action or statement by her. Jen talked about it with Eric twice more when they met at his flat. I guess I should inform Davis about us. He would be devastated if he found out about us by some silly accident. I believe I can convince him that this is only a fling. And when it's over, everything will be as it was, except that we will have a far better sexual experience. Eric nodded yes. I believe you should. I do not want to be the of your breakup or anything like that. I like Davis and I know he loves you a lot. It would harm him if he knew about our adventures. He was so hurt that he considered doing something dumb. You must tell him in a way that lessens his grief and helps him see the long-term outcome. I'll do it tonight. He'll understand, Jen responded. Davis had arrived home from work before Jen and had just taken a shower. He was planning to take her out to dinner tonight with their daughter. He cherished our family time together. These two women dominated his existence. He opened the shower's glass door. He noticed a small drop of water that appeared to be within the glass. Apparently, the door had two panes of glass and the water had found its way between them. It was just at a level, so it was difficult to miss the small bubble of water. Davis thought to himself, well, I guess I should get that door fixed. Water should not be able to get inside. This happened when I was in the first or second year of junior high school. I think I was about 13 years old. I grew up in the countryside. We can either disassemble and rebuild the door or just replace it. Davis drifted off and started dressed. Jim strolled in as he was tugging on his trousers. Hello, honey. She said, hello yourself. You best prepare for dinner. You're running a little late. Davis said Davis had no way of knowing Jen had come by. Eric is on his way home and his juices are already pouring down her thigh. This was the first time she had brought indications of Eric home with her, but she needed a boost that what she was about to tell Davis tonight was the correct thing to do. Eric had screwed her, and then they discussed what Jen would say to Davis. Jen turned on the shower and closed the door. Davis used this chance to inform her about the situation with the door and the drop of water. He informed her that the door would either need to be rebuilt or replaced. Davis sucked in his breath as she gently undressed to reveal her underpants and bra. Jen, what's on your thigh? There appear to be traces of affection. Davis asked anxiously. It is my sweetheart, but allow me to explain. Okay. It's not what you think, Jen explained. You know Eric and I. Davis shut her off. What do you mean? It isn't, as it seems another man's traces of love are trickling from your snatch. It's your boss's signs of affection. You're cheating on me. Davis grasped his head with both hands and sank to the edge of the bed. Jen approached and perched on the edge with Davis. She placed her arm around him. Davis, yes, I'm having sex with Eric. In truth, it's excellent sex, but it means nothing. I only adore you. Sex with Eric is just that, sex. We're just pals with perks. It has no significance and makes no difference between you and I. Jen felt pleased about how she was assuring Davis that the romance was meaningless. Davis jumped up. Don't touch me. You dare to have an affair. Cheat on me and then sneak the other man's juices into our bedroom. Get away of my sights. Just go out. Davis, this is also my house. There is no reason for anyone to leave anyone. She spoke firmly. As I previously stated, this is only a fling that I expect to end in a few months. I wanted to tell you before you found out another way and were hurt this way. We can put it in the proper context, and you will realize it means nothing. Davis simply stared at her. It means nothing to our relationship. What is the relationship? You have another man's juices running down your leg and see nothing wrong with it. When did you lose your morality? When did you lose your values, and when did you realize that our marriage vows were meaningless to you? Davis took an overnight bag from the closet and began stuffing shaving supplies, underpants and a new work shirt inside it. So my love, if you do not leave, I will. I can't live with a stranger and you're a stranger. You're not the woman I married. I do not know who you are. I will leave a message about where I will be in a day or so. However, for the time being, stay out of my sight. Davis spoke, his voice quivering with rage. Jen attempted to stop Davis. Honey, we can work it out. Please let us chat. Pete pushed her hard and she tumbled against the wall, injuring her shoulder. He caused her physical pain. This wasn't the Davis she adored. She slapped his face with an open hand. Davis paused and blinked at her. Did you slap me? You say you're cheating on me, and then you slap me. Who in the heck are you? Davis maintained a level tone. It's me. I was astounded by your reaction throughout our marriage. You never lifted your hand against me. I've just responded. I apologize. It was wrong to do. Are you sorry for slapping or cheating on me? Davis maintained a level tone. My issue with Eric is not cheating. There's no love. It is just lost and you are benefiting from it. As in our sex lives. It's been amazing since I started screwing Eric. Have you wished for anything? Have I been less than the woman you married? What have you lost in my little games with Eric? What did I lose? I can never trust you again. I lost my dearest friend and sweetheart. I have lost more than you can fathom. Don't you see this? I do not. Jen suddenly brightened. Look, I know how to phrase this. Remember the water bubble in the shower door you mentioned earlier? What I've done and will continue to do until I get it out of my system is nothing more than a drop of water in the shower door. Jen moved on. Is it affecting the door's usability or integrity? No, when that water bubble vanishes, no trace of it remains. The glass remains flawless and the bathroom floor is still dry. That was the result of my romance with Eric. When it's gone, all that remains is a water bubble in the door. Nothing has changed or been damaged. Davis considered for a moment. Jen, I love you and always will. But I can't accept that your fling isn't affecting our relationship right now. I'll leave you do what you believe is best. Remember, as I mentioned, about the shower door. The water bubble will require the door to be repaired or replaced. It's the same with our marriage, so make up your mind about that. Davis left the house. Jen had no idea that it would be their last time at the house together. Jen called Eric and explained what had just transpired. Eric suggested she return to his apartment, but Jen declined, claiming she wanted some alone time. Jen still believed DeVos had overreacted and would soon come to his senses. Their marriage was strong enough to survive John's minor indiscretion. Jan fell asleep wondering about another sex session with Eric. Felt empathetic to Jan's home situation, but he also wanted to be with her, as she was. Now he gets sexual relief. She was skilled at what she did. Eric reasoned that Davis was screwing him. Eric now had her and could use her whatever he saw appropriate for his purposes. If Davis comes to his senses, that's okay. If not, Eric would exploit her until he grew weary of her. Eric was accustomed to vacation cruises. He had been gazing at Eastern Caribbean brochure. It was a 2-week voyage to nearly a dozen ports. It was now winter, and freezing 2 weeks in the Caribbean sounded ideal. Jen was still unwilling to spend the entire night with Eric. She'd spend a few hours at his residence before returning home. She hoped Davis would call or come over to discuss their difficulties, but Davis stated that he would not come home as long as Jan continued her romance with. Eric had visited Jan's house in an attempt to spend the night with her. Alice D. sent her daughter to spend the evening with a girlfriend after they had settled into Davis's marital bed. The telephone had rung. It was Davis. He was furious when he found out Eric was present. Jen also burst into tears when she realized she was about to have sex with Eric on what should have been Davis's sacred land. Alice D. urged Eric to go and promised to see him the next day at work. Eric told Jen, sweetheart, I have wonderful news. I just booked us for a Caribbean cruise. We can enjoy ourselves without worrying about Davis's opinion. Come with me on the cruise and I bet Davis will rush to your door to bring you back upon our return. You will be quite jealous. You'll have to bring him to his senses. Jan had been thinking that the whole situation with Eric was simply too expensive. Her passion had harmed the only man she loved. Above all, she felt all I needed was a little quality time with Eric and I'd be over him. Jen immediately agreed and left a note for Davis at his hotel. Davis is a baby. It is January. Look, I'm going on a 2-week cruise with Eric. I believe that this will be enough quality time with him to drive the lust out of my body and thoughts when I return. I'm yours forever. Do you have that? I said forever because I will be away for 2 weeks. You can stay at our place and care for our daughter. Okay. By the way, the shower door still has a water leak. It is slightly larger than before, but there is still no harm to speak of. You can handle it while you're here. Remember my comments about the water bubble in the door? Yes, it is still true. Jen and Eric embarked for a 2-week cruise after 10 days. Jen had enough of Eric. With the exception of the sex, the fantasy had become a harsh reality. They shared little in common throughout the cruise. He treated her like a blow-up doll when they awakened in the morning. He desired quick sex. She did not want it till they had cleaned up. His lips had a bad stench in the mornings, which put her off. She didn't sleep comfortably. Since Eric snored a lot, another weakness in the armor for fantasy enthusiasts. She believed he got intoxicated on the 7th night at sea and he hit my face with his outstretched palm. After we disagreed over my quitting the affair, she reflected of her trip home. She eventually apologized, but it was far too late. After 14 days, Jen had lost interest in this fantasy. Davis Eric is at the shower door. On the 14th day they arrived at port and flew home. Jen hugged Eric as he delivered her to her front door in the late afternoon and she murmured, "Eric, it's over. I had my fill of you on this trip. The fantasy has died, as have the lost. All I want right now is my Davis. Thank you for a terrific time. But it's over." Eric stared at her and stated, "It's over. When I say it is, you either do me tonight in your bed or you won't have a job tomorrow." Jen stood her ground. "I'm opening this door and calling Davis. I'm telling him I'm sorry for how I've been acting. If you're still here after that, I hope he beats some sense into you. I know he can, because he is far more manly than you are." Eric replied, "You are just a big prick with a set of balls. Your behavior demonstrates a lack of respect and decency as you seek attention in ways that do not reflect well on yourself. Davis will ultimately recognize that there is a pattern in your behavior. When he leaves, you'll crawl back and I may let you have me with that." Eric turned and approached the car. He turned back and said, "Don't bother coming to the office tomorrow. I will crate and transport your desk contents to you, along with your termination money." Jan unlocked the door and dashed into the house. She was reaching for her phone when she noticed the note on the kitchen table. It was addressed to her and written in Davis's irregular handwriting. She cautiously tore the letter from the envelope and began reading. "Jan, you instructed me to take care of the water bubble in the shower first. Let me clarify that you were mistaken about the bubble not inflicting visible harm. But you were correct in establishing a link between the water bubble and your cheating on Eric. If you had been here, you would have noticed each time a water bubble appeared, it left a little residue on the glass. The material accumulated over time and clouded the glass. It had lost its clean appearance and the clouding made it impossible to see through the glass. If you had been here, you would have noticed that the moisture eventually caused mold and mildew to develop between the panes of glass. There is now a massive black spot on the glass. It is not only unsightly, but it is also harmful to be around, similar to our marriage. Your activities have obscured our marriage and created toxic circumstances. As with the shower door, there are 2 options. Choose one: repair the door, take it apart and reassemble it. The option to replace the door. Looking at our marriage, option 1 was a possibility until you chose to take a tea cruise with your lover. Thereafter no repairs were possible. In my head, decision 2 is my decision. I'm replacing the shower door. I'm taking over your position. I'm replacing our marriage. If you hadn't gone on your love cruise, you would have discovered your daughter and me ready to try to save the marriage. However, after introducing mold and mildew as a result of your continuing infidelity on the cruise, the only option is to completely replace everything. Your acts are not only unhealthy but so detrimental to my feelings, for you have destroyed my feelings for you. Emily and I departed on the 3rd day of your cruise. We are now living in an area where you will have difficulty finding us. My attorney will send you divorce paperwork on the day your trip ends. The reasons are adultery. The cabin steward on the cruise has been deposed, as have the residents of Eric's apartment complex regarding your antics. In addition, the desk clerks at the different hotels where you conducted your early liaisons have testified in your infidelity. I even have an audio tape of you speaking with me on the phone in your failed attempts to persuade me that your actions were only sexual. I reported Eric to his employer for using his position to have sex with you. He will be dismissed for cause when he returns to the office. His employer has offered me a compensation to resolve the situation. I have no doubt Eric will try to pressure you into more sex. I believe he will eventually fire you if you do not give him what he wants and expects of you. If he is dismissed, he will no longer have any authority over you, either at work or in your personal life. So hopefully you'll be able to keep your employment, albeit the staff will most likely be aware of the situation. I hope you have a thick skin, because your job will be your sole source of income. You are correct. The water bubble is an accurate depiction of your actions and outcomes. If I were you, I would look through the shower door to see if you could ever discover the man I married. You can have the house if you can pay the mortgage. I've signed my portion of the house. Let me turn it over to you. May now bring your friends with benefits into what was once our house. Without feeling guilty, I grabbed half of the furnishing, so Emily and I could set up our own home. You can talk to Emily when we've settled in, but I have to insist that she never comes to the house when there are men around. Davis, you aren't a good role model for your Sinto. Ex-wife Jim dropped the letter and collapsed to her knees on the floor. She had allowed sexual lust to trump the rational half of her mind. She had lost her lovely marriage as well as her best friend as a result of her animalistic reactions to Eric. She now had nothing but an empty house and a shower door with a water bubble filled with mold and mildew. A giant dark black mark appeared on the glass door and grew larger with each passing day. She knew she'd never repair the shower door, since it served as a reminder of how wrong she had been. Story to ma'am. We need to discuss. Ambush occurred on a Sunday evening as we were preparing to go to bed. I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised, given that my wife of for years, Ollie said, had been acting strangely all weekend. I asked her several times whether she was feeling unwell. I feel okay now. To be honest, I have a lot on my mind right now. So did I. The Great Recession had taken a toll on both of our careers, and we went from having enough money to make dreams come true to barely making them a reality. Not that any of our colleagues were performing any better. However, Ollie said was struggling to accept her financial setback. She grew up without and was accustomed to the luxuries we enjoyed, such as an annual vacation. She never came right out and accused me, but then I heard it in the comments that accompanied any talk about our finances. I placed my arms around Ollie, telling her how much I loved her. She did not acknowledge the feeling. Instead, she acted utterly out of character. She stood up and poured herself a hard shot of scotch. She did not offer me one. I knew she had something big and horrible to tell me, and she was struggling to get the confidence to begin. After dinner, we watched television in solitude, the remainder of the evening. I had no notion what programs were on. All I could do was worry for my wife. We went upstairs without viewing the news that generally indicated that we were going to make love. Tonight was not typical. Unfortunately, neither had a night in over 3 weeks. Our romantic life was a victim of the economics. I was just finishing brushing my teeth when she stepped into the bathroom and announced that someone at work had invited me on an all-expenses-paid ski trip to Colorado. One of the group had to beg off and the tickets are non-refundable. We leave Wednesday morning and I'll be back on Monday. I washed my lips and answered, "Is anyone at work?" That's an interesting way to frame things. It leads me to believe it was a man who asked you. Ollie said appeared extremely guilty. I believe you answered my question. So what is the name of the individual at work that invited you, a married woman, to accompany him on vacation? I tried to be calm. You don't know him. I assumed I knew everyone you worked with. Do you? But I don't really work with him. Now you've got me perplexed. You mentioned someone from work. No, I did not. She complained. I told someone at work. Okay. Bill Clinton. It depends on the words, meaning his who is the son of the person who invited you to go on vacation. I met him in the cafeteria at work. His office is on the 5th floor and we've eaten lunch together several times. I tried so hard not to lose control, but my voice filled the room. How long have you had an affair? Holly started crying between sobs. She managed to say, I will never cheat on you. How could you say anything so hurtful? Perhaps you forgot to mention that you've been having lunch with another man or that you've become such close friends. He invited you, a married woman, to ski in Colorado with him. We haven't made love in about a month. I think that's about all. It isn't like that. He's a very kind guy. However, his girlfriend dumped him and he does not want to waste the ticket. Everything has already been paid for hotel lift tickets. It will cost me nothing. Isn't it convenient? So what is his name? I let out a loud thunderclap. John? Does John have a last name? Johnson or Jackson? Something like that. You've gotten me so upset that I can't think so. You want to go across the nation with a man whose name you do not know. You're either screwing him or you're an idiot. At some time, the dispute became really heated and passionate. I inquired as to who these friends were. That would be sharing this cabin with John's friends. There are two other couples. That indicates you're going to be his date. Now I keep telling you that he doesn't want to squander his non-refundable ticket. So he invited a married woman to be his date. Why aren't you trusting me? Would you trust me if I told you I met a woman in the cafeteria who urged me to go on vacation with her? Yes, remember how envious she was when I explained the infield fly rule to the lovely woman sitting next to us at Wrigley Field? Last summer, did you initiate a quarrel with her? The ushers threw us out of the park. That was different. You were ignoring me. Oh, and you are not going to ignore me. While sharing a cabin with J.N.N. for total strangers. Holly yelled and stormed out of the room. It was a long and sleepless night. Holly and I tossed and turned until approximately 2 when we both fell asleep. I got up at 600 and made a pot of coffee brewed. She poured a cup, took a drink, put it in the sink and said I'm off to work. When my wife dug in her heels, I realized she'd rather lose an argument than acknowledge she was wrong. She was the most stubborn person I'd ever encountered. I spent the trip to work devising a plan to save my marriage. I understood that appealing to reasoning would not succeed. This required a strong, sharp kick in the pants, as my grandma would say. About a year ago, I took a chance on hiring a street-smart young man who had spent time in the county jail for stealing a convenience shop. He kept reminding me that he owed me large money for taking a chance on an ex-Sion. You say it, boss, and I will do it, he constantly said. I chose to call on that marker. Julio, I need a favor. Tell me what it is and it's finished. I described my position to Julio. Do you want me to mess him up perhaps later? But first I need his name and where he works. I provided him a photo of my wife and the address of her office building. There is a cafeteria in the basement. She has lunch every day at 12:00. I need you to take a photo without being seen when he finishes eating. I want you to follow him upstairs and see where he goes. Please provide me the name of his employer. I get it, boss. Then, at the end of the day, I want you to follow him and collect the license plate number of his automobile. I am your man, boss. And Julio, do not worry. I will take care of your time card. I kept checking my watch. I was confident Holly would meet up with her boyfriend and tell him how crazy I was. It was a typical Monday. I was swamped with work, yet time dragged on at 110. My telephone rang. Boss, it's me. I received the photo. I couldn't get close enough to hear what they were saying. When they finished, I followed him to the elevator. He pretended I wasn't even there. I got off when he did, pretending to look for a room number. He ducked into 510. The sign read Anderson Metallurgy Supplies LLC. Julio, you did an excellent job, but you're barely halfway done. Do not worry, boss. I will follow him like a shadow. Send me a photo. When I hung up, I opened Google on my screen. I wasn't really optimistic as I typed John Johnson. I received a bunch of name matches, but none matched the photo. Next I tried John Jackson. No luck. The names were as ubiquitous as dirt. So I contacted Anderson Metallurgy Supplies LLC, and I discovered they were one of the industry's largest producers of powdered metals. That means they didn't have any employee names or pictures. So I contacted the stated number and inquired for John Johnson. There is no one here with that name. I apologize. I'm usually perplexed about those. I meant John Jackson. There is no one here with that name either. Do you have the right company? I must have phoned incorrectly. I'm sorry to have troubled you. I was staring at the computer trying to figure out who that son of a was when my phone rang again. Boss, it's me. After we hung up, I went into the men's room to smoke. I suppose you followed me. Jackson Johnson. However, none of them are his genuine name. Did he see you? I was in the store getting ready to light up. When he walked in, I observed him through the gap between the wall and the door. He urinated but didn't wash his hands. As he walked out, the guy my age walked in and said hello. Mr. Johnson. He didn't say anything. So I waited until he departed and said, "Hey, was it John Jackson?" He answered, "No, man. He's Robert Johnson. Looks like a real jerk. You've got that right." He burned a cigarette and I hit it. "Outdoors, Julio. You make an excellent spy." "Thank you, boss." Unfortunately, I was called into a logistics meeting that lasted until leaving time, so I couldn't any time to research, which would have to wait until the morning. Julio called while I was backing into the garage. He exited the elevator shortly before 3 and I followed him across the parking lot to the subway station. The train was busy, so I hung out at the other end of the car with a group of Mexicans who spoke Spanish. I believe Jensen was terrified to look at us. He sat with his briefcase on his lap as if we were trying to steal it. He got off at Logan Square and I followed him home. He resides in the basement unit of a 2-flat, approximately a block from the boulevard at 2366 North Kimball Avenue. It has burglar bars but no curtains on the windows allowing me to look inside. It's a real dump. I had nothing better to do, so I waited in the gangway next door to see if he had gone anywhere. About 5 minutes later, he pulled out a stack of pizza boxes and dumped them into the rubbish can. Then he came out with 2 massive rubbish bags. After he went inside, I grabbed both of them. This is how my pals take identities. People throw away too much good leadership. I'm not sure who Jackson Johnson is, but I have a number of legal-looking documents that state his name is Robert Jensen. Julia, that's good work. I can't talk right now. We'll discuss everything tomorrow. Okay, boss. Well, I now sparked an idea. I stepped in and discovered Dolly sat eating hamburgers and fries at the kitchen table. She did not appear to have bought anything for me. I ignored the slight and sat across from her in order for us to have a sensible conversation. I make various demands. Holly started to speak, but I told her to wait until I finished. Then she could speak. It was all she wanted. I'm not stupid. I have not forgotten how you phrased your vacation notice to give me the impression that you were going with a coworker. So it is time for complete disclosure. I need John's last name, address, email, cell phone number, and workplace. Next, I'll need copies of his airline tickets and the address of the mountain lodge he rented if something happened to you. God forbid. I do not want to have to inform the police. I let my wife go somewhere in Colorado, but I'm not sure where with whom. Don't go to theatrical. I stopped her again. I'll speak first, then you. He constantly irritated my wife when I refused to let her talk over me. I also want the names and phone numbers of the other couples. Now you may respond. He did not rent the chalet. It belonged to his uncle and John does not own a cell phone. What do you mean? 5-year-old children have cell phones. Everyone else succeeds. But he fails. So if I get you all of this, will you stop bullying me and allow me to have fun? Her face lit up. She smiled. You'll have one day to bring me everything. Why don't you admit your jealousy? Because I'm going to Colorado. I smashed my fist against the table. I'm not jealous. I'm upset because we were dating for a long period. You never mentioned going skiing anywhere during our 4+ years of marriage. So come hell or high water. Do you want to go skiing in Colorado with this strange guy? You met in the cafeteria, and you wonder why. I believe you are having an affair. I swear I'm not. She yelled, give me the details. If everything checks out, we'll discuss. I was tempted to tell her that her boyfriend had given her a bogus name, but I wanted to see how Jensen would react. We slept about as far apart as a queen-sized mattress would allow. However, Ollie Set was polite the next morning and we drank coffee together. I came early at the workplace and paced the floor until Julie arrived. Ollie Set was going tomorrow, and this was my last chance to rescue our marriage. Julio brought a large cardboard box to work. He had sorted through the bags and discarded the true waste. The remainder consisted of items that should never be discarded: financial documents, checking account statements, and certified mail from a lawyer's office. He ripped the envelopes in half, as if that will deter an identity thief. I went through and taped everything back together that appeared important and arranged in some sort of order. The first thing he offered me was a legal-sized envelope for certified mail to Robert Jensen. That man is being dragged to court for failing to pay child support. He has 2 young children and hasn't paid her a penny in over a year. The following item was a bench warrant for failing to appear for non-payment of child support. Julio explained the police are so busy that they would not even come to your house to pick you up. What they do is enter your name into the database. If you have had any contact with the police, including a driving ticket, they take you to jail. So I suppose I have to arrange for him to meet some of Chicago's best. Julio laughed at this good idea. Boss. Then came a package of overdraft notices and checks that had been returned stamped NSF. He received about a dozen notifications from the bank before they terminated his account. Julio saved the best until last to print out the airline reservation. It's odd his ticket is round trip. However, your wife's is only one way. That's not good, boss. With the receipt or identifier, you can cancel the tickets. I had another notion. I would separate the lovebirds by moving Johnson's seat to the back of the plane and purchasing the newly available one for myself. After we finished reviewing all of the records, I searched the Chicago Tribune archives and discovered why Jensen used a fictitious identity. Despite the fact that the attack occurred in Denver, he was convicted of a sexual offense. Jensen was from Chicago and all 3 daily newspapers ran the story with his mugshot. There was no doubt that it was him. They didn't go into too much detail, because the victim was spared a trial thanks to a plea agreement. He pled guilty to a lesser charge of sexual assault and was sentenced to 24 months in prison as a guest at the Gray Bar Hotel. His wife divorced him. A visit to the sex offender registry confirmed his home address. It was stated that he was released after only 14 months sent to jail overcrowding. The first thing he did was locate down his ex-wife and beat her so viciously that she was hospitalized for about a month. 2 felony convictions, and my wife thinks he's a very nice man. I had an early lunch and walked down to the courtroom to purchase a copy of Jensen's divorce decree. It cost 25 cents each sheet to photocopy. The application includes a copy of his arrest warrant for sexual assault. He drugged and attacked the young lady he had gone skiing with. I also looked into do-it-yourself divorce paperwork at the law library. I discovered a wonderful template online and completed it for funding. I claimed that Altrium provided time-stamped images of them in the cafeteria instead of eating. They spoke for an hour like two lovers. My final destination was the Circuit Court of Cook County Domestic Relations Division, where I submitted my petition for marriage dissolution. I had 3 duplicates made, each with the official seal and case number stamped on them. I informed my boss that I would need a few personal days off. He's a wonderful man who didn't ask word. All he said was preparing dinner when I walked in. It was a proper dinner, not something out of the box. I suppose she was attempting to put me in a good mood. I hugged and kissed her. She responded, not as well as I had hoped, but it was better than nothing. Ollie Set reached inside her purse and removed a folded piece of paper. I've received everything you desired. As I previously stated, John Johnson does not have a phone, but I can provide with his email address and Facebook page. Where does he work? He has been promoted and has received his new business cards. Yet I looked at her like she had the heads but no brain. He also couldn't tell you his employer's name. I opened my laptop and went directly to Google Maps. I inputted Shell's address, strike 1. Then I used the official Denver zoning map, strike 2. I continued to test every mapping program I could find, honey. I called out. There appears to be an issue. I ran the Shelley address through 6 mapping applications on the assessor's website, and everyone agrees there is no such address. He must have changed a digit or something. How about the tickets? She said he suggested we could acquire those at the airport. You'll now receive your boarding pass at the airport. You know this from our trip to Maui. Next I dialed the phone numbers he provided for the other 2 couples. Neither was a working number. I attempted to search for the names online, but came up empty-handed. I had no better luck with Facebook. I'm sorry, honey, but I don't have any information. Johnson, if that is the name he gave you is genuine, that indicates I won't let you go. Foolish me. I expected her to admit there was something fishy about Johnson. The next thing I knew, my dinner still in the frying pan had flown by and collided with the wall to bed. It smelled so wonderful. You are allowing me, she yelled. Who the heck are you to tell me where I can and cannot go? Your hubby. Why are you acting so unreasonable? All I'm doing is going skiing with a friend. A man has lied to you about everything. You're not even sure where you're headed. He did not. Why? Maybe he doesn't want you to cause issues. Is he worried? I'll turn up and spoil. Your love nest is seductive. Ollie Set lost it. She spit out of her mouth as she ranted. Stop saying it. We will never be more than buddies. I'm going skiing and you won't stop me. Want to go skiing? Fine. I will take you skiing with what money we're broke. Remember, I have to mayonnaise jars full of silver coins that I've saved since I was a teenager. I was planning to spend them on a vacation for our 5th anniversary. I'll get them in now, and either spend the money on a vacation with my wife or hire a divorce counsel. It's your decision. Stop threatening me. I am not threatening you. I'm making a solemn vow and you know I keep my word. I do not comprehend why. Aren't you trusting me? You are a beautiful woman. Johnson has revealed himself to be less than a gentleman by refusing to back down when he found that your husband did not want his wife to accompany him on vacation. I told you that he's only taking me, since the ticket is non-refundable. I'll reimburse him for the ticket and leave enough money for us to go skiing. It is too late. We are leaving tomorrow morning and I have no method of contacting them. Ollie said, I am not stupid. I will not be slain by you. A man who allows his wife to do everything she wants is not a real man. Consider how you will explain to your parents, family and friends why you are getting divorced. Do not give me that. I promised you I'd come home relaxed and make it up to you. Please. I ask you, it is not too late to save our marriage. I told you that I couldn't cancel. I promised John we would go and it is too late for him to find someone else. So you'll maintain your pledge to a known liar at the expense of the vow we made in front of God, our friends and family. I keep assuring you that nothing is going to happen. It doesn't matter if nothing occurs. You've made your choice. You chose him over our marriage. I spent the night on the sofa. I could hear Ollie sit crying in her bedroom. My mind was in conflict with my heart. The logical half of me wanted to let her get wounded and gloat over the corpse when the unavoidable occurred, while the emotional component told me to be the knight in shining armor and save my marriage. I spent a sleepless night pondering which option I preferred. In the end, I chose to compromise. I was awake before the sun. Holly said ignored me. I really annoyed her when I took a picture of you with my phone. Why did you do that? She demanded. So the police will have a recent picture in case they need to identify your body. She let out a string of curses. I entered the bedroom as she was packing her suitcase. If you board the plane with him, I won't be there. When you return, Pat, our marriage will end. She sent me a filthy look and dadded, I know you're not that stupid. Funny. I had the same thoughts about you. I suppose we were both mistaken. I walked away without kissing her goodbye. I parked my car down the street and watched her leave. Then I went back inside to shave my distinguishing beard and mustache. Next I dressed in my black suit, white shirt and slim black tie. My wife referred to this as my burial clothes, which seemed appropriate given I would be witnessing the end of her marriage. A pair of sunglasses completed my disguise. I grabbed my briefcase and a couple of suitcases packed with my clothes and set out for the final roll of the dice. Julio called a few minutes after 8 and I was at the gate. He was outside Johnson's basement apartment, boss. You're not going to believe this. They got into a heated quarrel. Your wife wanted to drive to the airport, but the chauffeur suggested the train was cheaper. She even offered to pay for parking, but he encouraged her to save her money because they'd need it. When they reached Colorado, I examined her wallet while she was in the restroom. She had less than 100. I hope she didn't intend to use her shared credit card debts because I canceled them shortly after I purchased my ticket. I wish I could read Jeanette's thoughts as she carried the tote bags down the steps to the dark underground labyrinth. Chicagoans refer to the subway. The blue light train would be jam-packed with commuters on their way to work. Julio assumed a man flying to Denver to go skiing in December lacked inappropriate winter clothing or even gloves. As he observed and jostled by the crowd, Ollie said's fantasy trip was already on shaky terrain. The ride took slightly more than 30 minutes. Julio followed them to the terminal and watched Jensen print their boarding permits. Fortunately, he didn't look at them too closely and didn't notice I altered his seat location just before I purchased my ticket. Julio called again to say they had reached the TSA checkpoint and he couldn't go any farther. Thank you for everything. You have been a big assistance. The screener at the craze machine identified Jeanette's carry-on luggage. Please step over here. Ma'am. Soon. A minimum wage worker started rummaging through her clothing until he discovered the corkscrew. To my relief, I hid in the inside zipper pocket as I rifled through the bags to see what she'd packed. There was nothing slightly attractive. The TSA agent read her the riot act before confiscating the corkscrew. My plane would have to be perfectly timed at work. I had paid for early boarding and was among the first on the plane. I cleaned my center seat. My wife had the window seat. I agreed to give her another chance, provided she sat next to me, so I could show her my evidence. Luck was on my side as the man in the aisle seat boarded. A few minutes later I was pleased to find that he was a really fit young man with a busket. I gradually assumed he was a collegiate athlete. The rows ahead of us were crowded with stragglers looked through the overhead bins for a space to store their carry-on bags. A few minutes later the festivities began. Hey you are my seat. Jensen shoved his ticket in my seatmate face. Ollie sat had turned the other direction to force her suitcase into the overhead compartment, but she turned back when she heard the noise. The person seated in the aisle added, look at the row number on your way back by the restroom. Jensen released a profanity-laced tirade about how inept the airline was. He kept it off with that. Relocate your big ass to the back of the plane and allow me to sit next to my girlfriend. Holly said heard him call her that, but she didn't object. Instead she added, John, if he doesn't want to, perhaps you should ask the man in the middle to change seats without my beard and mustache. She didn't recognize me immediately. The sunglasses helped by now. A flight attendant had forced her way through the mob and the purser had emerged from the AFD galley to investigate the disturbance. She glared at Jensen and told him to take his seat so they could complete boarding the plane. This flight is full. Please take your assigned seat and we will see if we can relocate you. After taking off, I paid to sit beside my girlfriend. Jensen was waiting a ticket. Holly said finally noticed I was seated in the middle seat. What the hell are you doing on my flight? Did you do this? You are humiliating me. I am humiliating. You are a married woman and this piece of garbage is calling you his girlfriend. He simply said it to persuade him to change seats. Her voice returned to be known. Holly said moved to the empty row in front of me and started her tirade. I knew you would ruin my vacation. I absolutely despise you. I loathe being married to you. I thought she'd be upset, but I must be naive, because I didn't expect her to say that I felt like my soul had perished. I was shocked. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I looked my wife full in the eye. Robert Jensen is your boyfriend. He doesn't want you to know his real name, since this wonderful person has an outstanding arrest warrant for failure to pay child support. I guess he could afford to take my wife on vacation because he wasn't caring for his own children. I opened my briefcase and gave her a copy of the bench warrant. You might like to read this, Holly said. Examine the document. Her voice trembled. John, what is going on? Is this true? While you're at it, ask your guy why he didn't get you a return ticket. I handed her the schedule indicating that hers was a one-way ticket only. All he said was growing concern. John, how come I don't have a return ticket? He ignored her requests and continued to argue with the flight attendant. You aren't going to tell me. You forgot to tell me you served 2 years in prison for severely hitting his wife. She spent over a month in the hospital. I have photos. I showed her a few photos of a woman whose face appeared to have been hit by a truck. That very polite person did this to her. John, please tell me he is making this up. Jensen didn't respond. He was too preoccupied telling the flight attendant how he felt about her and our airline. You had better make a move, or else I was on a roll. It's amazing what you can discover when you Google someone's real name. I drew the word real name here at the newspaper stories. If you do not believe me, I gave her a half-dozen articles. His mugshot appears in each one. In case you believe I'm making this up, I do not comprehend. All he said was really perplexed. Come now. Surely he told us about a registered sex offender. Damn that airplane. That was quiet as I shouted that. Let me know if this sounds familiar. He convinced a naive young lady to go skiing in Colorado. Instead had hit the slopes. He drugged her and then assaulted her in turn with his cronies. She managed to escape after a week in custody, earning him for years in prison. All he said was sobbing, John, please tell me that did not happen. He did not answer because he was too busy arguing with the flight attendant. Try Robert Jensen. Is his real name. Jensen wasn't the brightest predator, but it seemed to have finally clicked. I had wrecked his plans. He yelled, I am going to kill you, and lunged at me. Unfortunately for him, I moved and his punch landed hard on the flight attendant's face. In a short period of time, chaos ensued. My seatmate, who turns out to be a standout defensive tackle at a Big Ten college, was on him in an instant and detained him until Chicago's finest clamped handcuffs on his wrist. The news referred to him as a hero. As a reward, the airline upgraded them to first-class seats. Jensen discovered that attacking a member of the flight crew is a felony, surprisingly telling the police officer. You did not intend to hit the flight attendant. You attempted to kill your girlfriend's husband, didn't elicit much sympathy. I delivered, Dolly said, every single piece of damaging evidence I had gathered. I swear to God that every word I uttered is true. Ollie stared at the pile of paperwork, not looking at them. It's over now, let go home. I threw my arms up, hoping she would let me hug her. Instead, my wife ignored the invitation and remained silent. She dropped her head and stared at the floor. She did not say a thing. Not a single word. The situation worsened as cops hauled Jensen off the plane. I could hear him screaming repeatedly. "Hello, Menzel. I had your wife." My eyes begged her to admit he's a liar that never occurred. She turned away silently. An airline security guard informed Dolly and me that we had been remanded to the custody of the Chicago Police Department for our involvement in the melee. Before we moved, I heard a flight attendant remark, "Please notify the gate agent." 3 seats have suddenly opened up. I uttered a prayer of thanksgiving. The other passengers stared at us as we walked by. Everyone seemed to be taking pictures with their smartphones. Now Lisette understood what it was like to be truly humiliated. She didn't say anything during her walk of shame. I don't think she was expecting what happened. I also felt numb. My knees were collapsing and I had to concentrate on walking. I somehow managed to keep my head up. I wanted everyone to know that I had done everything I could. Everything went just as planned. Well, nearly anything. I saved Lisette, but lost my wife. The police moved us to different rooms for questioning. Homeland Security officers were also present. I spent the next hour telling what I knew about Jensen. The detective said wait here and then left me alone with a cup of stale coffee for the next 2 hours, as they called their colleagues in Denver. I paced back and forth like a convict, debating the margin with myself. Did my wife have sex with Jensen, or did that witch's son toss it out to destroy us? If she didn't do it, why didn't she say anything on and on? The discussion heated. When the detective eventually returned, he stated that they found a really receptive audience in Colorado. Your wife vomited all over herself. I showed her images. They sent over the chalet, a top paper hut, in the back of an auto junkyard, as well as what they had in store for her inside. Jensen had for infamous buddies and to couples awaiting their arrival. They had secured the shack with handcuffs and shackles, so she couldn't flee. We discovered enough sedatives stashed in his suitcase to knock out a circus elephant for a week. It did not take much convincing to persuade them to reveal their plans for his next victim. It would not have gone well for your wife. The detective murmured, her face devoid of color as they read her their confessions. Then she passed out when he was finished. The investigator asked if I wanted to use the room for a private conversation with my wife based on the tone of his voice. I knew that was the question. Yes, sir. I unlocked the locks on my briefcase and took out the divorce petition. What is that? The detective inquired. I threatened to divorce Lisette if she boarded the plane with Jensen. Do you have no compassion? That woman's broken. Damn near suicidal. She's shocked to realize how close she came to being murdered. You claimed you did all of this to salvage your marriage. You'll ruin her if you give her that I was unaffected. The part of me that loved her had perished. She was well aware that she had made a serious mistake. Right now you are the good guy. You executed an outstanding plan to save your wife. You are a regular Liam Ness. You can't walk away from her. I interrupted the silence. I intend to present these to her. Their love nest. However, consider the current situation. Even after everything she's done. If Lisette says I'm sorry, I'm going to rip these up today. But I still intend to divorce her. I offer you my word. But you can't tell her you've received my word. A minute later he took my wife into the room. I caught a brief look before she buried her face in her hands. She looked like death and smelled like puke. She sank onto the chair and sobbing. The detective lorded over her, saying, Mrs. Menzel, I've been a cop for over 29 years and what you did was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard of. If anyone ever deserved to be slain, it was you with every breath you take. Thank God for your husband and the heartbeat he gave you. You owe him the rest of your life. He closed the door on his way out. The only sound was my wife swallowing air between sobs. Not one word. Massa, thank you. Not that I apologize. Nothing. After approximately 5 minutes, I got tired of waiting for her to speak. You gave up our marriage for a ski trip costing less than $1,500. That's what our dreams were worth. After this, how can I ever trust you not to abandon me for the next sparkling bauble? My mind was pleading for her to speak. She did not say a thing. As I waited for her to say something, tears flowed down my face. Anything when I couldn't stand it any longer. I said, if you had ever said sorry, I would have torn this paper up. I cannot wait any longer. I gave her a copy of the divorce decree. Holly said screamed out loud when she read it. The detective dashed back inside to make sure she was okay. I've already packed my clothing. Anything I had left behind. You can donate her trash away. I handed her the keys to our apartment and walked away. I never looked back. The next time I saw her was in court. The judge ordered us to attend counseling. I reluctantly agreed, but I had no intention of reconciling with her. During the sessions, the counselor observed how manipulative my ex-wife was, as intended. The sessions failed, and after 7 months I was free. I never heard from Holly said again. Not that I wanted to. Jensen was charged with conspiracy with the intent to hurt someone. He's still serving a sentence. I hope they keep him there permanently. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I discovered my wife, Lisa, was not visiting her parents as she claimed, but was in a hospital in Boulder, severely burned and unfaithful. The shock of her betrayal and the wildfire that nearly took her life gripped me with a mix of anger and concern. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Alex discovers that his wife Lisa has been meeting her ex-boyfriend in Boulder, Colorado, instead of visiting her parents as she claimed. After finding out about her affair and devastating wildfire in Boulder, Alex suspects that Lisa might be in danger. He learns about her severe burns and hospitalization through voicemails and phone calls. As Alex copes with the situation, he faces confrontations with Lisa's family and ex-boyfriend's wife. Eventually, Alex's wife dies due to a heart attack, and he decides to scatter her ashes in a national park while taking his daughters to Disneyland. Alex awoke to find that his phone had 10 missed calls and the same number of voicemail messages. He did not identify the area code. After multiple encounters with Chinese robocall spam, he had programmed his phone to route unfamiliar calls to voicemail. Usually Beijing Daddy did not leave messages. His daughters weren't awake yet, so he began listening to the messages. That's when he discovered that his wife Lisa was not in Jacksonville, Florida, visiting her parents and sister for the weekend, as she had claimed. Instead, she was in a burn unit at a hospital in Boulder, Colorado. Alex stopped for a second. His phone was sending him news alerts. Normally it was bothersome, but it never seemed worth the effort to disable this feature. Something about fire stuck in his mind. When his phone screen went up that morning, he noticed a news article with the words "Fire in Boulder." He turned to his phone's home screen and noticed the headline "Devastating Wildfire Destroys Boulder Suburb Overnight." Interesting, Alex would confess that he wasn't always the smartest tool in the shed, but he could only think of one reason why his wife fled in their 7th year of marriage. She would lie about where she planned to spend the weekend. He carefully lowered his pace. There was no point in hurrying. He made coffee. The girls wouldn't get up for another hour. He took the coffee to his wife's office in the dining room and picked up her laptop. It came out that it was now protected with an unfamiliar password, but Lisa was forgetful and slow. So he sought for the password written on a scrap of paper, and discovered it at the bottom of a drawer of a small writing desk. When he obtained access, he saw she had not even closed her email browsers. She had just turned off her computer, relying on her new password and trusting that Alex would not invade her privacy. Alex realized that all of the assumptions that had existed in this household up until this morning were no longer valid, and it was true everything had changed. She had been meeting her ex-boyfriend from college, Daniel Brown, at his Boulder home on weekends when Daniel's wife was away. This was the man who had destroyed Lisa's heart by falling in love and marrying another lady. He appeared to have felt some guilt over abandoning Lisa over time. Or was it simply lust? The emails contained few details, simply confirmations of arrival timings. Alex assumed they poured out their souls to one another. On the phone, one intriguing fact surfaced. Her parents and sister were aware of the situation and agreed to cover up her affair.
This was mentioned in the open chats rather than emails.
Everyone thought she should have married Daniel, who came from a wealthy family. Alex was completely astonished, as if he were seeing a car accident in slow motion and couldn't take his gaze away. He took a big breath and calmed down a little. He needed it. Otherwise he might have punched holes in the house's drywall. He phoned the hospital in Boulder. When the operator responded, he instantly inquired whether Joe Daniel Brown was a patient. When asked about his relationship with Mr. Brown, Alex said that he was a friend. The operator then stated that she could not provide any information. This statement clearly indicated that they had a patient called Daniel Brown. Alex then dialed the number left on his voicemail. It was a direct route into the hospital's admissions department. After he identified himself, the clerk informed him that Lisa had been admitted with third-degree burns covering more than 80 of her body, as well as lung damage from smoke inhalation. The fire appears to have started unexpectedly in a drought-stricken area, spreading rapidly due to high winds and shutting off the sole escape path. Over 100 homes had been torched and damaged. Sorry, said Alex. This cannot be my wife. She's in Jacksonville, Florida. You must have the incorrect information. He hung up. Yes, of course she was in Boulder. He felt it. But he wasn't about to make it easy for anyone. He looked at his wife's computer again and discovered Daniel's social media page. Lisa had actually added him as a buddy. There he discovered Daniel's wife. She had tweeted online from her family's home in San Diego asking for prayers after learning that her husband had been hospitalized with terrible burns sustained in a fire. It was time to seek answers from the God of Vengeance. Alex reasoned as he messaged Daniel's wife in the chat to identify himself and convey what he had learned. He left his phone number. A while later, after finishing his coffee, he noticed another missed call. He didn't know the phone number, but there was a voicemail from Daniel's wife. Emily. Alex called her back. Mrs. Brown, are you truly called Tina? You had to ask, yes, she said with a sigh. When I married him, I was constantly concerned that this might happen to the woman Daniel had rejected. I got married for love. Now it's a complete disaster. You must be our wise hubby. Yes, when Daniel and I first met, I was already aware of her. He's been acting strange lately, but I did not understand why. Now everything becomes sense. Are you experiencing the same thing? Pretty much. I was aware of Daniel, but Lisa was so quiet that I didn't notice anything. Alex, you are handling this extremely calmly. How are you handling that? You two are speaking gently. I am taking medications. Emily stated that Daniel is severely burned. They have already placed him in a medically induced coma. I lost my cool when I heard that. Now I'm just in shock, especially knowing the truth about what actually occurred. What about your wife's situation? She's been terribly burned. That is all I know. I told them it couldn't be her because my wife lives in Florida. Emily chuckled. The hospital's phoning again. Let me respond and let's stay in touch. She hung up and Alex stored her phone number in his contacts to prevent the spam blocker from sending the call to voicemail. Her wife's father, Michael, had called again. Michael must have noticed the news and become concerned. Yes, Alex. Yes, there was a pause. Michael disliked Alex and Alex responded. Yet they always maintained a polite demeanor. Michael no longer cared about being nice. Alex, had you heard from Lisa? Alex paused. This question must have been difficult for Michael to ask. Morally speaking, why should I hear from her? Isn't she upstairs in her old room, spending time with you, your obstinate wife and your other foolish daughter? Michael realized that Alex was aware. He exhaled. Alex, she truly loves you. I understand we've never gotten along. Michael. Alex interrupted, his voice becoming louder. That is pure rubbish. And before you continue to upset me further, understand this. I always knew you didn't like me. You were certain I wasn't suitable for your daughter. But Danielle was your wife, and that her daughter similarly treated me as a sneaky intruder. I endured it to keep the peace. But that's over. Let me make this clear. If you were standing in front of me right now, I would do things to you that you cannot imagine. Following that, I deal with both of those women only for amusement. So you and your lying damn family, you sad damn bastards. Alex hung up. There was nothing else to say. To save time, he blocked Michael's phone number as well as those of his mother and sister-in-law. Dad, why are you shouting? His daughter Nicole inquired as she entered the kitchen. Her younger sister Sarah followed her. Sarah declared Daddy said a bad word. Really? Nicole asked Save again. Dad, I did not hear it. Alex needed to smile. What was the terrible word, Becky? She frowned. I can't recall. You must have misheard now. Let's eat breakfast. Today is pancake day. Each person will have 3 pancakes and some orange juice. Then the 2 girls watched cartoons. After all, it was Saturday morning. They enjoyed Bubble Guppies. Alex hopes that these cartoons led to something more serious, such as Pinky and the Brain or Phineas and Ferb. The telephone rang again. It was Emily Brown. The tablets are not working. What the pills? I told you I was going to calm down. Well, you McCudgley sighed. They're not working. Why are you saying that Miss Emily Brown is at the hospital? They referred me to the ICU where Daniel is. The nurse put me on speakerphone, believing it might help Daniel hear my voice, even if he's in a coma. And then I lost it. I yelled that his partner had also been severely burned and would most likely die, and that it was his responsibility. I mentioned this after you and I both received our life insurance benefits. We'd go on a round-the-world cruise and spend the entire time having sex with each other until we were numb, simply to get even. His heart almost stopped when he heard me, even if he's in a coma. Yes, it's difficult to know whether my ranting triggered it or if it was a coincidence, but he made it through. I apologize. She paused. Sorry for what? Sorry that his heart almost stopped, to be sorry that he's still living. Alex's inclinations leaned toward brutality, but he restrained himself. Just sad. It came out this way. I agree. He paused before asking, tell me about the cruise we are going on. Sorry. I'm not sure where that came from. Still, I'm curious. I believe you. Or she paused. Are you actually interested? Alex, I noticed on social media that you had a lovely face, but I didn't follow you attentively. If I had to spend time seeking retribution by having sex with someone, you'd be a fine pick. Why are you asking? Do I have a chance? I do not know, she responded slowly. It's just that since I discovered he was cheating, I've spent a lot of time thinking what's wrong with myself. Knowing you're interested helps me feel a bit bad. By the way, you do not look that bad. Alex chuckled. Thanks. It's good to hear. Even though my wife plainly favored your husband. Perhaps the problem isn't us. That is something I'm beginning to consider as well. Emily Brown halted again. Have you ever pondered why they did this? I think it was because they believed they could have sex on the side and get away with it. That sounds very straightforward. So what else could it be? Emily replied strongly. Listen, we both have a lot to process, but let's keep in touch. We are the only two people who understand how the other is feeling right now. All right, I need to buy Bermuda shorts and swim trunks for the cruise from Amazon. She giggled. At least you're helping me feel better. Maybe the drugs work. After all, book a sea cab with a balcony. She giggled again. Goodbye. They hung up. Alex noticed that he had another voicemail. It was the hospital again. He called again and was connected to a nurse in a wise room. She also set him to speakerphone. It must have been a different nurse than the one who cared for Daniel, but they all appeared to follow the same set of industry medical norms. Mr. Henry Becker. Yes, I'm Nurse Young. We're on speakerphone right now. I'm in the burn unit intensive care. Your wife is here. She's terribly burned and medically induced coma. She is next to me. We hope the sound of your voice can help, even though she is unconscious. Alex suspected that following today, the hospital would need to revise its usual procedures for dealing with a patient's family. But he had to ask, why do you suppose I wasn't present when she was brought in? My co-worker was. She stated that your wife grasped her hand strongly and refused to let go until they understood what she was requesting. Call my spouse. I'm so sorry. Your wife battled the team with all of her strength and refused to let them do anything unless they convinced her that the message would be delivered. Okay. Too late. Alex reflected on this. What do I say? He asked, say everything your heart desires. The nurse spoke foolishly. Okay, thought Alex. It's game on. Listen, you sad sheet. Filthy monster. He yelled into the phone at his wife. I pray you die in misery and spend forever in hell beside Daniel, who will also perish. Just so you know, I'm going to use all of Daniel's life insurance money to seduce his wife. I'll never forgive you. The call went dead. The nurse must have been distracted at first, but she seems to have snapped out of it. Alex knew that this wasn't the way to achieve peace of mind. He might feel guilty one day for expressing all of this, but not today. Daddy, what does seduce me? Asked Becky, hugging her teddy bear. My young ones are. Oh, it implies to deceive somebody. She thought about it with a serious expression. When will mommy be home? This is what made him so angry, the desire to explain to his girls what was going on. He should have considered it thoroughly, but he wasn't in the mood. Becky will respond as soon as she is able. Becky returned to the living room. Alex watched her sit down in front of the television. He was not going to take the daughters to Colorado to see their mother shrouded in bandages like a mummy. He did not want them to have such kinds of memories. 30 minutes later, he had ordered Disneyland tickets for a week, a reservation for one of Mickey's hotels. There are also airplane tickets. They were departing the following morning. Nicole might have to miss some of her kindergarten classes, but that was fine. The hospital called back just as he had received the tickets. Lisa was alleged to have died of a heart attack. Despite all attempts to rescue her, Alex inquired as to when the incident occurred. It was precisely when he had yelled at her. Perhaps he urged Emily to try yelling at Daniel again. No, allow her to handle it herself. Finally, Alex had to provide a wise medical insurance information to the hospital so that they could give the death certificate. He called the local funeral home and scheduled her cremation with Burns. Alex expected a discount, but they told him they would charge the full fee. He asked them to mail him the ashes after they returned from Disneyland. The girls were disappointed that their mother was not with them, but they cheered up with loads of treats from the Baby Michael boutique. Daniel held on until Thursday. Emily stopped yelling at him, which may have helped him cling on. Emily returned to Colorado following his death and stayed with friends because her house had burned destroyed. She informed Alex that she acted like a noble widow to her children. She did not inform them about Lisa. Emily's children were older than Alex and they knew their father had been injured in the fire, making it difficult to overlook anything. Alex's girls had no notion. He was going to carry on as usual for a while, even yet it was difficult not to speak negatively about their mother. Shortly after they returned from Florida, a delivery man arrived at the door with 2 goods that required signatures. The first one was a letter from her relatives. The second package contained Lisa's ashes. The letter requested our wives remain so that they may hold a memorial service and funeral in her hometown of Florida. If Alex didn't want to make arrangements where he resided, they must have called someone. He realized the letter didn't include any apologies for covering for Lisa. This fact made his subsequent decision easier. He hired a teenage girl from the neighborhood to babysit and left. The girls were telling the babysitter about their Disney trip, including showing off their new belongings and images on the tablet. Alex then drove to a nearby national park carrying Lisa's ashes in a sack over his shoulder. Alex went to one of the park's remote regions. Instead of restrooms, it had cinder-block pit toilets. He snapped a photo as he emptied the ashes into the toilet. On our way back to the car, he pondered going to therapy, but the truth was that he was no longer angry. Well, in the first, not angry enough to hit anyone. Destroying a reputation was something altogether else. He shared a video on social media of himself dropping the ashes into the toilet, along with an explanation. Later he pondered if the National Park Service would charge him for contaminating the latrine. If so, he'd cheerfully pay it if he never contacted her family. But he read in the media that there was a memorial service in Jacksonville without him or his daughters. He informed the girls that their mother had an accident while she was away and would not be coming back. They took it exactly as he intended. Fortunately, they had amazing kindergarten teachers who guided and supported them. The life insurance payout was satisfactory. Lisa had more insurance than Alex had expected. The insurance money made it easier for him to adjust his work schedule. He believed his daughters needed more fresh air, particularly at playgrounds. With a large number of children and attractive young mothers, many of whom were sympathetic to his tragic situation. He omitted the bit regarding Lisa's infidelity. He sought sympathy, not pity. The girl began to receive invitations to numerous play dates to which the mothers would invite their attractive single friends. Alex began to see the road forward. Alex never met Emily Brown in person, though they did talk on the phone from time to time. Here is the next story. Everything came to light by accident, as so things do. I'd come home from work feeling bad and was resting on the couch in the family room, eyes closed. I had just parked the automobile in the garage. It was a cool day, so I closed the garage door behind me after pulling in. My wife didn't realize I was home when she pulled into the driveway, since she had parked her car outside the garage. She and her sister Rachel entered through the front door and headed into the kitchen. They couldn't see me lying on the sofa because it faced the path from the door to the family room. I was going to get up and declare my presence, but when I lifted my head, I became so nauseous that I sank back down on the sofa till the feeling subsided. Meanwhile, I hardly heard their chat in the kitchen. I gathered that my wife had dropped by our house on her way to drop off Rachel to show her a new dress she had purchased for their yearly trip to Chicago, which they have done for the past 3 years. The two of them went on a weekend excursion from her hometown of Indianapolis to Chicago to see a show and art exhibits. Rachel's husband, Michael, and I would stay at home and watch the kids while they were away. We felt they worked hard caring for our preschool children during the year and we could afford to give them a weekend off from their obligations. By the way, my wife's name is Laura and I'm Tom. We have 2 children, Ethan 5 and Lucas 2. Laura and I had been married for 7 years and I was a middle management at a large logistics firm. We were able to live quite comfortably on my salary. My wife is an extremely active woman who has worked hard to preserve her physique after 2 children. We have sex frequently and thoroughly enjoy each other. I thought we were the perfect pair and had the ideal marriage. Carr lives a few blocks away and we spend much of our time together as families and friends. Rachel was a somewhat younger version of my wife and they were almost inseparable. They have a 3-year-old daughter named Melissa. I lay there quietly waiting for my nausea to pass. I could hear Rachel raving about the dress my wife was showing her. Oh my goodness. It is a stunning dress. Did Tom see it? Does he know you're taking it on the trip? No, if he witnessed that he may become suspicious. So do not say anything. Lisa is going to really enjoy it. Who the hell is Lisa? I believed my sickness had subsided, but I still lay there waiting to hear more. Are you going to pack something for work? My wife asked who the hell is Mark. I pondered again. I've kept some special lingerie secret from Michael, which will definitely turn him on. Rachel said I have some special lingerie that Tom hasn't seen before. Lisa will undoubtedly be energized by this, good God. I assumed they were having affairs and it seems like they know these guys well. The ramifications of what I was hearing left me surprised and shocked. Who were these individuals and how long and how frequently had they met? As they continued to speak, my mind began to whirl from everything I had heard so far. Are you planning to take your birth control tablets again this year? Yes, Lisa. I only wanted one child. It's fortunate that he and Tom resemble Tom's mother. You can believe Lucas is a fitting picture of Tom. My God. My God. I felt as if I had been kicked in the gut and my nausea was hitting me like a sledgehammer. I strained to hang on to my heating stomach. I wanted to puke so badly that bile was pushing its way up my throat. Fortunately, they decided to depart at that moment, allowing Laura to accompany Rachel home. I jumped up from the hook and dashed downstairs to find John as they closed the front door. I barely got to the toilet as I stuck my head in the toilet and let out the puke. It entered my mouth. Thankfully the lid was on. I must have picked up everything, but I still got the dry heaves when I was done. It took me a second to understand that I needed proof of any infidelity and that I needed to leave the house before Laura returned urgently. I sprayed some air freshener in the restroom, grabbed my jacket and dashed into the garage. I got into my car, opened the garage door and drove down the street, closing the door behind me. I drove to a neighboring mall parking lot and sat in my car, contemplating what I was going to do. I considered calling my brother-in-law Michael and telling him what I'd heard, but my head was swirling in denial that Laura was unfaithful to me. Lucas might not be my son. I felt nauseous, but my rage was rising as I thought about a liaison with a guy named Lisa. What the hell am I going to tell Michael about Rachel and Mark? I needed legal help immediately, quickly to figure out what my choices were in the event that this ended in divorce. The girls were leaving on their trip and I had a lot of ground to cover. Using my cell phone for several days, I called my friend golfing partner, high school pal and personal lawyer Jerry Matthews, and asked his secretary, Helen, if I could see him as soon as possible. Helen recognized me and could tell from my voice that something was amiss, so she asked if I could come into his office in 15 minutes. I answered affirmatively and drove the few blocks swiftly. Helen took one glance at me and shouted, Tom, you look like hell. Helen, I just got some horrible news and I believe I'm coming down with something. Is he available now? I asked yes. Go right in, she said, wringing her hands in anxiety as she stared at me. I rushed up to the pastor, knocked once and entered Jerry's inner sanctuary. Jerry stood up as I entered and motioned me to a chair in front of his desk. What's going on, Tom? Jerry, you look dreadful. I've just been dealt a double whammy when I thought I'd be able to recuperate. What about the others at the moment? I have my doubts. Tell me about it, he asked as he sat down. First, let me warn you. I believe I'm coming down with something. And second, I believe I have a problem with Laura. I need some advice. Okay. The first should not be an issue. I've had my flu shot and any situation with Laura is unthinkable. I've known you both since you got married and I've never seen a more perfect couple. Tell me about it anyway. When I heard about Jerry that afternoon, I felt a connection. I can't imagine Rachel would do anything like that. And it's incredible if Laura purposefully created a child with another man. What do you believe you want to do? You desire a divorce, or do you believe you can work around the child and her infidelity at this time? I'm not sure how I could forgive her. I don't handle divorces, but I can put you in touch with an excellent divorce lawyer who will guide you through the process. If it is your wish, you'll need proof. Aside from what you've heard about adultery, particularly Lucas's paternity. Do you want me to call him and schedule an appointment? Please do. I suppose the magnitude of what I was about to do dawned on me. Jerry stared at me, sadly, as he buzzed. Helen, could you please get Sam Ridley on the phone? Oh God, no, I heard Helen exclaim. But Jerry was instantly linked. Sam, hello. It's Jerry. Do you have time to speak with a good buddy of mine regarding a situation he is having? Jerry paused to listen before turning to me. How about tomorrow morning at 9:00 in Sam's office, which is in the same building? It's getting late in the day now. Okay. I will be there. I nodded. I would recommend that you go home right now and try not to tell Laura there is an issue. This may not turn out to be what you expect, and you may cause permanent damage to your marriage. You're correct. I need to control myself till I'm certain. Thank you for your help, Jerry. We stood and he grabbed my hand. I'm very sorry about this, Tom. You and Laura have always been my closest buddies. We had known one another for a long time. Your anguish is mine. Thank you again, Jerry. I'll get in touch and let you know what happens. Helen glanced at me with tears in her eyes on my way out. I'm so sorry. Tom, thank you, Helen. When I arrived home that evening, it was approximately my usual workday arrival time, so Laura didn't notice any difference in my arrival time. However, she immediately complimented on my attractiveness. Tom, honey, you look dreadful. Are you not feeling well? I gritted my teeth. I wanted to lash out at her to harm her in the same way that the prospect of her possible unfaithfulness upset me. However, I said I believe I'm coming down with something. Then I added viciously, though with a fake smile, I hope to be better in a few days, so you can still go on your outing. I could tell she was disturbed by the concept, but she immediately recovered. Oh, you probably have a little case of the flu. You should feel better by Friday. I hope so. Right now, I just want to lay down. So can I postpone dinner until later? Sure. Honey, go put on your jammies and go to bed. Why haven't you left work earlier? I tried, but I was too busy at work. I lied. Take a couple of aspirin and I'll come up in a bit to check on you. Today's once a week. Childcare was enjoyable for the children. Rachel and I went shopping as usual when I spotted the most adorable pair of sandals, but they did not have my size, so I did not purchase anything. My head was numb from illness and despair as I walked upstairs to her bedroom. I didn't want to be near the kids, so I left them alone in the family room to play. I couldn't look at Lucas. Yet, oh God, what if he was not my son? What would I do? I remember Jen had gone on the outing 3 years before. She had prohibited intercourse between us the week before and week after the occurrence, claiming she had an infection. She purposely had sex with him in order to have his child. It was difficult to accept the extent of her betrayal. I didn't feel any better or more determined until the following morning. It was merely a 24-hour flu, but the sun's remembrance of what I had heard the previous afternoon made me unhappy. I looked at Laura, who was asleep next to me. She appeared so serene and innocent that I had difficulty seeing her with another man. But I realized I had to prepare myself for that possibility. I went into the bathroom, had a shower, and got ready for another day at work. I had a cup of coffee and left the house before Laura arrived downstairs. I heard her upstairs with the children. They always got up early, but I couldn't face them yet. I ate breakfast at Denny's before heading to work early to focus on my task. Around 8:30 a.m. I went in and informed my supervisor that I would be taking a couple of hours of personal time that morning. He simply nodded, acknowledging it. "How do you feel this morning? You didn't seem too good. When you left here early yesterday." He asked. "I will be fine, Jack. That could take some time to get over that." I said he was talking about my illness, but my thoughts were on Laura. At 9:00 a.m., I arrived at Sam's door and he escorted me into his office before closing it as she departed. Sam had an informal arrangement of easy chairs around the low table, and when we greeted each other, he motioned for me to sit in one of them and took the one across from me in our job. He remarked, "I find it easier to call my clients, since divorce is a highly emotional matter that necessitates a great deal of personal commitment. I have some decaf coffee if you're interested, so why don't you tell me about it? We'll take it from there." I poured myself a cup of his coffee and began my narrative. When I finished, he paused for a bit and inquired, "Do you love your wife?" I believed I loved her more than life itself, but when I think about what she might have done to me, I feel cold, empty and enraged. It's as if she's someone I no longer know, the stranger. I keep hope that this is a horrible dream and I'll wake up and everything will be okay. I also have to consider the children in all of this. They are my primary concern, so I believe we have to find out for sure if she's committing adultery. If what you've heard is correct, we'll decide whether to proceed with the divorce. We will need to engage an investigator to look into what your wife is doing in Chicago this weekend. This could be costly, so I would propose involving your brother-in-law to split the costs. If this is accurate, it appears that we can accomplish two things at once pretty much, and I believe we need to conduct some DNA tests to determine the paternity of your children. I would propose that your brother-in-law do the same thing, but you can discuss it with him when you meet him. We need to schedule another appointment with him in attendance. I don't want to involve Michael before our ladies depart on their outing. I'm having problems relating to Laura, as I generally do. I could blame my unusual behavior on the sickness, but if I tell Michael and he starts acting strangely around Rachel, they might suspect something. Okay? This makes sense. Could you please send me your wife's itinerary so that I can provide it to the investigator? I'll need the hotel's name and, if possible, a room number reserved. I believe they make the same reservation every year, so I'll get it for you, along with whatever itinerary they have. They fly in and take cabs or shuttle buses when they arrive. Okay? That will make it easy to keep track of them. Next, you need to secure your finances. Do you want to understand what I mean by that? I guess I've got an idea. You must defend your possessions. We must presume right now that what you heard is correct. So anywhere your wife has access to joint accounts, credit cards, etc., consider transferring the beneficiaries of your insurance products to your children. It has been said that when a spouse learns of an approaching split, they run and clear out all accounts. If nothing goes wrong, you can always change it back. You can be as generous as you like with your joint bank account to help her get by until she gets worse or a new place to live. I'll leave that up to you. When you speak with your brother-in-law, you can also let him know that when we meet down to discuss a divorce settlement, we can ask for a share of both of your assets. I'll start on us today, but then I hope everything turns out to be a false alarm for you. But if what you've heard is correct, you should be able to win custody of your oldest son without difficulty. Okay. Thank you. Sam, I will get that itinerary for you by tomorrow. After leaving Sam's office, I went straight to the bank and closed all of our joint savings and CB accounts, transferring the funds to an account in my name only. I left €1 in our joint checking account and shifted the remainder to my savings account. I then phoned my stockbroker and transferred our funds to my personal account. He was a little anxious about what that meant, but I didn't explain it. I wanted to deactivate our credit cards, but I was concerned that if a charge was deemed mine while they were in Chicago, it might alert them. So I decided to wait to hear from the investigator. Then I returned to the office and concentrated on my job until it was time to leave. I couldn't stomach my meal. I wasn't sure if it was the flu's residual effects or my wife's ideas. Images of her having sex with another guy flashed through my head, and my anger and stress levels rose. I knew I needed to keep myself under control. When I arrived home that evening, I pretended to be unwell all the time. Laura appeared concerned. "Why didn't you stay at home today? You should not have gone to work at all." "I did not want to give it to you or the kids. If you received it, you may be unable to attend your outing with Rachel this weekend," I said, waiting for a response. "You could be correct. Maybe you should sleep in the guest room tonight until you're feeling better." I suggested, making sure our weekend plans with her partner were disrupted. It was going to be really tough to resist from telling her I suspected anything for the next few days. Instead of watching TV, I ate some food. I went to the computer and checked my email. While I was there, I checked to see what emails she was receiving on her account and discovered she had changed her password. I looked around for a while and discovered a new password, machine's name and birth date. When I opened it, I hit the jackpot: a series of emails from someone with the username on William. I copied them into a separate file to print. Later I read a few to confirm what I was hoping for. No indication of her cheating. They must have communicated to plan this weekend. They might be on the phone when I'm at work too. The majority of their plans had been determined before this, so I didn't expect to discover much more. If I tapped the phone in my lips, the emails would serve as a sufficient written record of their plans. Now I'd have to wait the next day. I faxed a copy of the itinerary to Sam and attempted to continue working as usual, but it was really difficult. My supervisor and secretary were aware that something was wrong, but they only asked whether I was still sick. I merely told them it was difficult to shake and carried on working. I printed off Laura's emails for further information, and after reading them and mailing copies to Sam, I learned that they had been gathering for this annual outing for years, with Lisa and Mark registered in one room and Laura and Rachel in an adjoining one. This allowed the lovers to share a room while remaining intimate. They reserved the same rooms every year, so I passed on the room numbers to Sam as requested. I also discovered that Lisa and Mark were married and resided in Milwaukee. They attended the annual Shockwaves boat show at the same time each year, leaving their wives at home to care for the children. Finally, it was Friday. Laura and Rachel planned to go to the airport around midday and leave it there until they returned. On Sunday, I got up and went downstairs to the kitchen. Laura was there making coffee and preparing a bacon and egg brunch. Normally I just ate cereal, so I assumed this was something special. This morning, I would want to serve you a wonderful breakfast anyway before I leave. I worry about you haven't been eating properly all week. That must be really holding on. I'm sorry we haven't been intimate this week, and I appreciate your efforts to protect me and the children. I greatly appreciate it. When I return on Sunday, you should be feeling better, and I will express my gratitude then. Laura stated thanks, John. I said I'd be looking forward to it and kissed her on the cheek. She appeared happy. Don't forget to return home by noon today, and you'll need to begin your babysitting chores so we can travel to the airport. No, I didn't forget. I growled back temporarily, forgetting the need to maintain control, but the weight of my thoughts about what she intended to do this weekend was getting to me. What is the problem? Tell me, you angry at me for some reason? No, I was simply clearing my throat. There must have been some phlegm, I said, smiling innocently. She stared at me strangely for a while, but I kept my face calm and attentive. As she resumed her conversation after breakfast, I put on my suit jacket, grabbed my briefcase and went to the garage. Aren't you going to kiss me goodbye before leaving? She inquired, gazing at me. Oddly again, I knew I needed to go all out or she'd suspect something. So I spun around, dropped the briefcase, took her into my arms and kissed her on the lips. My stomach was queasy, but I ignored it as I tried to persuade her of my unwavering love and loyalty. It must have worked, because when I stepped away, she said, "Wow, Honey, maybe you want to stay at home this morning and we'll have our Sunday sex today. I'd enjoy that. I would like to, sweetheart, but if I'm going to take a half day off I have to get to work. I responded. I gave her another kiss on the cheek. I grabbed my briefcase again and headed to the garage. She was smiling when I left, so I hope she is no longer suspicious. If she wanted to be the lovely wife, I could play the loving husband for a little longer. I got home from work about noon and Jan had lunch ready for me. I ate and chatted with her as she gathered her belongings at the door. I hope you girls will behave themselves, I informed her as jovially as I could. We always do, honey, but there are always some attractive hunks to gaze at. She joked back, as long as it's only gazing. I responded, but with a serious tone. You know it would kill me if you decided to mess around. I don't think I could handle it. Laura looked stunned for a moment before smiling. You know, Tom, I've always been faithful to you, and that will not change. I know, but you're an attractive woman who gets touched on periodically, and I know that a stay-at-home mom becomes intelligent. I said, looking at her suddenly pale face. She hugged me, and as Rachel jumped up front to announce her presence, she gave me a short kiss on the lips before turning away. I thought I noticed a right turn as I scooped up her bags and followed her out the door to Rachel's car. Minutes later I saw the automobile drive down the street and we waved goodbye, maybe for the final time after feeding the kids. I called Michael and said I'd be over in a minute. He confirmed that he would be there, so I gathered the kids and drove the few blocks to his house, bringing a copy of Jan's emails with me when I arrived. Michael had just finished feeding Melissa. He greeted me warmly as I entered with Ethan and Lucas. Hello everyone, he greeted us. Come into the family room and we'll watch a DVD with the children. I'm not going to stay long, but we need to talk. Let the kids play in the family room. He looked at me perplexed and ushered the kids into the family room. What up? So what do you have there? He inquired, pointing to the stack of emails I held in my hand. These are for you to read, I informed him as we sat at the kitchen table. First, this certain one I was in the first or second year of junior high school. I think I was about 13 years old. I grew up in the countryside. I have something very awful to tell you, so try to remain cool. What is the matter? Are you terminal or something? No, I wish it were, but it might end marriages. Michael grew pale and remained silent as I spoke to him. I told him about the conversation I had overheard between our spouses a few days earlier, and then gave him the emails to read. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, he kept stating, as he reviewed the emails, which corroborated what I had told him. I realized how heartbreaking this was for him, because I knew he adored Laura as much as I do. January, when he finished reading, he cried and lowered his head to the table. Following that, I informed him about Sam and the Chicago investigator, what I'd done thus far with our finances, and that I was on my way to a clinic in town to have samples taken from the kids and myself in order to determine paternity by DNA. I asked if he wanted to go with me. He was shocked. Up until that point, he had not considered the possibility that Melissa was not his daughter. He abruptly sprang up and dashed into the restroom, and I heard him bringing up his lunch in the dry heaves that followed, which was similar to my reaction many days previously, but mine was accompanied by the flu, so I'm not sure what triggered my reaction. Now I knew after calming down, he stated he'd join us. He didn't seem well as we gathered the kids and loaded them into our car for the ride to the clinic. They were quite professional and simply used swabs to collect saliva from each of us. I asked them to also take a blood test on my children so that I could keep track of our blood types. They said they'd email us the results by following Wednesday. After we left the facility, we traveled to Michael's bank where he made the necessary changes to his accounts. He decided to call his broker and insurance agent from his house phone. On the way back, I inquired if he wanted to come to our place for the weekend. I told him I didn't believe you should be alone. He paused for a moment and said all right, but asked to stop by his house to pick up a few items for a weekend stay. After that we drove back home. The kids had no idea what we were going through. I was relieved that their lives will soon be interrupted and we should strive to keep them uninformed for as long as possible. Michael and I sat in the kitchen and discussed what we were going to do with our spouses. After years of betrayal, we decided to stay quiet after they returned and await the investigators' findings and the results of the DNA testing before deciding our next step. I knew we have to have some sex with our spouses to clear up any concerns, but I wasn't sure whether I'd be able to respond to Laura and develop an erection. Michael mentioned that you might have the same problem, but he stated he had some Viagra samples at home. His doctor had prescribed him for an issue he experienced a few months back. This should do the trick. I promised him I'd pick up a couple when I left him and Melissa off at their house on Sunday. We had a quiet weekend together every evening. Jen and Rachel called and we pretended to be delighted to hear from them. They were glad Michael and the kids were spending the weekend together. Jen mentioned that it would be excellent to plan for the next year or two. I assumed yes, there would be a next year. Sunday afternoon, before they arrived home, I drove Michael and Melissa home and picked up a few Viagra pills. Then I went back home to wait until January, around 400 p.m. I heard a honk from the front and walked up to assist Janine with her bags. She was all smiles and appeared really pleased to see me. I reasoned, what the hell? If she can act pleased, I can act happy as well and give a comparable reply. The kids were delighted to see their mother and she spent a significant amount of time with them. While I brought her luggage into our bedroom and emptied them, I observed a bag of her filthy laundry, largely her own. I held my breath as I examined the crotch of 2 pairs of panties, but there was no obvious trace of sperm. I didn't think this signified anything, because if she had taken them off for sex after returning to her room in the evening, she might not have put them back on. I sighed slowly and rejoined my family. We went out to eat as a family that evening later. After the kids were in bed, she approached me in the family room and took my hand, taking me up to her room. Why don't you undress? She questioned me with a beautiful smile before turning and going into the bathroom. When she returned, I pretended I was already asleep. Nothing was happening to her. I began to plot vengeance if I received the evidence from the investigator, as I hoped. The next morning I received a call from Sam at work, who confirmed that the investigator had obtained video and photographic images of Laura with Lisa and Rachel with Mark. He would finish his report and deliver it to Sam's office along with copies of the filming by Wednesday. It sounded like Wednesday might be a big day. I felt unwell again, but this time it wasn't because of the flu. He then said he wanted to meet with Michael and me to discuss our plans. I assured him that I would phone Michael and get back to him. I called Michael at work and explained what Sam had informed me about the investigator's report and his request for a meeting. I could hear Michael crying and it took him a little bit to free himself from the control. Finally, we decided that we'd acquire the DNA test results on Wednesday and meet with Sam Thursday morning. I contacted Sam back and scheduled Thursday for €9 and meet with him. Over the week Jen did not offer any more sex and I didn't want to press it. Michael and I met in Sam's office off on Thursday morning and it appeared like he was ready to give a video presentation, as there was a TV set up in the alcove near his desk. We said nothing after shaking hands anyway. Just the chairs in front of the TV and you said you'd display it without sound, unless we wanted to listen. We both agreed to watch the initial viewing without sound, with no additional conversation. He switched on the television and began the video. The camera must have been positioned up high above the bed. As we looked down and seen a naked man I didn't recognize get onto the bed and lie on his back. He didn't appear any larger than me. The sharpness of the image suggested that the camera must have been highly expensive. A few moments later, a woman dressed in a black short nightie stepped onto the bed and straddled his legs. I immediately knew her as January. I was immediately nauseated and dashed into Sam's restroom to abandon my breakfast. I saw it was the same nail she had worn for her sex session on Sunday evening. Sam had stopped the tape and started after I returned. Jen then fell on her back on the bed and he mounted her in the missionary position. Sam abruptly interrupted the audio and the sound of their heavy breathing filled the room. Jen could be heard gasping. "I'm really thrilled. We could do this once a year. Lisa, if I couldn't let my hair down once, I'd go mad at home. I love my husband, but I don't believe he would respect me if I did. I do these things with you." "I feel the same way." Jen Lisa gasped back. Sam said, "I thought you should hear that," as he turned off the audio. We continue to watch as they go through a couple more orgasms and then Sam plays another DVD and we see Rachel and her boyfriend go through almost the identical scenario until it is ended. Sam turned off the television and turned to face us. "What is your pleasure? Gentlemen, do you wish to proceed with the divorce, Sam? We've discussed it and we want you to go ahead and prepare the papers. But don't serve them until we tell you. We also want Lisa and Mark's full names and addresses. We'd like to provide their wives copies of the report and the video." "Okay. I will get the paperwork started today." The investigator's written report included the names and addresses of your wife's boyfriends. I'll send you copies before you go, as well as a copy of the video to use as you choose. So what about your children's paternity? We stopped at the clinic on our way over to get the DNA report. I have one additional copy for you. Lucas isn't my son. Sorry to say, but I'd like to find a way to adopt him. You'll need the father's approval to accomplish it. I understand, but can we use some leverage to force him to sign away his paternal rights to Lucas? I was considering filing a lawsuit against my wife's lover to obtain child support for the 3 years since his birth. If you agree to allow me to adopt, he will not be liable for future child support. That would work. You could even sue them for alienation of affection. Also use that as a bargaining tool. I believe we would prefer to pursue such possibilities. Have you approached your wives with any of this yet? Sam asked. No, we plan to do it tonight. We are getting together for dinner, all right. Here are copies of the report and video. I will deal with this matter as you have instructed. I'm so sorry that happened. After leaving Sam's office, we went to an audio-video store and made extra copies of the movie. I picked up a wiretap recorder while I was there, which I planned to install that weekend. We then went to King to make extra copies of the report. We ordered huge shipping envelopes, addressed them to Lisa and Mark's wives, and express shipped them overnight to their Milwaukee homes. Each envelope contained a small handwritten message that explained who we were and how to contact us, or Sam, if necessary, back at work. I told my supervisor that I was going to take a few days off, starting the next day to take care of some problems at home. My work was up to date and my staff knew how to contact me while I was away, so he had no problem with my request while at work the rest of the day. I called our credit card providers to cancel out joint cards, opening one in my name exclusively. Then I canceled Jane's self-owned and shipped her a only mail account from my workplace computer. I discovered one email to Lisa from Monday morning, stating that she had arrived home safely and was looking forward to next year. Lisa did not respond. For the remainder of the day, I spent time putting bits of the video and images from the report into my computer and created a web page for it. I included other information, such as times and dates, as well as a copy of the report online and the children's DNA tests. When I was finished, I stored the results in a secure file and left for the day. When I arrived home, Michael, Rachel, and Melissa were already present. After pouring drinks for everyone, Michael and I moved into the family room, leaving our wives in the kitchen to prepare dinner. Is everything ready? Michael asked. I only need to load one of the videos into the player and we'll be set after dinner. I stood up, took a copy of the video from my briefcase and inserted it into the DVD player. I returned and sat down, raising my glass to Michael. He returned the salute. Following a pleasant family dinner, we moved to the family room after sending the kids into a bedroom to watch their favorite show. Sponge Michael SquarePants. I said that I had a film to show everyone. The spouses stared at me both expectantly and perplexed. This isn't dirty, is it? Tom inquired. You promised me you wouldn't bring any X-rated items into this house. Honey, it's a family issue. It is informative and demonstrates how a family may be ruined. I said. She only nodded skeptically as I began to play the video. The first bit about the bed in the middle of the room appeared, followed by a picture of a nude Lisa going on the bed. Jen had not recognized the man when she exploded. You told me it was X-rated. I told you it was educational, I said. Then Jen appeared on the screen. Oh my God. Oh my God. She yelled. How did you get them? She had turned as white as paste as we saw her get on the bed. Take Lisa in her mouth and bring on the climax. Jen and Carla both wailed and cried. Turn it off. Turn it off. I do not want to watch Rachel cry. Don't worry, Rachel. It's only just started. Michael yelled at his wife. We have a video of you both. They were both shocked, screaming and wailing. The kids had come racing to see what was wrong, but we had to send them back to their bedrooms before they saw anything. Jen finally let out a gasp. Please turn it off. Tom, please. We need to talk. I compassionately switched it off, leaving them sobbing and hiding their tear-stained faces in shame. Tell us about it. Girls, tell us why you intended to betray us like that. We trusted you and that trust is now gone. How do you intend to re-establish our trust? You broke your marriage vows. How will you turn for that? I do not want to hear any. I apologize, or I could explain, because nothing you can say will alleviate the agony you've caused us. We only want to know how you intend to regain our faith, or our marriages end and we get divorced with these films. We will obtain custody of the children while providing you with the bare minimum of financial gratification. So, if you believe your marriages are worth surviving, tell us how you intend to avoid losing trust in them. I do not know. I do not know. Jen wailed, looking at me beseeching like, you're my love. I assumed it was simply an innocent flirtation once per year. No one would get wounded. I'm your love. Am I, this in the thirst side, with someone who professes to love her husband, decide to go out and get impregnated by another man? Tell me, my darling. Oh God, you understand. Jen yelled and sobbed again. Rachel was still sobbing, but she looked at her sister with compassion. Michael, I advise you, take Rachel and Melissa home and devise your own marriage salvation plan. Jen and I have a lot more to work out than you do. Jen remained huddled on the sofa in a fetal position, screaming and wailing in intense sorrow as I saw Michael and his family approach the door. Rachel looked away from me as she departed, her tear-stained face covered in makeup and mascara. I didn't even recognize her, as I gave Michael a brotherly hug and left. I returned to the family room and chased the kids back into the bedroom. They were becoming anxious that something was severely wrong in our family. So I decided to take them over to my parents for the night. We're excited to go. The grandparents usually treated them, which they liked. Spending the night would be a great occasion. I went back into the family room and informed Jen that I was taking the kids to my parents for the night. I'll be back in approximately half an hour, so you have that time to decide what you do to make up for your infidelity, or whether you believe this marriage with access to the kids is worth it. The only reason I'm considering letting you stay for a bit is because of the kids. I haven't thought about Lucas as of now. He is my son. In terms of the future, I'm not sure if they both need a mother, and you're still the best candidate for the job right now. I'll determine whether I want to divorce. If you protest, I'll produce a video. The DNA test results and investigators' findings are made public, including to your parents and siblings in our church community. You'll no longer live in this community. Think about it. She didn't acknowledge me and kept sobbing even louder. I packed the kids in their jammies and toothbrushes and drove them to my parents. They lived about 15 minutes away and were shocked to see us, but I explained that Jen and I like a little quiet. My father winked at me and said we understand. Son, take as long as you like, you don't look very well. Though I will be okay, Dad. When I got back home, the house was quiet. She wasn't in the family room, so I went to her bedroom. I discovered her there, gathering her personal stuff and transporting them to the guest room. I just glanced at her and replied, "Well," she looked like death warmed over and was still sobbing as she tried to gasp out this marriage. "You and my children are more important to me than anything in the world. I'm not going to apologize or explain what I did, because you requested me not to, why I allowed myself to become pregnant by him. I can't even explain it to myself. I will stay if you allow me. I recognize I need to leave our marriage bed until you decide. You want me back. I won't keep my body from. You can have me whenever you want. I know you can take revenge on me by sleeping with someone else, and I cannot stop you. It will hurt me just as much as I have harmed you. I'll do whatever you desire, agree to any terms you want in order to stay here with you and your children. I recognize that if I decided to get divorced, it would be the end of me. I thank you for providing me the opportunity to redeem myself." That was quite the speech. January, now shut up and listen. You might not realize the conditions. I'll have to let you stay here and you may eventually wish to go. But I desire vengeance so badly that I can taste it. I've been in agony since I discovered the truth only 10 days ago. However, your suffering may last for years. I hope you think I have time. I will tell you my terms tomorrow." I told her, then turned and returned downstairs later alone in bed. I could hear her sobbing throughout the night in the guest room. I wanted to go console her, but thinking about what she had done made me so angry that I couldn't bring myself to go to her. She would have to complete her atonement the next morning. I awoke early, showered and dressed casually. It was Saturday and we were having relatives around today, but I wanted to sit down and write out the terms of our new marriage contract in black and white so that I could receive John's approval. When she got up, I sat in the kitchen for nearly an hour, writing, crossing out, and eventually reaching a final draft. I waited until 10:00 before going up and waking January. I invited her to join me downstairs in the kitchen after she had finished cleaning up. She stared at me and nodded, so I left. I heard the shower start soon after, and within half an hour she was sitting at the kitchen table with me. I want you to know that I have seriously considered this and have tried not to allow my need for vengeance overtake me and led me to do anything I would regret. I'm not sure if I still love you, but I sincerely surely hope you stay the course so I can find out I really miss my former wife." She glanced at me with a feeble smile and a hopeful expression. "Oh, Tom, I still want to be your wife again and put everything behind us, but I realize I have a lot to make up for." "Yes, you do. And here's what you'll have to do to compensate for it." Then I began reading over my list of conditions. First, you will never speak with another man alone again. I hope that means you won't be alone with the pizza deli person or the meter reader. Second, there will be no more solo visits to anywhere. I do not care if your mother is dying and you want to see her. If I am not available to accompany you or someone I trust, you do not go. Third, you shall notify me every time you leave the house, including where you are going and how long you will be gone, the purpose of the journey. Please notify me when you return home. Fourth, you won't have credit cards or a cell phone. I've already canceled those. Fifth, you will make yourself available for sex rather than for love 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If I tell you to do something in bed, there will be no holding back. You will do it. If you can help, Lisa, you can do it for me. Do you get that? Yes, I do understand. I've always wanted to do it to you, but I was frightened of losing your respect. Well, I have lost all respect for you. Was it worthwhile? She sobbed. This condition is necessary because of what you did to me also. Sixth, you'll always treat me with respect. You'll be a joyful, obedient wife and mother. Seventh, you will notify me every time you speak or communicate with a man, whether on the phone, in a chat room, or by email. I will have ways to check this. So please be truthful and honest with me. 8. You will sign adoption paperwork allowing me to adopt if I choose to. 9th, you will communicate with Rachel in person or by other means for no more than 1 hour every week. I'm not sure who influenced your affair, but I suspect it was you, Michael Dees, that we need to keep you two apart. 10th, you will be given a clothing stipend, but any new clothes you purchase will require my approval. I will not let you spend the money I work for on sexy attire for a lover. That's another sore point for me, and that's about it. Do you have any comments or concerns about these terms? Punishment for violating any of these requirements will be proportionate to the transgression. None. I accept them without reservation. They are more tolerant than I would have been. Our role were reversed. Think you'll have to get Sean's natural father to sign off on too. I am aware of this, and we are attempting to obtain the necessary signature. You should understand that your lover and Rachel are not getting off easy on this. Copies of the investigator's report on the video CD have been provided to their wives. We will also sue them for alienation of affection. If your friend does not consent to the adoption, he will be sued for both back and future child support. I believe you will sign the documents and agree not to try to see or contact Lucas until after his 21st birthday. Oh my God, you will ruin him. Do you still have feelings for him? Furthermore, you should have considered the long-term consequences of your relationship with him and the birth of his child. She closed her eyes. It was just so simple. We didn't consider about getting caught, but you did. I had a nasty dream dreaming about Jane and Lisa. It appeared that they were laughing at me while having sex. I awakened in a rage. My clothes soaked from the sweat that flowed off me. I must have made a noise because Jane came hurrying up and asked, "Are you okay?" I was still in a wrath. I reacted gruffly. "Yes, I am all right. Leave me alone. I apologize." She said this as she exited the room the next morning. I got up, washed, prepared for an early church service, and knocked on Jane's door. I stated that we would leave for church in 1 hour. Then I went and started getting the kids ready. We were all prepared to leave on time and resume our daily schedule, as is customary after church. We went to IHOP for breakfast. Then we returned home for a quiet afternoon. I watched the football game. Jem worked on a crossword puzzle and the kids played with their toys. The only thing out of the ordinary was when I went out to the garage at halftime to install the wiretap recorder. I would now be able to monitor Jem when I wasn't at home. Another unusual occurrence was a phone call I received from his wife that afternoon. "Tom, I want to thank you for the package you sent me. It was quite informative and I intend to use it in divorce proceedings against my husband. Is once a year adultery enough grounds?" I asked. It wasn't just once a year. We've been playing for years. I now have documentation to dump him and make him pay. Thank you. Could you do something for me in exchange? Sure. Give it a name. I'd like to collect the sample from your husband for DNA testing. I have a pattern issue here. Whatever you submit must be identified or validated as coming from your husband. Consider it finished. Give me a few days. Thanks so much. Thank you. You are aware that my husband's friend Mark will also be appearing in court for divorce, don't you? He was playing about the same time as my husband. No, I had not heard that. Thank you for this information. Then he signed off. I went in search of Jen and found her in the family room with the kids. She glanced at me quizzically. She knew she shouldn't have asked who had called, but I chose to inform her and inflict her additional grief over her lover, who was Lisa's wife. She is divorcing him. Mark's wife is also divorcing him. She turned pale and hung her head. It appears that I proceeded. They were full, and errors in the documents I delivered them provided their wives with enough evidence to dump them. It will be quite pricey for them. They'll be working the rest of their wives to compensate for their mistakes with their lawyers. Lisa is in serious jeopardy due to my paternity action against him. Jane instantly leapt up and hurried out of the room, sobbing. Later she returned and apologized for leaving so quickly. It was just that I felt overwhelmed by the responsibility for ending to other marriages and potentially a third. It wasn't because I harbored affections for him. I simply gazed at her. I didn't think anything further needed to be stated. So we began a period of atonement. In order to better monitor Jane's whereabouts and communications, I purchased an audio recorder that captured voice-activated signals from small transmitters that concealed. I hid the recorder in the garage alongside the phone tape recorder and 3 transmitters throughout the home my visitors might activate them. It wasn't full coverage, but I believed it was enough to keep track of her. Our days dragged on and I could tell she was feeling the strain of having to follow my rules. Every day she appeared more haggard and drawn. It must have been difficult for me too, because my boss and secretary asked me to consult a doctor. They informed me that the fluid from earlier was hanging on for too long and that I should be tested for walking pneumonia. I understood what the problem was: mental illness. Our love life was purely for sex. There was no love in it. She responded to my violent desire to injure her, sometimes without complaint. I kept monitoring my recording devices every evening when I got home from work, but it was clear she wasn't speaking with anyone, as she normally would. She called me punctually every time she had to leave the house and supported as my requirements demanded. But the toll of being so severely limited bothered me. I hadn't understood how restricting they were or how loveless our marriage was. Now I realized we needed a change by the end of the first 30 days. We were both so anxious that we had a difficult time living together. Even the children noticed the strain which was harming them. They seemed strangely quiet and apprehensive. They looked at us with anxiety on their faces. They had a feeling their world was going to explode, and they were correct. Watching them and Jane made me cry. My circumstances and want for revenge were ruining the marriage and family I was attempting to salvage. Finally, on a Sunday afternoon when the kids were playing in the yard, I grabbed Jane's hand and brought her into the family room. "We need to talk." She seemed nervous as I pushed her down onto the sofa next to me. I handed her a manila envelope. She looked at me for a time expressionless, before breaking down and crying. I was reflecting on the rest of our life. "I love you, Jane, but I can't go on like this. I'm seeing you die a little each day, and I realized I can't keep on like this. The youngsters are also hurting. I've given it a lot of thought over the last few days, trying to appraise my sentiments towards you. For a long period I felt empty, and I don't think I love you anymore. I simply wanted to keep going for the sake of the kids. However, it is becoming increasingly clear that a split is imminent. I can't forgive you or get over your infidelity, and especially since Lucas is not my son. I want you to know that while I may never be able to forget what you did, I can attempt to forgive you. When I took the decision to forgive you, I felt much better about myself. The cause was my desire for self-preservation. I'm not sure whether that makes sense, but I hope it does. Oh, Tom, I believe I understand your rationale, and I know it was difficult to make your decision. I really love you. I wanted you back with me. I suppose it's what it is, and I have to live with it." Tom left the house the next morning, and I had a terrible time explaining to the kids that Mommy and Daddy needed to be apart. However, explaining to the rest of the family was not difficult. Her parents, particularly her mother, were quite hostile. We made it work somehow. Lisa is divorced and now lives in a modest condominium. He will pay his wife for the rest of his life, and she has no intention of marrying again. Rachel and Michael stayed married, but it was a loveless marriage. Every time I visit them at their home, I can sense the tension in the air. It's like a ticking time bomb. After much deliberation, Michael decided to give their relationship another shot and went to marriage counseling with Rachel. I'm not sure whether that will help. I never considered that for myself. I adopted John like a son. I couldn't bring myself to beg him not to address me as his father. I was his father since he was born. I never told him that he wasn't my son. I got divorced 5 months later, and as for our settlement, I didn't offer Laura anything. She never asked for anything. I granted her visitation rights, Laura began dating after a year, and 5 years later she married. I was invited, but I decided to let the kids attend. I never got married or dated again. For me, the experience was sufficient. I could not afford to go through that again. You may call me a coward, but it is preferable to be alone and love your children than to marry again and risk losing everything. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I returned home, looking forward to having dinner with my wife, only to receive a call from her saying she had a surprise for me that made me both excited and uneasy. She told me she had been discussing our relationship with her boss, Alex, and had been drawn to stories about submissive men. I thought it was just a playful spat between us until she revealed her intimate encounters with Alex in the office, which left me feeling shocked and betrayed. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I got home 15 minutes ago, was surprised to see that my wife Sarah wasn't there yet. She frequently stayed late at work a few times per week, but she usually arrived home before me and had dinner ready. When I walked through the door, I grabbed a beer and was about to call her about dinner plans, but she beat me to it. My cell phone rang. Hello, dear. Are you still at work? Yes, Daniel. But we are leaving now. I have a surprise for you that I think you will enjoy. At the least, I hope you will. I'm sure I will like it. We need to talk when I get home, so please be present and prepared to talk when I arrive. I'll be home in 20 minutes. Should I start dinner or go out to buy something? No, Daniel. We won't have time for that tonight. Perhaps later. No, Daniel. Just remember that I love you and only you. I can't wait to see you. I love you too. We will be waiting for you with open arms. My wife, Sarah, entered 20 minutes later, and I immediately noticed her disheveled appearance and wrinkled clothes. Her stockings were gone and her makeup and hair were a little unkempt. Sarah, you must have had a tough day. You look a little frazzled. What happened? Sarah quickly approached me, hugged me and looked into my eyes, whispering, Daniel, you know how much I love you and I know you love me and would do anything for me. Right. Of course. Sarah, maybe I won't kill for you, but I do almost everything else. So what happened? I can't wait to hear about the awkward situation you got yourself into. This time not like that. Daniel, please let me finish, and when I'm finished, you can ask me questions. You know how you usually let me make almost all of the decisions, and you're so kind and loving to me that you allow me to do almost anything I want. Well, I've been talking to my boss, Alex, about our relationship for the past few weeks, and he has some suggestions that seem reasonable to me. He made me read several stories about submissive men who enjoy dominating their women, and how this benefits their relationships. I must admit, Daniel, those stories were very erotic and sparked my imagination. Sarah, yes, I am kind to you and allow you to make your own decisions on issues that do not affect our lives or are not critical. But keep in mind that I make the final decision on which house and cars we buy, how we invest our money, and other major financial decisions. However, I must admit that I enjoy allowing you to make decisions about things that matter to you and make you happy, such as vacations. Which movie should I watch? Which restaurant to go to and what clothes to wear? But I don't believe that makes me submissive. I simply love you and want you to be happy. My father told me that the key to a happy and stress-free marriage is to not worry about the minor details. Then he reminded me that almost everything in life, no matter how small, should be lived as positively and happily as possible. Okay, Daniel, but I still believe my boss was correct when I compared you to him. He's assertive, powerful, and gets what he wants. People follow his strong personality and do whatever he says, not the other way around. He explained to me that he is an alpha male, dominant, and at the top of the hierarchy are people like you who, while loving and kind, are beta males who enjoy being dominated and submitting. They may not realize it yet, but they possess that quality which is just waiting to be expressed. Well, I think that is some third-rate pop psychology nonsense, and I totally disagree. But what are you getting at? When I said this, I noticed a hint of guilt and her confidence faded slightly. My boss Daniel has told me that he will dominate me in bed and love me in ways I have never experienced before. He has a lot of dignity and brags about how well he uses it. He's been making me feel it in his office for the past few weeks, and I must admit that it's huge. I know it was wrong and I probably crossed the line that a young married woman should avoid, but it really excited me, and I've been fantasizing about him for the past few weeks, imagining him seducing me in the office. He explained to me that you might actually enjoy knowing I'm with him and that you might even want to watch as a submissive. Even if not, we'll have the best sex of our lives. When I returned to you after having dirty sex with him, I looked at her expecting a punchline, but then realized she was serious and was telling me she had truly felt him. Who knows what else? What the hell? Sarah, you must be joking. How could you have thought I'd be okay with this? Daniel, I know you love me and I understand you want me to be happy. I'm confident that this will elevate our love and sexual lives to a whole new level. Sarah, are you saying you had sex with your boss? What in the hell were you thinking? Sarah. Oh no, as in the first. Daniel, I'd never cheat on you. You already did. You've had intimate conversations with Alex and have already told me that you touched him. Has he had sex with you? She lowered her eyes and, unable to look at me, replied, No, Daniel, not yet. He fingered me in the car on the way here and now he's waiting in the driveway. So we can discuss this. And then he intends to come up to our bedroom and have sex. You can watch if you want. Alex would like that. But if not, you can come get me after we're done and I'll have a treat for you, allowing you to pursue any dream you may have. Are you kidding me? He is outside right now and you believe in nonsense. The thought of being with you after having been with him makes me want to vomit. So what now? Sarah. I'm saying no and demanding that you send him away. So don't let me hold you back. Sarah, I see you're going to do this, regardless of what I say. If not now, then soon and possibly without my knowledge. You have already cheated on me. So head upstairs and get ready. Or look. She paused for a moment, filled with guilt and shock at my statement, before turning away on the stairs. She turned back and said, You see, Daniel, this is going to be epic. Yes, Sarah, it will be epic. You have the right to do so. After she went upstairs, I went through her handbag and removed her car keys, house keys and phone from her wallet. I took our joint credit card and went into the kitchen to get a kitchen towel from the linen drawer and some zip ties from the tool drawer. I also grabbed a large carving knife and headed outside to meet Alex. When I approached, Alex was sitting in the driver's seat of his car, reading on his phone. He lowered the driver's window and replied, All right. Little Daniel, I suppose your wife informed you. Don't worry, I'll still allow her to have sex with you, at least for now. Until she's completely under my control. You'll enjoy it. I did not let him finish his final statement. I punched him square in the nose with the most ferocious left hook I could manage. The satisfying crunch indicated that I had caused some damage. I handed him the kitchen towel and said, Here, Alexei, you might need this. He quickly brought it to his nose, and as he did so, I wrapped a zip tie around his left wrist, pulled it up, looped it around the headrest bar and secured it. Then I opened the car door and delivered another left hook, this time aiming for his supposed large stature. He doubled over in his seat, curling up as far as he could, with his left wrist tied to the headrest. He grabbed the steering wheel with his right hand and screamed in pain. I immediately used the opportunity to zip tie his right hand to the steering wheel. I leaned into his face and said, So the big, strong, dominant alpha, a male, struggles with self-assertion. What a pathetic piece of crap. You have made the worst possible mistakes in this situation, and you will learn from them. Unfortunately for you, Sarah expects something epic, so let's give it to her. I grabbed a water hose that was lying in the grass. It was equipped with a steel spray nozzle that fit perfectly. I swung it and shattered the side window into massive shards which scattered across the car seat and floor. Then I went to the front of the car and hit the windshield. Although I wasn't able to break it, I did fill it with cracks and dents, as if the car had been hit by golf ball-sized hail. I also smashed the headlights, which gave me immense satisfaction. I returned to the driver's window and, laughing, said, "I believe you may need to do some maintenance on your vehicle." Then I took the knife from my back pocket, quickly leaned into the car and pressed it against his neck in my most menacing voice. I hissed, "How many times did you sleep with my wife?" trying to persuade her that I'd let this happen. I could see the fear in his eyes, as he had only stammered twice in the previous few weeks. It meant nothing. It was just sex for both of us. Simply let me go and you will never see me again. I looked at him as if he were a sympathetic version of scum. "I'm not going to kill you. At least not right now. But if I hear anything from the police or if I have any other concerns about our brief conversation today, I will return to find you. If you go to the police, I'll probably end up in jail. Maybe I can get out on bail. Perhaps not. Perhaps I will serve some time. Perhaps not. In any case, I will find you sometime in the future. Perhaps in a parking lot on your way to your vehicle. Perhaps in the elevator at work. I'll find you slashing your throat and spitting in your face as I watch you die. It's your decision. This could be the final time you see me. Alternatively, you can continue to look over your shoulder for the next week, month, or year until it is time to end you with these words." I leaned over him, stabbed the knife into the passenger seat and stated, "Your lover Sarah will need this to free you so you can get rid of her. Perhaps she'll take you to the emergency room, whatever. Just make sure to get out of my sight." Sarah heard the front door closed, so I went into the house. She called from the bedroom. "Is that Alex? Come take me. Did you work things out with Daniel?" My initial thought was, what a complete fool. Who is this woman? I responded to Sarah. "Alex is in the car. Do you want me to go out and talk with him? It appears he has changed his mind." A minute later, Sarah appeared downstairs dressed in the lingerie I had purchased for her and a robe she had thrown on what happened. "Daniel, did you assure him that everything was fine?" "Sarah, I assured him that his future is dependent on his actions. You should probably go outside and talk to him." She looked at me puzzled and said, "Daniel, please remember that I love you, and this will make us stronger." "Of course, Sarah, I'm already feeling stronger." She smiled and walked out, and I quickly locked the front door behind her. I went to the garage and pressed the button to open the door, and as I walked upstairs, I heard her shout, "What have you done? Daniel, come here." I ignored her words and went up to the bedroom, pulling out one of our suitcases. I took a good handful of clothes from her drawers, including lingerie, breasts and socks. I took some t-shirts, jeans and sweaters from her closet and packed them in the suitcase. Then I went to the bathroom and threw in as much of her makeup and other items as I could fit. I went back to her closet and grabbed a pair of tennis shoes. I went to the guest bedroom at the front of the house, opened the window and yelled, "Sarah, come here. You might need it now." I threw the suitcase on the driveway. Some perfume bottles may have broken, but that didn't matter. Not my problem. Then I threw the tennis shoes at her head, but she dodged. "Daniel, please, please, what are you doing now?" "I was certain this was what you wanted. I apologize. I didn't mean to upset or hurt you. I can't believe how cruel and vicious you were, Alex. For goodness sake, she's my boss. Please let me in, Daniel, and we can talk about how to get through this." "Sarah, I can't begin to express how ridiculous you've sounded since you came home with your little plan to turn me into your CUCK. I'm wondering if you've had a stroke or if you're on medication. Or maybe I never realized how shallow and pathetic you are. Whatever the case may be, it does not matter. Right now, I want you to get out of here. Take your love to the hospital, but on the way, be sure to ask him what will happen. If I hear anything about today's events from the police or anyone else, I will pack the remainder of your belongings in bags and you can tell me where to leave them, but never return to this house again. With these words, I slammed the window shut, went downstairs, opened the front door and threw her bag at her head. This time at least I hit her in the chest before closing the door. I couldn't resist adding, "Is that enough for you, Sarah?" I locked the door and went into the kitchen to open my second beer of the day. I realized I needed to contact my lawyer right away in case the police got involved. I also needed a recommendation for a good divorce attorney. I went to the front window and saw Alex yelling and cursing at Sarah as she cut the zip ties. She placed her suitcase in the trunk. She got out, went to the back seat and lay down while getting into the car. She cried and appeared shocked as she reversed and drove away from the driveway. As the adrenaline in my system faded and I began to relax, I was taken aback by what had happened. My wife had gone so far off the rails I was astounded and slightly terrified by what I had done to her boss in a fit of rage. I had come dangerously close to slitting his throat, and now I realized he wasn't worth it. I laughed when I thought about the nonsense he fed her, claiming he was an alpha and I was beta. Being a nice, agreeable guy and allowing my wife to have the final say in making good decisions stemmed from love and a desire for a happy life. A happy marriage for life. But she misinterpreted my kindness, believing I was a submissive beta personality who had let her cuckold me with a jerk like Alex. Wow, I didn't expect that. In the next few days, Sarah remained away from home. I kept receiving calls from unknown mobile numbers and I assumed it was Sarah because I had confiscated her phone. Finally, she left a voicemail asking me to call her back at that number so we could discuss everything I knew. It was only a matter of time before I had to confront her, and since the cops had not arrived to arrest me, I assumed I had gotten off lightly and now needed to finish this sort of business. I called Sarah and asked her to come over in an hour so we could talk. I hung up. I finished packing everything in the house that I assumed belonged to her and sat on the porch waiting for her. Sarah drove up in her car, which she had clearly picked up from one. I wasn't sure if she'd been staying with Alex. I was surprised at myself for not caring where she had been, whether it was with her parents, friends, or the motel. She stepped out of the car and waved hesitantly before approaching and sitting next to me on the porch steps. Her face expressed a variety of emotions, including fear, shame, guilt, and apprehension. Her face appeared swollen and blotchy, indicating that she had been crying a lot and sleeping little. She looked at me shyly. "Daniel, I apologize for what I did. I'm not sure how Alex convinced me to have sex with him. Assume you're submissive and would enjoy it. I've been reflecting on the last few weeks and can't believe I fell for all that nonsense. I suppose it was his dominance and insistence that it would be so beneficial to us and that I would have the best sex of my life, both with him and with you. After him, you must think I have gone insane. And perhaps I was for a while. But now, Daniel, I am back and I love you and want everything you have. I beg for your forgiveness and I promise to be the best wife you've ever had. And I'll spend the rest of my life making things right with you. So Sarah, how's Alex? In bed, did you have the fantastic moments you hoped for? What caused his massive tool to stop Daniel? Following that, I never touched him again and is terrified regarding what you said, that he fired me and does not want to be near me. In addition, he was hospitalized for 2 nights as a result of what you did. He made up a story about a robbery and we both stuck to it to keep you out of trouble. At least he did that right. What do you want? Sarah, Daniel, I want you. I want to return home and remain your wife for the rest of our lives. I hope you will forgive me. We'll do anything to make it up to you. We can overcome this and be better than ever. Daniel, I've realized that you are the only person I could ever love and I need your forgiveness. What do you say? Daniel, can I please return home? Sarah, I've been thinking a lot about this, so here's what I've decided. We were in love for 2 years and married for 3 after only 5 years. You were clearly dissatisfied with our lifestyle, or at least our sexual experiences, and you are looking for more. You may think you love me, and perhaps you do, but I am certain you do not respect me. You would never have imagined me as a submissive beta male who would gladly let you sleep with your boss and then clean up after him if you had a real understanding of what love and respect are. Besides, Sarah, you cheated on me. Alex claimed you had sex with him at least a few times in the previous weeks, while he was convincing you about this alpha-beta nonsense. Your lust outweighs the promises you made to me, and this is after only 5 years. What will happen in 7, 10, 15 and 20 years? How many times will you become bored and break your vows? Daniel, I will not do that to you again. You've already done it, Sarah, so don't say never. I've thought a lot about this. We don't have children. We do not have much savings, and our only real asset is a house with very little equity. I've decided, Sarah, that the risk of staying with you far outweighs any benefit. I believe it's only a matter of time until you justify another affair to yourself, and given your regrettable experience with Alex, you'll do it behind my back the next time. I no longer trust you. Even worse, I have lost respect for you. I can't be with someone who disrespects me and who I no longer respect. Sarah started crying as I explained my decision, and she was sobbing when I told her we were done. Sarah, we are getting divorced. You keep your car and I will keep mine. We can split our savings and sell the home. We're still young and I'm hoping to start over with someone who will love and respect me for who I am. I have already hired a divorce lawyer, so we can handle this amicably. Alternatively, you can hire your own low-line lawyer. Now let's load your belongings into the car so you can leave, and love consists of many alpha males with large sizes. As you wish. I'll start moving out next week so that we can put the house on the market. No, Daniel. No, you need to forgive me. I need you. I love you. I really respect you. It was simply a mistake I was drawn in. You must forgive me, Sarah. I apologize, but I have said everything I have to say. Now it's time to get on with our lives, and if we cross paths again in the future, please be polite and say hello, but continue walking, and I hope you find what you need with that. I began loading her belongings into the car, and when we finished, I simply looked at her and said goodbye. We went into the house and ended our marriage. Here is the next story. The whole thing began when I went somewhere I would usually never go. I just dropped off one of our most annoying clients at the airport. After listening to his complaints all morning, I was in no hurry to return to the office. It was a dreary Tuesday, and it was difficult to get excited about an afternoon reviewing contracts. So I stopped off at a drab-looking bar restaurant about a mile from the airport, intending to have a leisurely lunch and a beer or two before returning to the salt mines. I was sitting in a booth enjoying my beer and wondering why it was so difficult to find a decent burger in this world. When my attention was drawn to a couple walking into the restaurant, I watched them settle into a booth across the room from me, sitting side by side. The woman was a shapely blonde dressed in a short skirt that highlighted her attractive legs and a tight pink short-sleeved top. Her companion resembled a thud wannabe who couldn't quite pull it off. He was dressed in jeans and a black leather jacket, but he was too skinny for the outfit and couldn't really pull off the swagger he was attempting. You'll understand my strong interest in this happy couple when I mentioned that the woman was Jessica, my sister-in-law, and the man with her was clearly not her husband. My brother James was still there. They were obviously not casual acquaintances. They ordered drinks from the waitress and were immediately all over each other, laughing uncontrollably in the booth. As I watched in shock, the guy slid one hand up her thigh, disappearing beneath the short skirt. Jessica broke their kiss and let her head rest against the back of the booth, sighing. The question was whether I would do anything about it. That was a given. The question was whether I could control myself from beating the crap out of both of them right here in the restaurant. I had never liked Jessica. I didn't like her when my brother first started dating her, and I was pessimistic when he fell in love with her and announced their marriage after only 4 months. James was only 23 and I was sure he had no idea what he was getting himself into. But there was no way of telling him that Jessica was the moon and stars for him. To me, she was a cheerful, shallow and selfish girl who was not nearly as intelligent or interesting as James. She was bubbly and vivacious, which my fun-loving brother adored, and it appeared that they had the same favorite person, Jessica herself. He would go to any length for her, which she enjoyed, to my pleasant surprise. The first 3 years of their marriage appeared to have been extremely happy, but the scene unfolding 30 FT from me suggested that the good times were over. The hole she was with had his other hand around Shelley's waist, kissing her neck as he worked her over. Her eyes were closed, so she didn't notice my approach and was surprised, to say the least, when I sat across the table from him and said hello. Jessica. What a pleasant surprise. It was actually quite comical. Her eyes popped open and her boyfriend took his hands off her and spun around to face me. Her face was startled, then stunned, and finally shocked. Her jaw dropped and she stopped staring blankly at me. His face held the same startled expression for a moment before turning annoyed. I addressed him politely before he could speak. How have you been? How is James? Then I turned to the hole and extended my hand, saying my name is Will. I'm Shill's brother-in-law, her husband's brother. His eyes widened. He sat frozen and ignored my hand. Jessica began to recover, babbling briefly. Well, what a pleasant surprise. This is Robbie. He's a friend of an old friend. You have your fingers all the way up in her holes. Robbie? I inquired, maintaining a friendly smile. It appears that you were really getting her going on this. Jessica gave a gasp. Apparently she was hoping I hadn't noticed what they were up to. Robbie suddenly jumped up and mumbled, I have to go, and without even looking back at Shell, I walked quickly out of the restaurant. He seems like a nice guy. I spoke casually too. Jessica, why are you leaving so suddenly? Inside I was completely icy with rage. My brother adored this woman and would do anything for her, and that's how she treated him. I'm screwing around with a low-life, with greasy hair and a bad Nat Dylan mustache. Shell appeared terrified. Her face was white. Will, I believe you must have had the wrong idea. We were. Just her voice trailed off. She had no idea how to end the sentence. I observed her for a minute before speaking. You are a lousy cheater. I kept my voice low, but I'm sure my rage was obvious. James adores you. Gives you everything you could possibly want. But isn't that enough for you have to go screwing around behind his back with shitty jerks like this one? How long has it been going on? How many other men are you screwing? How do you think James will react to all of this? Now, oh please. She grabbed my hand, clutching it desperately. Oh please. You cannot tell him. Please. I will do anything. I simply looked at her, not telling him. Not telling my only brother that his wife was cheating on him. Jessica was either dumber than her tortoise stunned to think clearly. James was my best friend ever since we were kids. I would do anything for him, and she had to understand that I pulled my hand away from hers. Why wouldn't I tell him? Doesn't he deserve to know who he really is married to? Her eyes were wild and I could tell she was thinking frantically. Listen, Will, you cannot tell him. You'll be very hurt. I will if you don't. If you promise not to tell him. I sat back and smiled. This should be good. What was she going to offer in exchange to screw me to? Jessica seemed to make a decision. Her expression changed. Well, if you promise not to tell James, I will tell you the entire story about him. She's doing it too. She has been cheating on you. I laughed aloud. That is good, Jessica. I was curious what you'd come up with, but I never imagined it would be so far-fetched. I will give you credit for imagination. Jessica just stared at me steadily. I'm not kidding, Will. She has been seeing this guy from a health club for at least a few weeks. It certainly shook me slightly, but I knew it was impossible, and we'd been together since her sophomore year at Kenyon College. We moved in together after graduation and married 1 year later. This marks 7 happy years of marriage and 10 years together. All told, she was devoted to me. She was sensible, kind, thoughtful, and the most straightforward person I knew, and she adored me. I was certain of it, just as I was sure of my own feelings. For Jessica leaned forward. She must have given my confusion. Well, I'm telling you the truth you told me about last week. She described him as very large. I studied her face, trying to piece together my own thoughts. Jill had overcome her fear, at least for the moment. She appeared to be in control, as if she knew what she was doing, rather than spinning a wild and desperate tale. I still couldn't believe what she was saying, but I couldn't dismiss it right away. Despite my reservations about joining the health club, and for a few years I used the exercise room far more than she did. But she had recently become a regular, working out 3 times per week, and there had been a few strange occurrences at home. There were times when she seemed to avoid my gaze or appeared preoccupied. As we sat around the dinner table, I looked back at Shelley, who appeared to be waiting for my next move. I would never hide or commit adultery from James, but she didn't need to know, and I had to know the truth one way or another. All right, Jessica, I spoke slowly. Perhaps we can reach an agreement on this. I thought about it some more before continuing. I'm not going to let him run around on me. If you can help me get the scoop on her, I won't tell James what I saw this afternoon. That is, if you swear, you'll never see that whole Robbie again, or any man other than James. Her face shone with relief. I swore. Will you take my word on it? As if that meant anything to me. What do you want me to do? She asked. I want to hear all about it from her. In her own words, I'll give you a tape recorder to hide in your apartment. You invite some over, give her some wine, and have a girl talk to her. Ask her to tell you all about it. I'd like to know who the guy is, when and how it started, how often she has been with him, and why she thinks it is acceptable to cheat on me. As I spoke with Jessica, I realized I was already halfway through believing her bizarre story about him cheating. The idea irritated me. Jessica was nodding. Okay, Will, that's something I can do. You'll probably have to soften her up. Make sure to tell her all about your affair so that it feels like an intimate conversation. I continued sarcastically. Is Robbie the only person who has been getting into your pants, or are there others? He's the only one. She spoke quickly and blushed, and I did not believe her for a moment. 20 minutes later, I was driving back to the office, contemplating the end of James's marriage and the possibility of my own. You'd think my first call would have been to James to report what I'd seen Shell doing, but I knew I couldn't. I had always been the dependable older brother, while James was the charming and outgoing younger brother. He had many girlfriends in high school and college, but none of them lasted very long because he was not shy and could talk to anyone. One of James's college roommates once said that he could talk the pants off his snake. When you think about it, really doesn't make sense. But we all understood what he meant. For some reason, James met Jessica and everything changed. Instead of being the charming, confident guy who drew women to him, he became the awe-struck schoolboy. Within a month or two, Jessica had James completely engrossed. He was adamant about marrying her, and no one could convince him otherwise. James absolutely adored Jessica to him. She couldn't do anything wrong. I once made the mistake of mildly criticizing her for a tactless remark she made to her mother. He blew up and wouldn't talk to me for a week, so I knew I couldn't speak with James until I had the tape. He wouldn't believe she was cheating unless he heard it from her own mouth. I realized I was hoping against hope that Shell was simply lying all wrong and that she was faithful to me. But it seemed increasingly unlikely that Jessica had lied to me out of desperation, and if she had, I would have been even angrier when I discovered the truth. When I got to my office, I took out a pad and jotted down some notes about what I'd have to do if the worst happened: credit cards, selling the house, title cars and so on. I hoped I'd be able to throw away that sheet of paper in a few days. When I arrived home at dinner time, she was cheerfully humming in the kitchen as she prepared food for the table. She greeted me with a big hug and a kiss, and she appeared to be the same loving wife I'd looked forward to seeing at the end of the day. For the past 7 years, I knew I'd have to keep my suspicions hidden for a few days. Play the innocent husband, but it was not easy. I loved her, but beneath the surface I was furious and hurt, unsure whether I should be. We had a pleasant conversation throughout dinner, but when she mentioned that she had worked out at the health club that day, I could resist asking a few questions. "You've been so diligent with your workouts lately, sweetheart," I said casually. "Do they give out free ice cream at the club these days?" She laughed, but I noticed a slight flush come over her face. "No, honey, I've just been enjoying how good it feels to work out, shower, and come home to my loving husband. Plus a few weeks ago, those black slacks he likes started to feel a little too tight on me. Now they fit perfectly." She spoke to me affectionately, and I was struck by how beautiful she looked and how much I cared for her. God help her if she was actually cheating on me. And God help me never mind what the court calendar says. My marriage ended exactly 1 week later, on another Tuesday. Jessica and I had set everything up. I got her a small tape recorder to hide in her living room, and she scheduled it to drop in for lunch on Tuesday afternoon while she was off from work. Jessica does not have a job. I spent the entire afternoon in my office pretending to work, thinking only about what the women were discussing and what it meant for my life. Shelley called at 4:30 and said we were all done and had just gone home. "Did she speak to you about it?" I inquired, still hoping it was all a mistake. "Oh," Shelley giggled. She was obviously a little tipsy. I told her about Robbie. She told me about Aaron. All about Aaron. She giggled again. He appears to be a very big fella. I realized I was squeezing the foam so tightly that my fingers hurt. "All right," I replied. "I will stop by in 20 minutes. When I reached Shell, she greeted me at the door with the tape recorder in her hand. "Now we'll remember what you promised," Shell said. "Yes, Jessica. You will not hear a word from me, and you can't tell my dates are ever, or she'll be furious and tell James." I simply nodded, turned and left. That evening was among the most painful of my life. I knew I couldn't listen to the tape until I fell asleep. Until then I had to keep pretending to be a loving husband while still a little tipsy. She told me she spent the afternoon with Jessica and drank a lot of wine. Furthermore, she was amorous. Now make it horny. As soon as the dinner dishes were cleared, she dragged me to the bedroom, saying, "Honey, do you have anything for me tonight?" In a flirty tone. "Can I do this? Did I want to do this?" It occurred to me that this could be the last time I had sex with it. I was still hopeful. I hoped, against all odds, that she hadn't been unfaithful, so I followed her to the bedroom room where we had sex. It wasn't about making love, at least not for me. My heart was too torn and my mind was overly concerned and appeared oblivious, though she was eager and responsive. I found it bittersweet. It was pleasurable, but also extremely sad. We rested in each other's arms for a few minutes before falling asleep quickly, snoring gently on her side next to mine. I sat in the guest room. The door closed behind me and I listened to the tape. The first few minutes of conversation between Shell and I were easygoing and informal. Jessica kept the wine flowing and eventually revealed that she had a confession to make. She went on to discuss her affair with the Robbie. He clearly knew about the affair. Shell was simply giving her juicy details to soften her up. Jessica did an excellent job. She even admitted with a laugh that Robbie was just the latest and not the best. There was a guy named Dallas, but he moved out of town, and giggled and pretended to be surprised. But she appeared to enjoy the story. Listening to the sleazy story had little effect on me. I already knew who Jessica was, and the explicit details would make it even easier to persuade James that she had actually cheated on him. I waited nervously for what I knew was coming. I'm resisting the urge to fast forward the tape. Finally, Jessica directed the conversation to me. So, sweetheart, tell me your story now. She giggled. You have only told me that you met him at the health club and that he is well endowed. My body froze at the sound of his voice as she laughed and said, oh yeah, he's amazing. By far the largest one I'd ever seen or experienced. She giggled and continued. I didn't think it would fit inside me at first, but oh my goodness, does it ever? The two women burst out laughing. I paused the tape and sat back in my chair. My marriage was over. Did I really want to hear the rest? I could have my lawyer listen to it. After some thought, I turned the machine back on. I might as well face it right now. Get the entire story out. Deal with my anger and pain and start figuring out what the rest of my life was going to be like. How did it begin? Shell was asking. The first thing I have to say is that I never intended to cheat on you, Will. I still can't believe I'm doing this. I feel terrible about it. He and I are so happy together, and I know you would freak out if he found out. I guess I have a bad case of BTF. She laughed and I heard Jessica say, WTF, what is that? And laughed again, saying, I will explain. Please give me some more of that wine. I've been going to the health club for a few years now. Working out bothers me, but I didn't want to become saggy and lose interest. Do you understand what I mean anyway? A few months ago I noticed this new trainer working there, very hot. Not very tall, but with broad shoulders and amazing muscles. His name is Mayan of all things. Can you believe it? He flirts a lot with all of the women, helping them set up the machine, waiting for them, spotting while they lift and so on. I noticed him talking quietly with Patty Amolister, a woman I used to work with. She's a redhead with a great physique. I watched them conversing. I got home 15 minutes ago and was surprised to see that my wife, Sarah, hadn't arrived yet. She frequently stayed late at work a few times per week, but she usually arrived home before me with dinner prepared. When I walked through the door, I grabbed a beer and prepared to call her about dinner plans, but she beat me to it. My cell phone rang. Hello. Dear, are you still at work? Yes, Daniel, but we're leaving now. I have a surprise for you, which I believe you will enjoy at a minimum. I hope you will. I am confident I will like it. We need to talk when I get home, so please be present and ready to speak when I arrive. I'll be home in 20 minutes. Should I start dinner or go out and buy something? No, Daniel. We will not have time for that tonight. Maybe later. No, Daniel. Just remember that I only love you. I cannot wait to see you. I love you too. We will be waiting for you with open arms. My wife, Sarah, arrived 20 minutes later, and I immediately noticed her disheveled appearance and wrinkled clothing. Her stockings were gone and her makeup and hair looked a little unkempt. Sarah, you must have had a difficult day. You appear a little frazzled. What happened? Sarah approached me quickly, hugged me and looked into my eyes, whispering, Daniel, you know how much I love you and I know you love me and would do anything for me, right? Of course. Holly, maybe I won't kill for you, but I do pretty much everything else. So what happened? I can't wait to hear about your current awkward situation. Not like that. Daniel. Please let me finish, and when I'm done, you can ask me questions. You know how you usually delegate most decision-making to me. You're so kind and loving to me that you let me do almost anything I want. Well, but I've been talking with my boss, Alex, about our relationship for the past few weeks, and he has some suggestions that seem reasonable to me. He required me to read several stories about submissive men who enjoy dominating their women and how this benefits their relationships. I have to admit, Daniel, those stories were very erotic and sparked my imagination. Sarah, yes, I am kind to you and let you make your own decisions about things that don't affect our lives or aren't critical. However, keep in mind that I have the final say on which house and cars we buy, how we invest our money and other major financial decisions. However, I must admit that I enjoy empowering you to make decisions about things that are important to you and make you happy, such as vacations. What movies should I watch? Which restaurant to visit and what to wear? But I don't think that makes me submissive. I just love you and want you to be happy. My father once told me that the key to a happy and stress-free marriage is to not worry about minor details. Then he reminded me that almost everything in life, no matter how small, should be lived with as much positivity and happiness as possible. Okay, Daniel, but I still think my boss was right when I compared you to him. He's assertive, powerful, and gets what he wants. People respect his strong personality and do whatever he says, not the other way around. He told me that he is an alpha male dominant and at the top of the hierarchy are beta males like you who, while loving and kind, enjoy being dominated and submitting. They may not realize it yet, but they have a quality that is just waiting to be expressed. Well, I believe that is some third-rate pop psychology nonsense and I completely disagree. But what are you getting at? When I said this, I noticed a hint of guilt and her confidence waned slightly. My boss, Daniel, has promised that he will dominate me in bed and love me in ways I have never known before. He has a lot of dignity and boasts about how well he uses it. He's been making me feel it in his office for a few weeks now, and I have to admit that it's huge. I know it was wrong and I probably crossed the line that a young married woman should avoid, but it piqued my interest and I've been fantasizing about him for the past few weeks, picturing him seducing me at work. He told me that you might enjoy knowing I'm with him and even want to watch as a submissive. Even if not, we'll have the most enjoyable sex of our lives. I returned to you after having dirty sex with him. I looked at her expecting a punchline, but she was serious and telling me she had truly felt him. Who knows what else? What the hell? Sarah, you must be joking. How did you think I'd be okay with this? Daniel, I know you love me. I understand that you want me to be happy. I am confident that this will take our love and sexual lives to a new level. Sarah, do you mean you had sex with your boss? What the hell were you thinking? Sarah. Oh no, Daniel. I would never cheat on you. You already did. You've had intimate conversations with Alex and have already mentioned that you touched him. Did he have sex with you? She lowered her eyes and, unable to look at me, replied no. Daniel, not yet. He fingered me in the car on the way here and he's now waiting in the driveway so we can talk about this. He then plans to come up to our bedroom and have sex. You can watch if you want. Alex would like that. But if not, you can come get me after we finish, and I will have a treat for you, allowing you to follow any dream you may have. Are you kidding me? He's outside right now. You believe in nonsense. The thought of being with you after being with him makes me want to throw up. So what happens now? Sarah, I'm saying no and demanding that you send him away. So do not let me hold you back. Sarah, I see you will do this regardless of what I say. If not now, then soon and perhaps without my knowledge. You've already cheated on me. So go upstairs and get ready or look. She paused for a moment, overcome with guilt and shocked by my statement, before turning away on the stairs. She turned back and said, you see, Daniel, this is going to be epic. Indeed. Sarah, it will. You have the right to do this. After she went upstairs, I went through her bag and took out her car keys, house keys and phone from her wallet. I used our joint credit card and went into the kitchen to get a kitchen towel from the linen drawer and some zip ties from the tool drawer. I also grabbed a large carving knife and went out to meet Alex. When I approached, Alex was sitting in the driver's seat of his car, reading on his phone. He lowers the driver's window and says, all right. Little Daniel, I assume your wife informed you. Do not worry. I will still allow her to have sex with you. At least for the time being, until she's completely under my control. You'll enjoy it. I did not allow him to finish his final statement. I punched him squarely in the nose with the most powerful left hook could muster. The satisfying crunch indicated that I had done some damage. I handed him the kitchen towel and said, "Here, Alexei, you might need this." He quickly brought it to his nose, and while he did, I wrapped a zip tie around his left wrist, pulled it up, looped it around the headrest bar and secured it. Then I opened the car door and delivered another left hook, this time aimed at his supposed tall stature. He doubled over in his seat, curling up as far as he could, while his left wrist was tied to the headrest. He screamed in pain as he gripped the steering wheel with his right hand. I immediately took advantage of the opportunity to zip tie his right hand to the steering wheel. I leaned in to say so. The big, strong, dominant alpha male struggles with self-assertion. What a pathetic piece of garbage. You've made the worst possible mistakes in this situation, and you'll learn from it. Unfortunately for you, Sarah expects something spectacular, so let's give it to her. I picked up a water hose that was lying in the grass. It came with a steel spray nozzle that fit perfectly. I swung it, shattering the side window into massive shards that fell across the car seat and floor. Then I went to the front of the car and hit the windshield. Although I was unable to break it, I did leave cracks and dents, as if the car had been hit by a golf ball-sized hail. I also smashed the headlights, which gave me great satisfaction. I returned to the driver's window and, laughing, said, "I believe you may need to do some maintenance on your vehicle." Then I took the knife from my back pocket, leaned into the car and pressed it against his neck in a menacing voice. I hissed, "How many times have you slept with my wife trying to persuade her that I would allow this to happen?" I could see fear in his eyes, because he had only stammered twice in the previous few weeks. It meant nothing. It was only sex for both of us. Simply let me go and you will not see me again. I regarded him as if he were a sympathetic version of scum. "I will not kill you. At least not right now. However, if I hear anything from the police or have any further concerns about our brief conversation today, I will return to find you. If you go to the police, I'll most likely end up in jail. Perhaps I can get out on bail. Maybe not. Perhaps I'll serve some time. Maybe not. In any case, I'll find you sometime in the future. Maybe in a parking lot on your way to your car. Maybe in the elevator at work. I'll catch you slashing your throat and spitting in your face as I watch you die. You get to decide. This could be the last time you see me. Alternatively, you can continue to look over your shoulder for the next week, month, or year until it's time to let go." With these words, I leaned over him and stabbed the knife into the passenger seat, saying, "Your lover, Sarah, will need this to free you so you can get rid of her. Perhaps she'll take you to the ER, whatever. Just get her out of my sight." Sarah heard the front door closed, so I entered the house. She called from the bedroom. "Is it Alex? Come and take me. Did you sort things out with Daniel?" My first thought was, what a complete fool. Who was this woman? I replied to Sarah. "Alex is in the car. Do you want me to go out and talk to him? It appears that he's changed his mind." A minute later, Sarah appeared downstairs, dressed in the lingerie I had bought for her and a robe she had thrown on what happened. "Daniel, Sarah, did you assure him that everything was fine?" I assured him that his future was dependent on his actions. "You should probably go outside and talk with him." She looked at me puzzled and said, "Daniel, please remember that I love you and this will make us stronger." "Of course, Sarah, Sarah, I already feel stronger." She smiled as she walked out and I quickly locked the front door behind her. I went to the garage and pressed the button to open the door. As I walked upstairs, I heard her say, "What have you done? Daniel, come here." I ignored her words and went up to the bedroom, grabbing one of our suitcases. I removed a good number of clothes from her drawers, including lingerie, bras, and socks. I took some t-shirts, jeans, and sweaters from her closet and packed them into the suitcase. Then I went to the bathroom and packed as much of her makeup and other items as I could fit. I returned to her closet and grabbed a pair of tennis shoes. I went to the guest bedroom at the front of the house, opened the window and yelled, "Come here, Sarah. You might need it now." I threw the suitcase in the driveway. Some perfume bottles might have broken, but that didn't matter. Not my problem. I then threw the tennis shoes at her head, but she dodged. "Daniel, please, what are you doing right now? I was sure this was what you wanted." "I apologize. I did not intend to upset or hurt you. I cannot believe how cruel and vicious you were to Alex. She is my boss. Please let me in, Daniel, so we can discuss how to get through this." "Sarah, I can't tell you how ridiculous you've sounded since you came home with your little plan to make me your CUCK old. I'm wondering if you've had a stroke or if you're taking medication. Perhaps I never realized how shallow and pathetic you are. Whatever the case is, it doesn't matter. Right now, I want you to leave here. Take your lover to the hospital. However, on the way, make sure to ask him what will happen. If I learn anything about today's events from the police or anyone else, I'll pack the rest of your belongings in bags and you can tell me where to leave them. But never return to this house with these words." I slammed the window shut, went downstairs, opened the front door and tossed her bag at her head. This time at least, I struck her in the chest before closing the door. I couldn't resist adding, "Is that enough for you, Sarah?" I locked the door and entered the kitchen to open my second beer of the day. I realized I needed to contact my lawyer right away in case the police became involved. I also needed a recommendation for a good divorce attorney. I went to the front window and saw Alex yelling and cursing at Sarah as she cut the zip ties. She put her suitcase in the trunk. She got out, went to the back seat and lay down before getting back into the car. She cried and looked shocked as she reversed and drove away from the driveway. As the adrenaline in my system subsided, I began to relax. I was taken aback by what had occurred. My wife had gone so far off the tracks. I was shocked and slightly terrified by what I had done to her boss. In a fit of rage, I'd come dangerously close to slitting his throat, and now I knew he wasn't worth it. I laughed at the nonsense he fed her, claiming he was an alpha and I was a beta. Being a nice, agreeable guy and giving my wife the final say in making good decisions came from love and a desire for a happy life. A happy marriage for life. However, she misinterpreted my kindness, thinking I was a submissive beta personality who had let her cuckold me with a jerk like Alex. Wow, I didn't expect that. In the coming days, Sarah stayed away from home. I kept getting calls from unknown mobile numbers and I assumed it was Sarah because I had confiscated her phone. Finally, she left a voicemail asking me to call back at that number so we could discuss everything. I knew it was only a matter of time before I had to confront her, and since the cops had not arrived to arrest me, I assumed I had gotten off easy and now needed to finish this type of business. I called Sarah and invited her to come over in an hour so we could talk. I hung up. I finished packing everything in the house that I assumed she owned and sat on the porch waiting for her. Sarah arrived in her car, which she had clearly picked up at work. I wasn't sure she had stayed with Alex. I was surprised at myself for not caring where she had gone, whether with her parents, friends, or in a motel. She got out the car and waved hesitantly before approaching and sitting next to me on the porch steps. Her expression reflected a range of emotions, including fear, shame, guilt, and apprehension. Her face was swollen and blotchy, indicating that she had been crying a lot and sleeping infrequently. She looked at me shyly. "Daniel, I'm sorry for what I did. I'm not sure how Alex convinced me to have sex with him. Assume you are submissive and enjoy it. I've been reflecting on the last few weeks and can't believe I bought a nonsense. I believe it was his dominance and insistence that it would be so beneficial to us and I would have the best sex of my life, both with him and with you. After him, you must think I've gone insane, and maybe I was for a while. But Daniel, I'm back and I adore you and want everything you own. I beg your forgiveness and I promise to be the best wife you have ever had. And I plan to spend the rest of my life making things right with you. So Sarah, how is Alex in bed? Did you get the fantastic moments you were hoping for? What made his massive tool stop Daniel? After that, I never touched him again, and he is terrified. Regarding what you mentioned, he fired me and doesn't want to be around me. Furthermore, he was hospitalized for tonight's as a result of what you did. He made up a story about a robbery and we both followed it to keep you out of trouble. At least he did that right. What do you want? Sarah, Daniel, I want you. I want to return home and be your wife for the rest of my life. I hope you can forgive me. We'll do anything to make it up to you. We can overcome this and become better than ever. Daniel, I've realized you're the only person I could ever love and I need your forgiveness. What do you say? Daniel, may I please return home? Sarah, I have been thinking a lot about this, so this is what I've decided. We were in love for 2 years and married for 3 after only 5 years. You are obviously dissatisfied with our lifestyle, or at least our sexual encounters, and you're looking for more. You may believe you love me, and perhaps you do, but I'm confident you do not respect me. You would never have thought of me as a submissive beta male who would gladly let you sleep with your boss and then clean up after him if you truly understood what love and respect are. Besides, Sarah, you cheated on me. Alex claimed you had sex with him at least a few times in recent weeks, while he was convincing you of this alpha-beta nonsense. Your lust outweighs any promises you made to me, and this is after just 5 years. What will happen in 7, 10, 15, and 20 years? How many times will you get BOR and break your vows? Daniel, I will not do this to you again. You've already finished it. Sarah, on the countryside, so don't say never. This has been on my mind a lot. We do not have children. We don't have much savings and our only real asset is a home with little equity. I've decided, Sarah, and what I was in the first, but the risk of staying with you far outweighs the benefits. I believe you will eventually justify another affair to yourself, and after your unpleasant experience with Alex, you'll do it behind my back the next time. I no longer trust you. Even worse, I've lost respect for you. I cannot be with someone who disrespects me and whom I no longer respect. Sarah began crying as I explained my decision, and she sobbed when I told her we were finished. Sarah, we're getting divorced. You take your car. I'll take mine. We can split our savings and sell the house. We are still young and I want to start over with someone who will love and respect me for who I am. I've already hired a divorce lawyer so we can resolve this amicably. Alternatively, you could hire your own lawyer. Now let us load your belongings into the car so you can leave, and love consists of many alpha males of large size. As you wish. I will begin moving out next week so that we can put the house on the market. No, Daniel. No, you should forgive me. I need you. I love you. I really admire you. It was a simple mistake I was drawn in. You must forgive me. Sarah. I apologize. But I have said everything I need to say now. It's time to move on with our lives, and if we meet again in the future, please be courteous and say hello. But keep walking, and I hope you find what you need with that. I started loading her belongings into the car, and when we were done, I just looked at her and said goodbye. We entered the house and ended our marriage. Here's the next story. The whole thing started when I went somewhere I would almost never go. I just dropped off one of our most annoying clients at the airport. After listening to his complaints all morning, I was not in a hurry to return to the office. It was a dreary Tuesday and I couldn't get excited about an afternoon of reviewing contracts. So I stopped at a drab-looking bar restaurant about a mile from the airport, intending to have a leisurely lunch and a beer or two before returning to the salt mines. I was sitting in a booth drinking my beer and wondering why it was so difficult to find a good burger in this world. When I noticed a couple walking into the restaurant, I watched as they settled into a booth across the room from me, sitting side by side. The woman was a shapely blonde wearing a short skirt to highlight her attractive legs and a tight pink short-sleeved top. Her companion looked like a thug wannabe who couldn't quite pull it off. He was dressed in jeans and a black leather jacket, but he was too thin for the outfit and couldn't quite pull off the swagger he was attempting. You'll understand my strong feelings for this happy couple when I mention that the woman was Jessica, my sister-in-law, and that the man with her was obviously not her husband. My brother James was still present. They were clearly not casual acquaintances. They ordered drinks from the waitress and were soon all over each other, laughing uncontrollably in the booth. As I watched in shock, the man slid one hand up her thigh and vanished beneath the short skirt. Shelley broke the kiss and rested her head against the back of the booth, sighing. The question became whether I would do anything about it. That was a given. The question was whether I could keep myself from beating the crap out of both of them right here at the restaurant. I'd never liked Jessica. I didn't like her when my brother first started dating her. I was disappointed when he fell in love with her and announced their wedding after only 4 months. James was only 23 and I was sure he had no idea what he was getting himself into. But there was no way to tell him that Jessica was everything to him. To me. She was a cheerful, shallow and selfish girl who was far less intelligent or interesting than James. She was bubbly and vivacious, which my fun-loving brother adored, and they seemed to have the same favorite person, Jessica herself. She enjoyed the fact that he would go to any length for her. To my pleasant surprise, the first 3 years of their marriage appeared to be incredibly happy, but the scene unfolding 30 FT from me suggested that the good times had passed. The hole she was with had his other hand around Shell's waist, kissing her neck as he massaged her. Eyes were closed, so she missed my approach and was surprised to say the least. It was quite amusing that I sat across from him and said, "Hello, Jessica." What a pleasant surprise. Her eyes popped open and her boyfriend removed his hands from her and spun around to face me. Her face was startled, stunned and shocked. Her jaw dropped and she paused, staring blankly at me. His face maintained the same startled expression for a moment before becoming annoyed. I addressed him politely before he could respond. "How have you been? How is James?" Then I turned to the hole and extended my hand, saying my name is William Shell's brother-in-law, her husband's brother. His eyes widened. He sat frozen, ignoring my hand. Shell started to recover, babbling briefly. "Oh, what a pleasant surprise. This is Robbie. He's the friend of an old friend." "Robbie, you've got your fingers all up in her holes?" I inquired with a friendly smile. "You appear to have really got it going on this." Jessica let out a gasp. Apparently she hoped I hadn't noticed what they were doing. Robbie jumped up and mumbled, "I have to go." He left without looking back at Jessica. I quickly walked out of the restaurant. "He seems like a nice person." I spoke casually with Shell. "Why are you leaving so abruptly?" inside. I was icy with rage. My brother adored this woman and would do anything for her, and this is how she treated him. I'm messing around with a low-life, with greasy hair and a bad Dylan mustache. Jessica seemed terrified. Her face was white. "Well, I believe you had the wrong idea." We were. Just her voice trailed off. She didn't know how to end the sentence. I watched her for a minute before speaking. "You are a lousy cheat." I kept my voice down, but I'm sure my role was clear. "James adores. You gives you everything you could want. But isn't this enough for you have to go screwing around behind his back with shady jerks like this guy? How long has this gone on? How many more men are you screwing? How do you think James will handle all of this now? Oh, please." She grabbed my hand and clutched it desperately. "Oh, please. You cannot tell him. Please. I'll do anything." I just looked at her, not telling him, not informing my only brother that his wife was cheating on him. Shell was either dumb as dirt or stunned to think clearly. James was my best friend since we were children. I'd do anything for him, and Shell had to understand that I removed my hand from hers. Why shouldn't I tell him? Doesn't he deserve to know who he's really married to? Her eyes were wild and I could see she was thinking quickly. "Listen, well, you cannot tell him. You'll be extremely hurt." "I will. If you don't, if you agree not to tell him." I sat back smiling. This should be good. What would she offer in exchange to screw me too? Jessica appeared to make a decision. Her expression changed. Will, if you promise not to tell James, I will tell you the whole story about it. She's doing it too. She's been cheating on you. I laughed out loud. That's good, Jessica. I was curious what you'd come up with, but I never imagined it would be so absurd. I'll give you credit for imagination. Shell just stared at me. I'm not kidding, Will. She's been seeing this guy at the health club for at least a few weeks. Her certainty jolted me slightly, but I knew it was impossible. We had been together since our sophomore year at Kenyon College. We moved in together after graduation and got married a year later. This commemorated 7 happy years of marriage and 10 years together. Overall, she was devoted to me. She was sensible, kind, thoughtful, and the most honest person I knew, and she adored me. I was certain of it, just as I was confident of my feelings. For Jessica leaned forward. She must have given my confusion. Will, I am telling you the truth. You informed me about it last week. She described him as extremely large. I studied her face, attempting to piece together my own thoughts. Shell had overcome her fear, at least for now. She appeared in command, as if she knew what she was doing, rather than telling a wild and desperate story. I still couldn't believe what she was saying, but I couldn't dismiss it outright. Despite my reservations about joining the health club for several years, I used the exercise room far more than she did. But she'd recently started working out 3 times a week, and there had been some strange occurrences at home. There were times when she seemed to avoid my gaze or was preoccupied as we sat at the dinner table. I turned back to face Jessica, who appeared to be waiting for my next move. I would never conceal or commit adultery from James, but she did not need to know, and I needed to know the truth one way or another. All right, Jessica, I talked slowly. Maybe we can agree on this. Before proceeding, I paused to consider it further. I will not let him run around on me. If you can help me get the inside scoop on her, I will not tell James what I saw this afternoon. That is, if you swear, you'll never see a whole Robbie again, or any man besides James. Her face shone with relief. I swore, will you take my word for it, as if it meant anything to me. What do you want me to do? She asked. I'd like to hear all about it from her. In her own words, I'll give you a tape recorder to hide in your apartment. You invite somebody over, give her some wine, and let a girl speak to her. Ask her to tell you everything about it. I'd like to know who the guy is, where it started, and how often she has been with him, and why she believes it is acceptable to cheat on me. As I talked with Jessica, I realized I had already half believed her bizarre story about him cheating. The idea irritated me. Jessica was nodding okay. Will, that is something I can do. You'll probably need to soften her up. Make sure to tell her everything about your affair so that it feels like a personal conversation. I continued sarcastically. Is Robbie the only one who's been getting into your pants? Or are there others? He's the only one. She spoke quickly, blushing. I didn't believe her for a moment. 20 minutes later, I was driving back to work, reflecting on the end of James's marriage and the possibility of my own. My first thought would have been to call James and tell him what I had seen Jessica doing, but I knew I couldn't. I'd always been the dependable older brother, and James was the charming and outgoing younger brother. He had many girlfriends in high school and college, but none of them lasted long because he was outgoing and could talk to anyone. One of James's college roommates once claimed that he could talk. The pants off a snake, when you think about it, doesn't make much sense. However, for some reason we all understood what he was saying. James met Jessica, everything changed. Instead of being the charming, confident guy who attracted women, he became the awestruck schoolboy within a month or two. Jessica had James completely enthralled. He was determined to marry her, and no one could persuade him otherwise. James absolutely adored Jessica to him. She couldn't have done anything wrong. I once made the mistake of mildly criticizing her for an impolite remark she made to her mother. He blew up and refused to talk to me for a week, so I knew I couldn't speak with James until I had the tape. He wouldn't believe she was cheating unless she told him herself. I realized I was hoping against hope that Shell was simply lying or mistaken and that she was true to me. However, it appeared increasingly unlikely that Shell had lied to me out of desperation, and if she had, I would have been even angrier when I discovered the truth. When I arrived at my office, I took out a pad and made some notes about what I had to do with the worst hat and credit cards, selling the house, title vehicles, and so on. I hoped to be able to throw away that sheet of paper in a few days. When I arrived home for dinner, she was happily humming in the kitchen preparing food for the table. She greeted me with a big hug and a kiss, and she appeared to be the same loving wife I had looked forward to seeing. At the end of the day, for the previous 7 years, I knew I'd have to hide my suspicions for a few days, play the innocent husband, but it wasn't easy. I loved her, but beneath the surface I was angry and hurt, unsure whether I should be. We had a nice conversation throughout dinner, but when she mentioned that she had worked out at the health club that day, I couldn't help but ask a few questions. "You've been so dedicated to your workouts lately, sweetheart," I said casually. "Do they still give out free ice cream at the club?" She laughed, but I noticed a slight flush appear on her face. "No, honey. I've since been enjoying how good it feels to exercise, shower, and return home to my loving husband plus a few weeks ago. Those black slacks you like began to feel a little tight on me. Now they fit perfectly." She spoke to me affectionately, and I was struck by her beauty and my feelings for her. God help her, she was really cheating on me. God help me. No matter what the court calendar says, my marriage ended exactly a week later. On another Tuesday, Jessica and I had set up everything. I got her a small tape recorder to hide in her living room, and she scheduled it to come in for lunch on Tuesday afternoon while she was off work. Shell is currently unemployed. I spent the entire afternoon in my office pretending to work, thinking only about what the women were saying and how it affected my life. Shelley called at 4:30 and said we were finished and had just gone home. "Did she speak with you about it?" I inquired, still hoping everything was a mistake. "Oh," Shell giggled. She was clearly a little tipsy. "I told her about Robbie and she told me about Aaron. All about Aaron." She giggled again. "He appears to be a very large man." I realized I was squeezing the foam so hard that my fingers acted all right. I responded, "I'll stop by in 20 minutes. When I got to Shell, she greeted me at the door with a tape recorder in hand. "Now we'll remember what you promised," Jessica advised. "Yes, Jessica. You won't hear a word from me, and don't tell him I ever take her, or she'll be furious and inform James." I just nodded, turned and left. That evening was one of the most painful of my life. I knew I couldn't listen to the tape until I was asleep. Until then, I had to keep pretending to be a loving husband. While being a little tipsy, she told me she had spent the afternoon with Jessica and drank a lot of wine. She was also sexually active. Now make it horny. As soon as the dinner dishes were cleared, she dragged me into the bedroom and asked, "Honey, do you have anything for me tonight?" In a flirtatious tone, "Can I do this? Did I want to do this?" It occurred to me that this might be the last time I had sex with it. I was still hopeful. I hoped, against all odds, that she hadn't been unfaithful, so I followed her into the bedroom where we had sex. It wasn't about making love, at least not to me. My heart was torn and my mind was overly concerned and seemed oblivious. She was eager and responsive, but I found it bittersweet. It was enjoyable, but also extremely sad. We rested in each other's arms for a few minutes before quickly falling asleep, snoring softly on her side next to mine. I sat in the guest room. The door shut behind me. I listened to the tape. The first few minutes of conversation between Jessica and them were relaxed and informal. Jessica kept the wine flowing and eventually admitted she had a confession to make. She went on to talk about her affair with the Robbie. He was clearly aware of the affair. Jessica was just giving her juicy details to soften her up. Shelley did a great job. She even admitted with a laugh that Robbie was simply the latest and not the best. There was a guy named Ellis, but he left town and giggled and pretended to be surprised. But she seemed to enjoy the story. Listening to the shady story had little impact on me. I already knew who Jessica was, and the explicit details would help convince James that she had cheated on him. I waited anxiously for what I knew was coming. I'm resisting the urge to fast forward the tape. Finally, Jessica directed the conversation toward me. "So, sweetheart, please tell me your story now," she giggled. "You only mentioned that you met him at the health club and that he is well endowed." My body froze at the sound of his voice as she laughed and said, "Oh yeah, he's amazing." This was by far the largest one I'd ever seen or experienced. She giggled and continued. "I didn't think it would fit inside me at first, but oh does it ever." The two women burst into laughter. I paused the video and sat back in my chair. My marriage was over. Did I truly want to hear the rest? I could have my attorney listen to it. After some consideration, I turned the machine back on. I may as well face it now, get the full story out. Deal with my anger and pain and then figure out what the rest of my life would be like. "How did it start?" Jessica was asking. "The first thing I want to say is that I never meant to cheat on you, Will. I still cannot believe I am doing this. I feel terrible about it. He and I are so happy together, and I am sure he would freak out if he found a bad case of BTF." She laughed and I heard Jessica exclaim, "WTF, what's that?" and laughed again, saying, "I will explain. Could you please give me some more of that wine? I've been going to the health club for several years. Working out bothered me, but I didn't want to get saggy and lose interest. Do you know what I mean? And anyway, a few months ago I noticed a new trainer working there. Very hot, not particularly tall, but with broad shoulders and incredible muscles. His name is my Owen of all things. Can you believe it? He flirts heavily with all of the women, assisting them in setting up the machines, waiting for them, spotting them while they lift, and so on. I noticed him quietly conversing with Patty McAllister, a woman I used to work with. She's a redhead with an impressive physique. I observed them conversing. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I stand before the luxurious champagne flute, feeling the chill in my hand, while a sense of unease stirs within me. My wife, Isabella, finds me with her red dress and the touch of possession. Little does she know, I am about to uncover a truth that could shatter our seemingly perfect life. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. The crystal champagne flute felt cold in my hand as I looked around Arias Belmont's succulent living room. Laughter and chatter filled the air, blending with the soft jazz playing in the background. I took a sip, the bubbles dancing on my tongue, as I tried to calm the uneasy feeling in my stomach. "Ethan, darling, there you are," Isabella's voice cut through the background noise. As she approached me, her red dress hugged her curves. She put a manicured hand on my arm. Her touch is light yet possessive. "I had been looking everywhere for you." I forced a smile, simply getting some air, dear. It's quite crowded in here. Shelley curved her lips into a pout. "You aren't trying to hide, are you? This is a big night for us. Darius has been asking about you." "I'm not hiding," I said, maintaining an even tone. I only needed a moment. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but her smile remained unchanged. "So come along, we should mingle." Shelley led me through the crowd of guests, and I couldn't help but feel like a prize show dog being paraded. I nodded and smiled at familiar faces, exchanging greetings with coworkers and their partners. Shell was in her element, her laughter resonating as she enchanted everyone around her. "Ethan, here's my starring list," Darius exclaimed, clapping me on the shoulder. His face was flushed, most likely due to the expensive scotch in his hand. "I'm glad you could make it. How are you enjoying the party?" "It's fantastic, sir," I responded, putting on my best corporate smile. "Thank you for inviting us." Darius waved his hand dismissively. "Nonsense. You are now family, Ethan. Your work has been outstanding this quarter. I've got big plans for you, Shelley." My boy beamed as he squeezed my arm. "Isn't that wonderful news, darling?" I nodded, feeling the weight of expectation rest on my shoulders. "I appreciate the opportunity, sir. I will continue to do my best for the company." Darius launched into a story about his most recent golf outing. I let my gaze wander around the room. That's when I noticed her. She stood near the fireplace conversing with a small group. Her emerald green gown was elegant, yet understated, a stark contrast to the flashy outfits around her. What drew my attention, however, was her genuine and warm smile, which reached her eyes in ways I hadn't seen in years. Ethan Shell's voice snapped me back into the present. "Darius asked you a question." I blinked and returned my attention to my boss. "I apologize, sir." "Could you repeat that?" Darius chuckled. "Don't worry, my boy. I was just asking about the Henderson account. How is that coming along?" I gave a brief overview of the project. I'm grateful for the distraction. As I spoke, I couldn't help but look back at the woman by the fireplace. Our eyes locked for a brief moment, and I felt a surge of electricity run through me. "Excuse me." As I was finishing up my explanation, a soft voice interrupted. I turned to see the woman from the fireplace standing next to us. "I apologize for interrupting, but I couldn't help overhearing. Are you discussing the Henderson merger?" Darius's eyes lit up. "Indeed, we are. Ethan is in charge of conducting the financial analysis, and you're Catherine Everly," she said, holding out her hand. "I'm part of the legal team working on the merger. It's a pleasure to meet everyone." As we shook hands, a warm sensation spread through me. "Ethan Sterling." I spoke, my voice more steady than I expected. "It's wonderful to finally put a face to the name. Your efforts on the contract have been invaluable." Catherine smiled, and I was captivated by the intelligence in her eyes. "Thank you. I have also been impressed by your financial projections. I was hoping we could talk about a few points that I was curious about. If you have a moment, I can respond." Isabella's arm wrapped around my waist. "I'm sure Ethan would be delighted to arrange a meeting during working hours." She spoke in a sweet tone with an underlying edge. "We wouldn't want to bore everyone at a party with short words, would we?" I felt a tinge of annoyance at Shell's interruption, but my expression remained neutral. "Actually, if you do not mind, I would be happy to discuss it right now." "Darius, could you please excuse us for a moment?" Darius waved us off, already engaged in conversation with another guest. I led Catherine to a quieter corner of the room, conscious of Shell's gaze following us. "I apologize for my wife," I spoke softly, as we found a spot near a window. "She can be a little protective." Liz shook her head. Her smile indicated understanding. "There's no need to apologize. I appreciate you taking the time to speak. I've been reviewing the numbers for the technology division, and as we discussed the merger's complexities, I became concerned about the projected growth rates." I relaxed for the first time that evening. Catherine's insights were sharp and her questions thoughtful. We discussed ideas back and forth. We're losing track of time as we work through potential scenarios. I must say it's refreshing to work with someone who truly understands the complexities of these transactions. I said, leaning against the window frame. Most people's eyes glaze over when I mention market projections and risk assessments. Catherine laughed, her tone warm and genuine. I could make the same claim about contract law. It's nice to have a conversation without having to dumb it down. Our gazes met and the party noise faded away for a brief moment. I felt a connection that I hadn't had in years. Not just intellectual, but something deeper and more profound. Shelley broke the spell with her voice sharp and cutting. Ethan, darling, I think it's time we went home. I am feeling a little tired. I turned to find my wife standing behind us. Her smile was tight and her eyes were cold. Of course, dearest, I said, straightening up. Catherine, it was a pleasure. I'll send you an email about scheduling a proper meeting to discuss those projections further. Catherine nodded as her professional mask slid back into place. Absolutely. It was nice to meet you both. Enjoy the remainder of your evening. As we approached the coat check, I could feel the tension radiating from Shelley. She remained silent until we got in the car. The privacy screen is up between us and the driver. Well, you certainly appear to be enjoying yourself, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I don't think I've ever seen you so excited at a party. I kept my eyes on the road ahead. We were discussing work. Shelley, it's crucial for the merger. She scoffed. Please. I noticed the way you looked at her. Do you think I'm blind? You are being ridiculous. I said, my jaw clenched. Catherine is a colleague. There's nothing more. Isabella turned to me, her eyes flashing. Ethan, just remember who got you where you are now. Remember what is important. As we rode home in silence, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The facade of our perfect life was starting to crack and I wasn't sure I wanted to patch it up this time. The next few weeks were a blur of work and awkward silences at home. I threw myself into the Henderson merger, using it as an excuse to avoid confronting Shelley about our growing tension. Our interactions had devolved into a carefully choreographed dance of polite small talk while avoiding any genuine conversation. I first heard the whispers in the office late at night. I was about to go to the break room for another cup of coffee when I overheard the junior analyst stalking by the water cooler. Have you seen Mrs. Sterling at the charity gala last week? One of them spoke in a low conspiratorial tone. She was all over Liam Beckett. I thought her husband was about to explode. I froze my hand on the doorknob. The other analyst chuckled. Please, everyone knows she's been joking around for years. Sterling is either blind or does not care. Their laughter faded as they walked away, leaving me standing there with my mind racing. I'd heard rumors before, but I dismissed them as office gossip. The seed of doubt that had been planted at Darius's party began to germinate over the next few days. I found myself paying more attention to Shelley. I noticed how she guarded her phone in the quiet conversations that ended abruptly when I entered the room. The pieces were beginning to fit together, and I didn't like the picture they were creating. It was time for some answers. Ethan Crawford investigates on the third drink. A gruff voice answered. I took a deep breath, bracing myself. Mr. Crawford, this is Ethan Sterling. I am in need of your services. There was a pause at the other end of the line. What kind of services are we discussing? Mr. Sterling, I need you to follow my wife. I spoke. The words which tasted bitter in my mouth. I believe she may be involved with someone else. Ethan's voice softened slightly. I see. Why don't you visit my office tomorrow morning? We can go over the details in person. The next day I sat across from Ethan in his cramped office. The smell of stale coffee and cigarettes lingered in the air. He was a stocky man with a troubled look on his face, but his eyes were gentle as he listened to my suspicions. I'll need some basic information, Ethan explained, taking out a notepad. Your wife's schedules, any patterns you notice, as well as the names of people you are concerned about. The more I have to work with, the faster I can respond to your questions. I nodded and swallowed hard. There is one name in particular, Liam Beckett. He's a businessman known for using aggressive tactics. I've seen them together at events and there has been conversation. Ethan wrote down the information. His expression is neutral. Okay, Mr. Sterling. I'll get started right away. I should have some preliminary information for you. Within a few days I left Ethan's office feeling a mix of relief and dread. Part of me hoped I was mistaken and that this was all a misunderstanding. But deep down I knew the truth was about to crash down around me. My phone rang 3 days later, just as I was leaving the office. Mr. Sterling. It's Ethan. I believe you should come by. I have something you should see. My heart pounded as I approached the investigator's office. Ethan greeted me at the door. I apologize, Mr. Sterling. I wish I had better news for you. He led me to his desk where a laptop was open. I've been following your wife for several days. She's met Liam Beckett at a downtown hotel. I have photographic and video evidence of their encounters. Ethan played a video file and I watched in stunned silence as Shelley and Liam hugged in the hotel lobby. Their kisses are passionate and familiar. My stomach churned as I watched them disappear into an elevator together. There's more. Ethan spoke softly, handing me a file, financial records and text messages. I was able to recover. It appears that this has been going on for at least a year, possibly longer. I flipped through the pages, each containing a new blow. Credit card statements displaying lavish gifts, intimate text messages discussing their rendezvous and even plans for a weekend getaway. My vision blurred as the reality of the situation set in. Mr. Sterling, what do you want to do next? Ethan asked, his voice bringing me back to the present. I closed the file. I want everything. Every photograph, video and scrap of evidence. I want to confront her tonight. Ethan nodded with understanding in his eyes. I'll put everything together for you. Just be careful. Okay. These situations have the potential to escalate quickly. As I drove home that evening, the file of evidence swaying heavily on the passenger seat, I felt a storm of emotions brewing within me. Anger, betrayal, humiliation. They swirled together, instilling a determination I hadn't felt in years. Shelley had made a fool of me, but no longer. It was time to end the illusion of our perfect life once and for all. I pulled into our driveway, bracing myself for the upcoming confrontation. When I entered the house, it was quiet. The only sound was the click of Shell's heels on the hardwood floor. As she approached to greet me, "You arrived home late." She spoke in a casual tone, but with underlying tension. "A busy day at the office." I met her gaze. "My voice is steady. We need to talk, Shelley, now." Her eyes narrowed slightly as she followed me into the living room. I placed the file on the coffee table between us, watching as recognition and fear flashed across her face. "What is this?" she inquired, her tone barely above a whisper. I opened the file and spread out photographs of her and Liam. "Why aren't you telling me better yet? Why don't you tell me how long you've been cheating on me with Liam Beckett?" Help, Shell's hissing mask crumbled, giving way to a defiant expression. "How dare you follow me? What I do in my spare time is none of your concern." I laughed. The sound was harsh and bitter. "This is none of my business. You are my wife, Shelley. Or did you forget about it? In between your brief encounters with Liam." She stood up, her eyes filled with rage. "Please don't be so arrogant, Ethan. You've been so preoccupied with your important work that you barely notice me anymore. What were you expecting me to do? I expected you to be loyal." I yelled, my composure finally slipping. "I expected you to keep our promises and communicate with me if you were unhappy. Don't sneak around like that." Shell's hand landed on my cheek, the slap echoing throughout the room. "Don't call me that," she hissed. "Want to know the truth?" Fine. Yes, I've been sleeping with Liam, and you know what? He makes me feel alive. He's exciting and passionate. Everything you are not." I rubbed my cheek, my rage transforming into something stronger, more dangerous. "How long?" she shrugged. A cruel smile appeared on her lips. "Does it matter? A year. Perhaps more long enough to realize that Liam is twice the man you will ever be. And I suppose all those business dinners, all those late nights at the office, those were just cover for your little affair. I asked, my voice slow and controlled. Shelley laughed, the sound grating on my nerves. Oh, Ethan, you're so naive. Did you really think I rested in your boring financial talk? I was building connections, setting us up for a better life. Liam understands ambition. He knows how to take what he wants. I stood up, towering over her. And what exactly were you planning, Shelley? To leave me for him once you'd squeezed every last drop of status and money out of our marriage? She met my gaze unflinching. Maybe I would have kept you both. After all, you've been so easy to fool all these years. Always trusting. Always believing the best in me. It's almost sad, really. Something snapped inside me at her words in that moment. I saw Shelley for who she truly was, a manipulative, selfish creature who had been using me from the very beginning. All the love I had felt for her turned to ash, replaced by a cold, hard resolve. Well, I'm afraid your little plan has come to an end, I said, my voice dangerously calm. I want you out of this house tonight. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. In the morning. Shelley's eyes widened, the first hint of fear creeping into her expression. You cannot be serious. Everything we built. You're just going to throw it away. I laughed, the sound devoid of humor. No, Shelley. You threw it all away the moment you decided to betray me. I'm just taking out the trash. She took a step towards me, her hand reaching out. Ethan, please, we can work this out. I lend things with Liam. I promise we can go to counseling. Start over. I caught her wrist before she could touch me. My rib firm. Save your lies for someone who still believes them. We're finished. Shelley, pack your belongings and get out. As I watched her rush upstairs, breaking through her composed facade, I felt strangely calm wash over me. Isabella's sob faded as she moved upstairs. I stood in the living room, surrounded by evidence of her betrayal, feeling a strange combination of emptiness and determination. The life we built together was crumbling, but I refused to be buried beneath the rubble. I pulled out my phone and dialed a familiar number. Taryn, it's Y. I need your help. Y, what's happening? You raise your voice. Sebastian's concerned voice rang through the line. Shelley has been cheating on me with Liam Beckett. I said with a steady voice, I'm kicking her out tonight. Can you come over? Taryn replied after a brief pause, his tone hardening. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Don't do anything stupid until I get there. Sebastian arrived promptly, as promised. As I let him in, his face was full of concern and anger. Shelley could still be heard moving around upstairs, her muffled sobs, punctuated by the occasional third of a suitcase. Jesus Ray, Sebastian commented, taking in the scattered photos on the coffee table. How long has it been going on? I shake my head, pouring us both a generous serving of scotch. At least 1 year, possibly longer. I've been such a fool. Taryn grabbed my shoulder. His G-fan. You are not the fool here, Ray. She's the one who gave up a good man for that snake Beckett. We sat silently for a moment. The reality of the situation has settled over us. Sebastian finally spoke up, his voice low but determined. What is your plan? You know I have your back. Whatever you need. I drank a long sip of scotch. I can feel the burn in my throat. First, I'm getting her out of the house. Then I will destroy them both. They want to play games, fine. Let's see how they like it. When I start playing for real, Sebastian nodded with a smile on his face. That is the Ray I know will make them regret having crossed you. The sound of heels on the stairs interrupted our conversation. Shelley appeared, mascara streaked down her face as she pulled the large suitcases behind her. I hope you're happy, Ethan. She spit, her eyes blazed with rage and hurt. Years of marriage are being thrown away over one minor indiscretion. I faced her with cold determination. A minor indiscretion. Is that what you've called another man for over a year? Save your excuses. Shelley, they mean nothing to me anymore. Shell's gaze shifted to Taryn and her lip curled in disgust. I see you've already called the cavalry. Ethan, are you always hiding behind your friends? Taryn stepped forward, his voice low. If I were you, Isabella, why? I'd watch your mouth. You aren't in a position to throw stones right now. I raised my hand to stop Sebastian. It is not worth it. She isn't worth it. I turned back to Shelley, my voice emotionless as, your belongings will be sent to wherever you end up. I recommend that you leave now, before I decide to air out dirty laundry to everyone. We know. I caught a glimpse of fear in Shell's eyes, then her indifferent mask slipped back into place. This is not over. Ethan, you're going to regret this. The door slammed behind her. Sebastian clapped my back and I felt a weight lift off of my shoulders. His voice was filled with satisfaction. Good riddance. Now let's talk about how we're going to make them pay. The following few weeks were a blur of legal meetings and sleepless nights. I immersed myself in my work, using it as a shield against the pitying stares and whispered gossip that seemed to follow me everywhere. The news of Shell's affair and our impending divorce had spread like wildfire among our social circle, and I found myself withdrawing more and more, particularly exhausting day at the office. I was hunched over my desk poring over financial reports, when I heard a soft knock on the door. My concentration, Mr. Sterling. Catherine's voice sounded hesitant. I apologize for disturbing you, but I wanted to see if you had time to discuss the Henderson merger details. I looked up, feeling guilty about the concern in her eyes. I had been avoiding her since the night of the party. I'm unsure how to navigate our budding friendship in the aftermath of my personal crisis. Of course, Catherine, I replied, just toward the chair across from me. Please come inside. As she settled into her seat, I couldn't help but notice the stark difference between her genuine warmth and Shell's calculated charm. Catherine's presence appeared to alleviate some of the heaviness that had settled over me in recent weeks. I heard what happened. Catherine spoke softly, her eyes meeting mine. I'm very sorry, Ethan. If there's anything I can do. I shook my head and forced a smile. Thank you, but I'm fine. It is better this way. Really? What did you want to talk about? With regard to the merger. Catherine hesitated for a moment before nodding and pulling out a file as we discussed the details of the deal. I felt some of the tension leave my body here in the world of numbers and projections. I was on solid ground. My phone began to buzz loudly, interrupting our conversation. I clenched my jaw as Terrence's name appeared on the screen. I apologize. I need to take this. I said this while standing up. Taryn, what is going on? Terrence's voice was tight with rage. Ray, get down to the country club right now. What? Why, what is happening? I asked as I reached for my jacket. It's Isabella, why, and Liam, Terrence spit. They're here to make a scene. Liam is talking about how he is going to take over your accounts and how you are done in this town. It is bad. Why? I felt a chilling fury wash over me. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Do not let them leave. I'm going to hang up. I turned to Catherine, who was looking at me with concern. I am sorry, but I have to leave. I've got a situation to handle. Catherine stood. Her expression was determined. Allow me to join. You should not have to face this alone for a moment. I hesitated, remembering Shell's harsh words about my reliance on others. I nodded all right, but I warn you it won't be pretty. The drive to the country club was tense, with Catherine's quiet support and my own roiling emotions. As we arrived in the parking lot, I noticed a small crowd gathered near the entrance. Stepping out of the car, I straightened my tie and breathed deeply. Ready? I asked Catherine. She nodded, her demeanor calming. Just behind you. As we approached, Liam's voice sounded loud and mocking. Then there was poor Ethan. He had no idea. He is quite the financial genius. He is unable to see what is going on right in front of him. As we approached, the crowd parted, whispers and stares followed in our wake. Shelley was the first to see us. Her eyes widened in surprise, then narrow in defiance. Well, well, she drawled, her voice stinged with false sweetness. Look who has decided to attend the party. Hello, darling. And who is this your new plaything? I felt Catherine stiffen beside me, but I concentrated on Shelley and Liam. I believe you've had enough to drink, Shelley. Why don't you and your friend call it night? Liam stepped forward, his chest puffed up like a peacock. Well, what's stirring? You're going to cry to Daddy Darius about this. Face it. You are done in this town. Your wife and your clients. They are all coming to me right now. I laughed, but the sound was cold and devoid of humor. Is that what you think? Liam. If you want to allow me to tell you something, I moved closer. You have no idea what you have started. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be lucky to find a job flipping burgers. Liam's face flushed with anger. Are you threatening me, Sterling? A big mistake. It's not a threat. I explained my calm demeanor was in stark contrast to his blustering. This is a promise. Enjoy your brief victory lap while you can, because from now on your life will be a living hell. I turned to the stunned onlookers, my voice echoing throughout the suddenly silent crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for this unseemly display. I assure you that it will not happen again now. If you will excuse me, I have more important things to do than entertain these people. I offered Catherine my arm and turned to leave. As we walked away, I could hear the crowd's murmur, stunned whispers and particularly stiff glances. Ethan, Catherine spoke softly as we approached the car. Are you okay? I took a deep breath, feeling the end of my restraint crumble. No, I'm not okay. But I will be. They won't war. I'll give them a war that they'll never forget. As we drove away from the country club, leaving Isabella, Y, and Liam to deal with the fallout from their spectacle, I felt a newfound resolve wash over me. The time for playing nice had passed. From now on I would fight fire with fire. The morning following the country club incident, I sat in my home office surrounded by files and laptops. The events of the last few weeks had left me raw, but that pain was quickly crystallizing into something more intense. Focused as I sipped my coffee, a knock on the door interrupted. My thoughts come inside. I called, knowing exactly who it would be. Taryn came in, followed by two people I didn't recognize. A weary man with sharp eyes and a woman whose fingers never stopped moving over her phone. Ray Sebastian, said, his voice firm, with determination. I would like you to meet Ethan McIntosh and Morgan Rake. They are here to help us, even the odds. I stood and extended my hand to each of them in turn. Ethan, Morgan, thank you for coming. Sebastian has filled you in on the situation. Ethan nodded, his G-rally voice reflecting his rough appearance. He has to say, Mr. Sterling, you've created quite a mess here, but I have dealt with worse. We'll get you what you need. Morgan eventually looked up from her phone, her eyes gleaming with predatory intelligence. I've already started looking into Evan's digital footprint. Let's just say he's not as cautious as he believes he is. I motioned for them all to sit good, because what I have in mind will require all of our abilities. Shelley and Liam believe they've won because they humiliated me and can simply walk away. I plan to show them how wrong they are. Taryn leaned forwards, his expression intense. What is your plan? Or why whatever it is I am in? I took out a file and spread photographs and documents across the desk. First we go after Liam's business. Ethan, I need you to dig deeper into his previous transactions and clients, anything we can use. Morgan, I'd like you to focus on his digital presence, emails, financial records, and anything else that may be considered illegal. Ethan nodded, already taking notes. I have contacts in the business world who owe me favors. I'll start there. Morgan's fingers flew over the phone. I can get his emails before the end of the day. Financial records may take a little longer, but not much. I turned to Sebastian. I need you to be my eyes and ears in the office. Liam has been attempting to poach my clients. I want to know every decision he makes and every meeting he attends. Sebastian's jaw is set in determination. Consider it finished. That snake cannot sneeze without our knowledge. As we got deeper into the plan, I felt a surge of energy that I hadn't felt in years. This was not just about vengeance. It was about justice. About showing Shelley and Liam that their actions had consequence. We spent 6 hours refining our strategy. Each person brings a unique skill to the table. As the sun started to set, casting long shadows throughout the room, I stood up and stretched out the kinks in my back. All right, team. I said, my voice full of satisfaction. Let us get to work. Liam Beckett will not know what hit him over the next few weeks. Our plan began to take form. Ethan's investigations unearthed a web of shady deals and disgruntled former partners, all ripe for exploitation. Morgan's hacking skills were invaluable, providing us with a trove of incriminating emails and financial records. One evening, as I was going over the most recent batch of information, my phone vibrated with a text from Taryn. Tomorrow I'll be meeting with Harrington Corporation. Beckett believes he has it in the bag. It's time to make our move. I smiled, full of anticipation. Do it. I texted back. Let us see how Liam handles a little competition. The next day I walked into the Harrington Corp offices, exuding a sense of calm confidence that I did not fully feel. As I approached the receptionist, I noticed Liam exiting the conference room. His face flushed with what I assumed was an early victory. Our gazes met and I noticed a flicker of uncertainty on his face. I gave him a knowing smile before turning to the receptionist, Ethan Sterling, to ask for Mr. Harrington. I spoke smoothly. I believe he is expecting me. Liam's voice, tinged with barely contained rage, emerged from behind me. Sterling, what the hell are you doing here? I turned, raising an eyebrow. Business. Liam, you understand how that works, right? Or do you want me to explain it to you? Before he could reply, Mr. Harrington emerged from the conference room. Ethan, right on time. Come in. We have a lot to talk about. As I followed Mr. Harrington into the room, I couldn't help but throw one last bob over my shoulder. Liam, better luck next time. Perhaps try not to start with promises. You can't keep the door closed behind us. What about cutting off? Liam sputtered protests. Mr. Harrington settled into his chair and fixed me with a sharp gaze. I must say, Ethan, your timing is impeccable. He spoke with a hint of amusement in his voice. Miss Beckett was just here, making some rather lofty claims about his ability to manage our account. I leaned forward, my voice full of quiet confidence. Mr. Harrington, I'm not here to make grandiose promises or overestimate my abilities. What I can offer you is a proven track record of success, a thorough understanding of your industry, and a dedication to transparency that I believe Mr. Beckett lacks. For the next hour, we delved into the details of the Harrington account. I outlined my strategy, supporting each point with solid data and realistic projections. Mr. Harrington's eyes were filled with determination as we shook hands at the end of the meeting. Well, Ethan, he said, a smile spreading across the corners of his mouth. I think we have a deal. I'm looking forward to working with you. I left the Harrington offices. I noticed Liam pacing in the lobby. His face was a mask of barely controlled rage. Our gazes met and I witnessed the moment he realized what had happened. This isn't over, Sterling. He hissed as I passed by. You have no idea who you're dealing with. I paused and turned to face him fully. Oh, BR. Liam, I think I do. The question is, do you? Because from where I stand, you're the one who's in over your head. With that, I walked away, leaving Liam to stew in his defeat. While I got into my car, I gave myself a moment of satisfaction. This was only the beginning, but I could already feel the balance of power shifting. Morgan sent me a text message. You'll want to see this. Evan's emails are a goldmine. How soon can we meet? I smiled. Feeling a rush of excitement on my way, I texted back. The next phase of our plan was about to begin, and I couldn't wait to see Liam's reaction when he realized how deep a hole he had dug for himself. The weeks that followed were a blur of activity. With each passing day, we tightened.
Then he surrounded Liam and Shell's necks,
gradually dismantling the life they believed they had secured. Morgan's technological expertise proved invaluable as we began to investigate Liam's digital life. Late at night, I huddled around my home office desk. Morgan's eyes glowed with pride as she turned her laptop to face us. "Look at this," she said, pointing to a collection of emails. "Liam has been cooking the books for years. He's been inflating his company's profits to entice investors, secure loans." I leaned in, a slow smile forming on my face. "This is perfect. Ethan, can you verify these figures?" Ethan nodded already, jotting down notes. "Give me 1 or 2 days. I'll check with my contacts in the banking industry. If this works out, we'll have him by the balls." Taryn clapped my shoulder. "What are our next steps, Ray?" My mind cleared up, racing with possibilities. "We leak this information to the appropriate individuals. Not all at once, however. We will start with whispers, plant the seeds of doubt in his investors." Morgan's fingers flew over the keyboard. "I can create a few anonymous accounts, start spreading rumors in financial forums. It will seem like insider information." "Good." I nodded. "Ethan, once you've verified the figures, contact your SEC representative. Do not give them everything, just enough to begin an investigation." Ethan grinned with a predatory gleam in his eyes. "They've been eager to nail Beckett for years. This will start a fire under them." We fine-tuned our plan. I couldn't help but feel a rush of pleasure. Liam had believed he could take everything from me, but he was about to learn a hard lesson about consequences over the next few weeks. Our plan played out with devastating precision. Financial irregularities were whispered about in Liam's circles. His once confident demeanor gave way to nervous glances and tense phone conversations. One afternoon, as I was leaving a client meeting, I ran into Liam in the lobby of our office. The contrast between us was stark. I stood tall, radiating confidence. Liam appeared haggard. His expensive suit was rumpled and his eyes darted around nervously. "Sterling," he spat, his voice full of rage and fear. "What did you do?" I raised an eyebrow, pretending innocence. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Liam, are you having trouble with your investors?" He moved closer, his voice low and threatening. "I know you're behind this. The SEC is looking into these rumors. Do you think you can destroy me?" I met his gaze calmly. "Destroy you? Liam, I'm not doing anything. If you're having problems, take a look at your own business practices. After all, there's no smoke without fire, right?" Liam's face was contorted with rage. He grabbed my lapel and pulled me close. "You arrogant bastard. I will ruin you for this." I calmly removed his hand. My voice is ice cold. "I would be cautious if I were you, Liam, assaulting a colleague in broad daylight. This is not a good look for a man who is already being scrutinized." As if on cue, several people in the lobby turned and stared at us. Liam released me. His face flushed with embarrassment and anger. I straightened my jacket and spoke quietly so that only he could hear. "You played with fire when you decided to pursue what was mine, Liam. Now you're being burned. And trust me, this is only the beginning." Leaving him sputtering in the lobby, I walked out into the sunlight, a sense of grim satisfaction settling over me. The next stage of our plan was about to begin, and I couldn't wait to see Shell's reaction as she realized her perfect new life was crumbling around her. That evening, Soren and I met at our favorite bar, a quiet space where we could talk freely. "How did things go with the Darius today?" I inquired, sipping my scotch. Sebastian grinned, "Better than we had hoped. I casually brought up rumors about Liam's financial problems. Darius's eyes almost popped out of his head. He's concerned about how it will affect the firm's reputation. I nodded, please, good. And Shelley Sebastian replied, she's starting to panic. I overheard her on the phone with Liam. She's concerned about their lifestyle and asks him about their finances. I leaned back, a cold smile playing across my lips. Perfect. It's time to increase the heat. Call Morgan, tell her to release the next batch of information. As we clinked our glasses, I felt a surge of anticipation. Sean Liam's perfect world was about to crumble, and I'd be there to see it burn. The day of the charity gala arrived, and with it the culmination of our meticulously crafted plan. Tonight, Shelley and Liam would face the consequences of their actions in the most public setting possible. Are you ready for this? Darren inquired. Appearing in the doorway, I met his gaze in the mirror. My eyes hard and determined. More than ready. Let's go. The Grand Hotel's ballroom was a sea of glittering dresses and expensive suits. As we entered, I felt the wave of eyes on us. Whispers followed in our wake. Liam's financial troubles had spread like wildfire throughout our social circle, and everyone was waiting to see how the drama would play out. I noticed Shelley across the room, dressed in a form-fitting red gown. Her smile was brittle as she clutched Liam's arm, her gaze darting nervously around the room. Liam, for his part, was trying to keep his usual swagger, but I could see the strain on his face. His hand shook slightly as he reached for the champagne flute. Showtime. I murmured to Sebastian as I walked towards the stage where the charity auction was scheduled to begin. As I passed Shelley and Liam, I couldn't resist giving them a small jab. Isn't it a lovely evening? I hope you plan to bid generously. Liam, after all, it's for a worthy cause. Liam's face flushed with rage, but before he could react, the MC demanded everyone's attention. I took a position near the front of the crowd. Terrence stood by my side as the auction began. The first few items sold quickly with polite applause. After each purchase, the MC then announced the next lot. Ladies and gentlemen, our next item is a weekend getaway to the exclusive Sunset Resort. We will start bidding at €5. I raised my paddle, my voice ringing clear throughout the room. 1. 0. A murmur spread through the crowd. Liam, unable to ignore the challenge, called out 1.0. I smiled, keeping my voice calm. 2.0. The bidding continued, with Liam becoming increasingly agitated with each raise. I could see Shelley tugging on his sleeve and whispering urgently in his ear, but he brushed her off. 5. 0. Liam called with a strained voice. I paused for a moment, allowing the tension to build. Then I gave a casual flick of my wrist. I raised my paddle. 10.0. The room went silent. Liam's face had turned pale. His jaw worked as he struggled to come up with a response. Isabella's eyes were wide with panic. The MC, sensing the drama unfolding, quickly lowered the gavel sold to Mr. Sterling for 10.0. Applause broke out. I made my way to the stage to finish the transaction. As I passed Liam and Shelley, I couldn't help but twist the knife. Do not worry, I said softly. I am confident you will be able to afford a nice weekend away soon. Maybe somewhere more affordable. Shelley's face was contorted with rage. You bastard, she hissed. What did you do? I raised an eyebrow, speaking quietly enough for them to hear me. I have not done anything. I'm just a concerned citizen donating to charity. It is not my fault if some people are unable to keep up. Before they could respond, I proceeded to the stage and handed over my credit card. I noticed Darius Belmont watching the scene unfold. His expression was a combination of shock and growing understanding. The rest of the evening was a blur of whispers and sidelong glances. Liam and Isabella tried to remain calm, but I could see them crumbling under the pressure of scrutiny and speculation. As the gala ended, Darius cornered me near the bar. Ethan, He spoke quietly and seriously. What's happening? There are rumors about Liam and now this display. Are you behind all of this? I met his gaze steadily. Darius, I am just a man trying to rebuild his life after a devastating betrayal. If certain truths are revealed, that's not really my fault, is it? Darius gave me a long look before slowly nodding. I see. I hope you understand what you're doing. Ethan, these games may be dangerous. I smiled and raised my glass in a mock toast. Oh, Darius, I know exactly what I'm doing and I'm only getting started. As I left the gala that night, I noticed Shelley and Liam having a heated argument near the valet stand. Their voices carried through the quiet night air. What are we planning to do? Isabella Why demanded, her voice filled with panic. Liam is well known to everyone. We are ruined. Liam grabbed her arm. His expression twisted with rage. Shut up. Simply shut up. And let me think, I watched Isabella Why yank her arm free, tears streaming down her cheeks. This is entirely your fault. You promised me everything. But now we have nothing. As their argument became heated, drawing the attention of nearby guests, I slipped into my car. The seeds of doubt and discord we had planted were bearing fruit, and I was excited to see how they would develop further. The morning after the gala, I sat in my office reviewing the aftermath of the previous night's events. Liam's financial troubles, as well as the spectacle at the auction, had spread like wildfire through our social and business circles. As I scrolled through the flood of emails and text messages, I gave myself a small smile of satisfaction. A knock on the door broke my reverie. Come inside. I called expecting to see Sebastian, or one of my teammates. A man I didn't recognize entered the room, his piercing blue eyes scanning the surroundings before settling on me. He was tall, with a lean build and a face that reflected hard years and difficult decisions. Ethan Sterling, he asked. His voice is rowdy and low. I immediately raised my guard. Yes, and you. The man closed the door behind him and turned to face me fully. My name is Nathan Hartley, and I believe we share a common enemy. My mind raced, attempting to recall the name. Then it struck me, Shell's ex-lover, Nathan Hartley, whom she claimed had died. Nathan Hartley. I spoke slowly, carefully observing him. Last, I heard you were supposed to be at the bottom of the Pacific. Jan smiled grimly. The reports of my death were greatly exaggerated, as they say. May I sit? We have a lot to talk about. I motioned toward the chair across from my desk. My mind is filled with possibilities. I'm curious to hear what a dead man has to say. John sat in the chair, his posture relaxed but alert. I've been watching you, Ethan. Your small campaign against Isabella Why and Liam. I have to say I am impressed. And why would my actions be of interest to a supposed dead man? I asked, leaning back in my seat. John's eyes hardened. Because Shelley and Liam didn't simply betray you, Ethan. They attempted to kill me. My eyebrows rose. That's quite the accusation. Mr. Hartley, have you got proof? John reached into his jacket and pulled out a USB drive. More than proof. I have evidence to bury them. Both financial documents, emails, and even a recorded conversation about how to deal with me. He placed the drive on my desk and never looked away. I've been taking my time collecting information, but after seeing what you were doing, I realized we could help each other. I picked up the drive and turned it over in my hands. And why should I trust you? This happened when I was in the first or second year of junior high school. I think I was about 13 years old. I grew up in the countryside. I know this to be a trap. JM leaned forward, his voice sharp, because I want to see them suffer just as much as you do. They took everything from me, my business, my reputation, and nearly my life. I've spent the last 2 years plotting my revenge, using your resources and my information. We can completely destroy them. I studied John for a long time, considering my options. Eventually I nodded. Okay. Mr. Hartley. Let us say I'm interested. What exactly are you proposing? Junk's face lit up with a predatory smile. I propose that we finish what you started. We use my evidence not only to financially ruin them, but also to put them behind bars. Attempted murder, fraud and conspiracy. We have enough to store them for decades. I experienced a surge of excitement at the possibilities, but caution kept me back. What's in it? For you. Besides revenge, John's expression became grim. Just this, Mr. Sterling, and the opportunity to reclaim my life. Once they are exposed, I can come out of hiding, clear my name. I nodded slowly. My mind is already racing with potential plans. Of course, I will need to verify your information and discuss it with my team. Of course, Nathan agreed, standing. Take your time, but not for too long. Shelley and Liam are desperate. People do stupid things. Nathan left my office. I sat back and stared at the USB drive. This unexpected development may have far-reaching consequences. I reached for my phone and dialed Terrence's number. Terran, bring the team together. We have a new player in the game. Sebastian responded with a shocked, curious tone. What is going on? Or why, I will explain everything once everyone has arrived. Please get them to me as soon as possible. An hour later, my living room was filled with my team's tense energy. Terran paced by the window and Morgan sat on the edge of the couch, her laptop open and ready. Ethan lounged in an armchair. His eyes were shrewd as they tracked my movements. All right. Or why, to said, breaking the silence. What is this all about? I took a deep breath before launching into an account of John's visit, his startling revelations. As I spoke, I carefully observed their reactions. Terran. His eyes widened in disbelief as Morgan's fingers flew over her keyboard, no doubt already digging into John's past. Ethan remained impassive, but I could see the wheels turning behind his eyes, so I hooted while holding up the USB drive. We have a potential goldmine of information here, but we must verify it before making any decisions. Morgan held out her hand. Give it here. I will run it through every security check I have before we even consider plugging it in. I nodded and tossed her the drive. Good, Ethan. I want you to look into John's background and confirm his story. Find out what he's been up to the last 2 years. Ethan grunted in agreement and took out his phone, and Terran asked, his voice tight with anticipation. I met his gaze steadily. I need you to keep an eye on Shelley and Liam following last night. They are bound to make moves. I want to know about every conversation, meeting and panicked phone call as my team gets to work. I experienced a surge of energy. This new development could be the key to destroying Shelley and Liam permanently, but a small voice in the back of my mind whispered caution. Could we trust Nathan? Or were we falling into a trap of our own making? Days passed in a flurry of activity as we worked to verify John's information and incorporate it into our plans. The evidence he presented included damning emails discussing how to deal with John, financial records demonstrating the systematic training of his accounts, and even a recorded conversation in which Shelley and Liam laughed about John's unfortunate accident. We were about to make our move when my phone buzzed with an unknown number. I answered Mr. Sterling with a frown. A distorted voice crackled from the speaker. I have some important information about Nathan Hartley. I felt my blood turn cold. Who is this? A friend. The voice responded. Someone who doesn't want you to fall into a trap. Check your inbox. You'll discover that John isn't the ally you believe he is. Hands shook as the line went dead. I opened my mail and discovered a single message with an audio file attached. When I pressed play, John's voice filled the room. We'll move once Sterling has taken care of Shelley and Liam. Nathan claimed he'd done all the heavy lifting. We just swooped in, take the evidence and turn it to our advantage. Sterling takes the fall and we walk away with everything. I sat back, my mind reeling. We had been played. John had used us, counting on our desire for vengeance to handle his dirty work, but he had underestimated me. I called an emergency meeting to lay out what I had discovered. The team was shocked, but they quickly rallied. "What is your plan?" "Our wife Sebastian," inquired, his voice hardened with determination. A slow smile appeared on my face. "We give John exactly what he wants before reversing the situation over the next few days. We will set our trap." We leaked information, making it appear as if our plan against Shelley and Liam was coming together. We were constantly building a case against JN, relying on his own evidence. The night of the supposed takedown arrived and I met John in a dimly lit parking garage. My heart racing with anticipation. "Is it finished?" JN asked, his eyes gleamed with triumph. I nodded and handed him a file. "It is all here, everything we know about Shelley and Liam." "They finished." Nathan grinned as he flipped through the pages. "Excellent work, Sterling. I knew you had the potential. Just one thing." "Nathan," I spoke, my voice deceptively calm. "Did you really believe I wouldn't find out about your little plan?" John's head snapped up, with confusion and fear flashing across his face. "What exactly are you talking about?" I took out my phone and played a recording of his betrayal. John's face drained of color as he listened to his own voice describe his plan. "You see, Nathan," I said, advancing on him, "you made a critical mistake. You assumed I was motivated solely by vengeance, but I am smarter than that. I always have a backup plan." Sirens wailed in the distance as they got closer. John's eyes darted around looking for a way out. "It is over, Nathan," I said, my voice harsh. "The authorities own everything you are plotting against me. Your involvement with Shelley and Liam's schemes. Are you going down with them?" The police car screeched into the garage. John took a desperate lunge at me. I sidestepped easily, watching as officers tackled him to the ground. Ethan Sterling, the detective, approached me. "We will need your statement." I nodded, a grim satisfaction washing over me. "Of course, Detective. I am delighted to cooperate fully." The weeks following John's arrest were a blur of legal proceedings and media frenzy. Isabella and Liam were arrested in a dawn raid that made front-page news after being implicated by the evidence John provided. I'll never forget seeing them LOA in handcuffs, their perfectly crafted facades crumbling as the dust settled. I found myself in my office looking out at the city skyline. A knock at the door interrupted. My thoughts come inside. I called and Catherine entered with a smile on her face. "I hope I'm not interrupting," she said, shutting the door behind her. "I just wanted to see how you were doing." I motioned for her to sit. I felt warm for the first time in years. "Not at all. It's nice to see you, Catherine." We talked for hours about the case and the future, about everything and nothing. As the sun set, the sky turned a brilliant orange and pink. I came to a profound realization. The anger and bitterness that had driven me for so long had vanished, replaced by a sense of calm and possibility. "Catherine," I said, meeting her gaze, "would you like to eat dinner with me?" Her smile illuminated the room. I assumed you would never ask. We left the office together, and I felt lighter than I had in years. The long nightmare had ended and a chapter was beginning. Shelley, Liam and JN would all face justice for their crimes. However, my desire for vengeance no longer defined who I was. I had survived. I had triumphed, and now, with Catherine by my side, I was prepared to face whatever the future held. Walking out into the warm evening air, I took a deep breath and savored the feeling of freedom and possibility. The path ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in a long time, I was eager to see where it would lead. Here is the next story. My newlywed wife cheated on me, and I am beyond hurt. I'm not sure what flair to put, because I never expected to have to post here. My wife is 21 years old and I am 22. We married young because we both felt there was no reason to wait and wanted to spend our lives together. We've only been married for 2 months. For reference, We both work at the same place. I usually close and she opens, but we take 2 days off each week. Last night I noticed she appeared upset. She was guilty of something and I had to coax her out of it. What happened? A guy she had slept with frequently before we started dating was about to relocate from our city. He invited her out to lunch one last time, and she pretended he was one of her first friends when she moved here. So I didn't think much of it and told her to stay. That Monday I went into clothes and she got off work and joined him for a smoothie. Apparently he invited her to his apartment one last time for memories. They ended up kissing and having sex. She claimed he initiated it in subsequent encounters. She never mentioned the mistake, and then while I was closed again on Tuesday, she returned to his place and they repeated the process, everything for the second time again. She didn't tell me we work opposite shifts from Wednesday to Friday but have Thursday off to hang out. She never mentioned her lunch, so I had to ask her about it. She lied, claiming they only had smoothies and talked for 5 hours. Saturday, while I'm closing again, she returned to his apartment a third time and cheated again. This day at work was terrible for me, so I texted her that I needed a hug. When I got home, unbeknown to me, she was sucking another man's penis. Not, but for hours before we talked about what she did. She said she didn't think it was an error. She felt guilty, but not regretful, and she went on to say that if he hadn't moved away, she would have done it even more and had no intention of telling me about it. She said so much more, including reasons why she believes sex with him is with me, and she even deleted chats she had with him. When I left the room for a moment, I caught her while she was crossing Snapchat. She claimed she loved him throughout our relationship and even inquired about my thoughts on open marriage, which we both discussed and agreed would never happen if we married. On her phone she was texting her cousin about, "Look at how adorable this man is." I'm literally rethinking my marriage over him and looking into why I want a divorce. What happens after 2 months? She had even looked into jobs and apartments in the town where he had moved. After 2 months, she had a complete plan for her exit. Why did she marry me? Update. First and foremost, thank you for all of your comments. I'm overwhelmed by the outpouring of support and I just wanted to let everyone know that I have already moved out. She owned the apartment where we lived. I'm considering an annulment and I removed her influence on me when I moved out. I took most of my belongings with me. My brother, who still lives in the city and works for a moving company, will receive the larger items. Of course I see the mistake of marrying so young. Hindsight is 20/20th, but this event caught everyone off guard. I'm seeing a therapist and surrounded by people who care about me. I know I will get through this. Thank you everyone. When we're looking for nostalgia, we usually look through a photo album or make excuses about not regretting it but feeling guilty. Classic. That's like saying I'm sorry I got caught. You expressed it yourself. Hindsight is 20/20th and you now realize the mistake of marrying someone whose loyalty is about as strong as tissue paper. I posted on here about a week ago about my newlywed wife, who cheated on me 3 times rather than being honest with me. She tried to get me to lower my personal value, so much as you enter into an open marriage with her and a fair partner. I have left her. I'm currently living with my parents and my only contact with her is to tell her which divorce papers she needs to sign. But I continue to have dreams about threesome and orgies. They are disgusting because I would never participate in them. In my opinion, it is not something with which I am particularly comfortable. Sex is intended to be personal, loving, and intimate between 2 people. My soon-to-be ex-wife has appeared in each dream. They wake me up in the middle of the night and I have to spend 5 to 10 minutes just breathing to convince myself it was all a dream. Has anyone else experienced this? Is this simply a result of the trauma she left me with? I plan to bring this up with my therapist the next time we talk. I'm wondering if anyone has any advice. Thanks. One quick tip from the community. You are supporting a severe case of PTSD caused by betrayal and trauma. It's time to seek treatment. If you haven't already talked to your doctor, Begin an exercise routine at your local gym. Consistent exercise is the most effective treatment for anxiety, depression and trauma-related stress. PTSD as well. Who knew that being duped came with a free pass to a mental carnival of unwanted threesome and orgies? Your brain is throwing you the worst bachelor party ever, complete with everything you'd never want to see. Attending or leaving with a bang, literally. Who would call I'm bringing this up with your therapist? In the meantime, consider changing your nighttime routine, a little meditation and a nice cup of chamomile tea. Do you have a similar story? Have you ever had wild dreams following a breakup? Please share your experience in the comments below. Next, Opie's father returns for a small family reunion and an organ donation. My father abandoned his family only for us to discover later that he cheated growing up. I had no idea. My sperm donor cheated on my mother. She did not know either. He abandoned my mother and siblings when I was 5 years old, and we hadn't heard from him in more than 30 years. Over the last 5 years, we've learned more than we ever wanted to know. He has 3 other children. One is 6 months younger than I. Another is 5 years younger than me. And the youngest is 3 years younger. All of them conceived while he was still married to my mother. It felt like someone had hit me in the chest with a large bag of bricks. He has moved past any wrongdoings and wants to be a part of my grandchildren's lives. I'm an adult with a husband and children of my own, and the adult in me says, wow, this guy's an absolute hole. But the child in me is crying in agony, wondering why I was not good enough. What did I ever do to drive you away and never look back? I remember you holding me and telling me how much you loved me and how I was and always will be your princess. Was all that a lie? I have a wonderful husband who has been so supportive and helped me when I have random breakdowns or feel like I'm a bad mother because I'm just like my father. I have random moments when I feel like I'm not good enough and never will be. And while he tells me I'm the best thing that ever happened to him and the best mother our children could ask for, he's just saying it again. I don't feel that way. Despite the fact that I've known him for a long time, he still makes me feel inferior, and I don't know him. It's one thing to grow up knowing your father is a deadbeat. It's another revelation that he's not only a selfish deadbeat, but a cheating selfish deadbeat, with no self-awareness about how he destroyed his children and wife he claimed to love. I'm trying really hard to let go of this, but it's not as easy as it appears. I just want to add that we all found out about the other kids 5 years ago because my sperm donor had a come to Jesus moment, prompting one of them to contact us so we can all be one family. My brother contacted me on Facebook to let me know what was going on. I was the only one he could find. As my other siblings do not use social media, I declined and told him not to contact me again because I had no desire to speak with my father. My father arrived at my door 2 days ago, eager to meet my children, having recovered from what had occurred. Why can't we? For context, I'm the only sibling among the siblings I was raised with who has only children. My children are aware of why I did not have a father and do not want anything to do with them. Wow, hi from the ghost of deadbeats past. Can I play grandpa now? Get real. However, your husband sounds like a real gem, a true MVP in the midst of chaos. Remember that while DNA may have given you a bad father, it does not define your worth or ability to be an excellent parent. You clearly defied expectations and raised a loving family despite everything. Update. I just wanted to thank everyone for their kind words and support. It means so much to me. I'm already an individual in couples counseling, not for marital issues, but because my husband and I have both experienced major traumas, and we've done this for so long that it's helped us communicate better and in a safe environment. I discovered that my sperm donor only reached out because one of the children he raised requires an organ. He assumed the quickest way was through me and my children. I've contacted a relative who is an attorney and will issue them a cease and desist letter. If they continue, I will seek a restraining order. My attorney also stated that if they don't stop, he will notify the Attorney General about my sperm donor's whereabouts, as he still owes over $9,000 in back child support. Hopefully the threat of jail and having a clean place on all of his waitages will persuade him and his family to back down. I assumed from the community that your story was very similar to my wife's. I could simply tell you my interpretation of what I observed with her. First and foremost, my parents were always as nice to me as they could be, and I had a strong desire to help my wife reconcile with her two parents. In any way I now consider this a mistake. They were incapable of change. It just kept hurting her. In the 31 years I've known my wife, I'd only seen her father about 5 times. If I recall correctly, he would notify her every time he was coming to visit. I could see hope in her eyes that this was the moment he would show her how much he loved her. It never occurred. It was awkward at best and lacked affection. And then he was back with his real family, his 3 stepdaughters, who had always been more important to him than his own 2 daughters. When she finally gave up on trying to have a relationship with him, I believe it was a huge relief for her stepmother recently called to tell her he was dying. She wished her the best, and that was it. Did not cry nothing. I'm not saying that going no contact is the best option here, but don't be afraid to consider it. Finally, what about the grandchildren? You may think it would be cruel not to include their grandfather in their lives. What I saw is that the grandchildren could tell my wife and her father were uncomfortable with each other. So of course they will be uncomfortable around the strangers. It's unlikely he'll be able to form a genuine relationship with them unless he's willing to put in the effort to repair his relationship with you. Best wishes. And I'm sorry you are going through this. It's heartwarming to see you and your husband supporting each other during this matchup. And kudos to you for going legal on him while he's at it. Maybe you should ask your lawyer to draft a clause that says you shouldn't contact me for body parts. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Hi Ethan. Found myself helping my wife family get ready for a date with another man. While I maintained my composure on the surface, inside I was seething with anger. What irony is this? Can you imagine? Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Ethan loved completing real estate transactions, whether he was buying a home or selling. When he bought a house, he always believed he was getting a good deal. A house that was undervalued and could potentially fetch him tens of thousands of dollars. When he sold a house, he liked to receive a big check confirming his original estimate of its value. Ethan was 52 years old. He renovated houses for 32 years. He was good at it and it provided him with a very good income. He lived in a very nice house which he actually renovated himself. The fact that he bought it at a very low price and it was in a very prestigious area provided him with instant capital that was double what he paid for it. Once some improvements were made and given that he bought it with cash like all his properties, his equity depleted as soon as he renovated it because there was no mortgage. Zion came from a middle-class family when he graduated from high school. His family didn't have the money to send him to college. He became a licensed carpenter and then a licensed cabinet maker for a young man. He was making good money in the construction business, and because he lived at home, he was able to save a significant portion of his salary. Each month he was planning to attend a local college and begin studying for a degree in mechanical engineering. However, his work renovating houses distracted him. The way he started was almost an accident while he was building cabinets for a friend in an area with affordable condominiums. Ethan noticed a nearby condo where furniture and belongings were being removed. There was a for sale sign in the yard. He decided to go to the condo and talk to the owner. However, it turned out that the person who did most of the work was the owner's realtor. He showed Ethan a 2-room condo on the first floor. It was in terrible condition. The carpets were worn and stained. There were holes in the walls. The sliding doors were hanging on one hinge. The cabinets were ruined. The windows were painted over and wouldn't open and appliances didn't work properly. The realtor said the tenants had badly damaged the place and the out-of-town owner wanted to get rid of it as quickly as possible. Ethan asked how much. The realtor said 15,000, and he added, based on comparative data, similar condos in good condition in this area sell for 22,000. Based on his knowledge of construction costs, Ethan estimated that he could renovate the place better than new for about 25 or 30. However, Ethan did not have 15,000. He only had enough for a 20 down payment. The realtor suggested a bank he was familiar with that specialized in reconstruction loans that include the necessary funds to renovate a property. The realtor said he would help Ethan with the loan process. Luckily, Ethan had good credit and a history of on-time payments. However, he had to provide a seemingly endless list of his finances, his estimates as a contractor of the cost of improvements and realtor comparative data on similar condos in the area. The loan approval took several weeks, after which he became the owner of the property. Since Zany had a day job, he could only work on the condo in his spare time and renovations were slow, so he hired some unemployed workers for the day to do some of the work. This turned out to be a big mistake. Not only was their work rushed, but Ethan had to correct some of their shoddy work. All of this took up time, while Ethan paid his mortgage, homeowners, insurance, utilities, taxes and condo fees. Ethan's solution was to take 2 weeks off and work on the condo 12 hours a day, including weekends. It was hard and he made mistakes about what he needed to do and in what order. He also discovered that the entire air conditioning system would have to be replaced, which meant several thousand in unplanned expenses. Using his realtor, Ethan put the condo on the market before it was completely ready. Surprisingly, the buyer was a neighbor who wanted to buy a place for his mother. Ethan told the potential buyer to bring his mother to the condo and she could choose the colors and carpeting. When Ethan finished his renovations, the con window was better than new tile in the kitchen and bathrooms, new wood floors, new cabinets, new stainless steel appliances and, of course, a new air conditioning system. The new owner agreed to pay the asking price of 25,000. Ethan invested 4,000 into renovating the place. This included paying qualified tradesmen for first-class work on tile, flooring, electrical and HVAC. After paying the realtor's commission and some minor closing costs, Ethan walked away with 3,000 after just 3 months of work. He could have earned more if he had done things differently, but he was happy with his first investment and he vowed not to make the same mistakes again. Throughout the year, many seminars were held on real estate resale. Ethan visited many of them before investing in other properties. Most importantly, he learned about hard money bankers. These investor organists specialize in providing money, including renovation costs, to property renovators. Simply submit your proposal, along with the purchase price, renovation estimates and comparison data, and if they approve your project, you'll get your money. The disadvantage is that they charge a very high interest rate, up to 15. They may also charge points. However, if your project only takes 4 months, the interest you pay is only 5. In addition, these loans are processed very quickly, sometimes in a matter of days. This eliminates endless paperwork and the long time required to obtain a bank loan to find the perfect properties to buy. Ethan became a realtor, thus he had access to the multiple listing service. He could find suitable properties online, visit them and go inside with his castle map and view them before making an offer. He could also independently study comparative data and find out how much similar housing cost. Most importantly, he could pay himself a commission, both when buying a property and when selling it. Over the next few years, Ethan bought, renovated and sold numerous properties. He started with small, inexpensive condominiums, moved to larger townhomes and eventually to basic family homes. He saved his profits and used them to increase down payments by taking out smaller loans. He eventually accumulated enough money to buy houses with cash. This greatly speeded up the selling process and allowed him to buy properties from anxious sellers at very low prices. Ethan also began working less on real estate on his own. He had a good contractor with a team of experienced workers. They soon learned what Ethan's preferences were in terms of flooring, rugs, lighting colors, etc. And Ethan could simply show them the property and then just let them do their job. He was able to keep the cost of the renovation to a minimum because he was able to provide ongoing work for the contractor and his team. Ethan's job became finding properties, purchasing them and then handing them over to a contractor. Sometimes he had 2 or 3 objects at the same time in different stages of renovation. At the start of this story, Ethan had a net worth of over $1 million, most of it in cash. His annual income fluctuated with the economy and the vagaries of the real estate market, but was almost always in the 6-figure range. He put most of it back into his cash account so he could buy properties with cash. However, he lived modestly and frugally in a middle-class home, and few of his friends or family knew his true condition. 5 years after he became a major player in the market, Ethan married the former Miss Emily Beaumont. Emily was an extremely attractive woman for years his junior. Her family was wealthy and Emily was their only child. However, they never looked down on Ethan and his lack of education, because they knew that he earned more than enough, and they understood that their daughter and Ethan were madly in love with each other. In fact, they respected him very much. Ethan and Emily had 3 daughters: Olivia, Angelica, and Ashley. They were all adults leaving home and getting married with small children. However, only Olivia lived nearby, about 2 hours away. They all made it a ritual to meet on important holidays: Christmas and New Year's, Independence Day and Thanksgiving. Emily worked as a materials manager for a manufacturing company. Her job was to ensure that the resources needed for daily work were ordered on time and available when needed. This included hundreds and hundreds of tilly. She worked with dozens of vendors and suppliers every month. She was good at her job and really enjoyed it. The day it all started Friday, Ethan had just closed on another house deal. It was a middle-class house in a mixed working-class neighborhood. The previous owners were an elderly couple who had lived there for over 30 years. Unfortunately, a man recently passed away. The couple's children, who lived 1,500 m away, agreed that they would take their aging mother with them and find a place for her in a nursing home near their home. However, they had to decide what to do with the couple's home. The realtor they worked with, a colleague of Ethan's, noted that the house was a slow seller. It was neglected and in dire need of renovation. He suggested they contact Ethan as a potential renovator buyer. Ethan was invited into the house to inspect it. He had an experienced eye for the major elements of a home that needed renovation: the foundation, roof, electrical system, and HVAC system all needed restoration. He also examined the outside. He found cracks in the backyard walls, holes in the driveway, and weeds where the lawn should have been instead of grass. Finally, he noticed that all the old furniture was still in the house. The kitchen was filled with pots and pans, cooking utensils and dishes, plus the 2-car garage was filled with patio furniture, tools, folding tables, and plenty of kitchen and serving equipment. Looks like the old couple once ran a catering business. The old couple's children knew that comparable houses were valued at 31.0. Ethan indicated that they would have to invest at least $5,000 in 3 months of his time to renovate the house. He went on to explain that if he were to buy it, he would need to make a profit of $5,000 to make the purchase worth his time. Therefore, the best he could offer them was $25,000 in ATM. He told them that he would buy the house for cash and would be responsible for removing all unnecessary items, since the house was paid off many years ago. This meant that the children would split the 25 points euro profit minus closing costs. What's more, by using transactional attorney Ethan, they could close the deal within 5 days. The children didn't have to think long about the proposal. They accepted him immediately. The closing took place the following Friday at 2 p.m., and Ethan left the closing agent's office with the keys at 3:30 p.m. Since it was already late in the afternoon, instead of stopping by his office, Ethan decided to go straight home. He thought he might take Emily to celebrate another successful purchase, as he did when he bought or sold any of his properties. Emily's car was in the garage when he arrived home, which was a surprise because she wasn't usually home at that time. She didn't greet him. When he came through the door, Ethan, as he often did when he got home, poured himself to neat shots of Captain Morgan rum to ease the stress of the day. As he did this, he heard the shower running in the upstairs bathroom. After taking off his jacket, loosening his tie and rolling up his sleeves, he went upstairs to announce his presence, entering his spacious bedroom. He stopped. On the bed were 2 cocktail dresses, one black and one red. Also on the bed were 2 sets of bras and panties matching the colors of the dresses. On the floor underneath the dresses were matching high heels. Black fishnet thigh-high stockings hung on the chair at Emily's dressing table. Looking around, Ethan noticed that on Emily's dressing table lay a bright red lipstick along with a bottle of her most expensive perfume, an anniversary gift from Ethan several years ago. What the hell is going on? Ethan said to himself. Then decided to sit and wait in the bedroom sitting area until his wife came out of the bathroom. When Emily came out of the bathroom, she was wrapped in a towel and her hair was also wrapped. She didn't seize and sitting motionless on the side. She sat down on a chair at her dressing table and began powdering her arms, shoulders and legs. When Emily took the towel off her head and shook out her locks, Ethan saw that she was at the hair salon and had her hair styled into voluminous curls and curls. He also noticed that her nails were painted bright red. What's happening? Ethan asked in a relatively normal voice. Emily jumped and let out a small scream. Zane, you scared me. I didn't know you were home. I closed the deal early in the day. Ethan replied and decided to go home instead of going back to the office and doing nothing. I was thinking that I might take my wife out to dinner to celebrate the closing. It's been a few weeks since I've done that. However, I got the impression that you already have plans, so I ask again what's going on. Yes, darling, she replied, I do have plans for this evening. I'm going out to dinner with a friend. Ethan's internal state began to swirl, but he maintained his calm demeanor. I'm guessing, based on the clothes you posted, that you're not planning on going out with a friend, but rather a man. Moreover, since I see you've got your dancing shoes out, you intend to go dancing, right? Yes, darling, Emily replied. We thought we could go dancing to spice up the evening. Can I ask who this friend you're going on a date with is? Oh, it's just a friend of mine from work. His name is Lucas Rangel. Not from work. Actually, he's a sales representative for the company we buy all our paper from. He comes into town once a month, stays overnight and then returns to Chicago. He always makes time to talk to me, and the last couple of times he came, we went out to lunch together. He is a very nice man, very polite and attentive, and Emily quickly added, it's not really a real date. It's basically just dinner and talking with a friend. Ethan realized that Emily would be evasive about his date, so he decided to sidestep the topic and find out her intentions. What dress are you going to wear? Ethan asked. I just can't decide. Maybe you can tell me what I'd look best in. Well, what? Ethan began. Red will definitely catch the attention of any man. It may be too flashy for a first date, although it goes well with your lipstick and nails. But no man can resist the appeal of a sexy black cocktail dress, he continued. I feel like you hadn't dressed this smart for me in a long time, even on our dates. What's so special black that is? Emily said and did not answer his question. Ethan thought for a minute that it had really been a long time since Emily had dressed so seductively for a date. Then he reproached himself. It had been a long time since he had suggested that they go out on the town together for a really chic evening that would include dancing. He fell into a routine of taking his wife out to dinner when he bought or sold a house. But it was usually at a nice local place like Clyde's or Red Lobster or TGI Fridays, and it had been an eternity since he last asked her to dance. Ethan finished his spiced rum but felt he needed another. He apologized, saying he would be back in a minute. Downstairs he poured himself another glass and thought about what was happening. His wife was apparently going on a date tonight. A hot date. She tried to minimize the impact of her actions on Ethan by minimizing their significance and making him believe it was just a dinner at some local restaurant with a random friend. Clearly from the way she prepared for her date, there was much more to it than just that. Ethan didn't know why she thought she could give it to him so easily, but she tried. When he returned to their bedroom, Emily had already put on her bra and panties and was now pulling thigh-high stockings over her long curved legs. "These are new, aren't they?" Ethan asked. "I bought these today. I thought they would look great with a thigh-high slit cocktail dress. It's been so long since you dressed like this for me." Ethan said, "Why such a special seductive ensemble for a random friend?" Ethan asked casually. "I just wanted to look good," was Emily's only response, trying to make it sound unusual but not very convincingly. "You know, they said your breasts are more than enough to fill a black dress without a bra. If you want to look particularly sexy, you'll just have to be careful when you bend over so you don't fall out of the dress." "I didn't even think about it," Zane Emily replied. "I was afraid my bra would be too visible in any of these dresses." "I'll do it and be careful, like you said." Ethan realized that Emily now felt that he was okay with her plans for the evening. This made her include him even more in preparation for her night out. Apparently she even thought that Ethan might be getting his own pleasure from the prospect of his wife with a stranger. She was very wrong. "I was going to wear a diamond necklace with matching earrings. What do you think?" "I think you should stick with the theme of black to match your dress," Ethan said enthusiastically. "I offer your black sapphire pendant. It will hang just between your breasts like a hypnotic amulet, and you must wear matching black sapphire earrings." "You're right, darling. These would be the perfect accessories to go with the dress." "And so tempting," Emily said, as she approved of his choice. All the while, Ethan kept a calm and collected expression on his face. Inside, however, his guts were knotted and burning with anger bordering on rage. By the time Emily had put on her cocktail dress and smoothed out the pleat around her waist and hips, she walked over to Ethan, turned her back to him and asked him to button her dress, which he did. She stepped forward to show her leg up to the top of her stockings and admired herself. She then took her purse and packed a bag of dancing shoes. She was almost ready to leave, but she paused for a moment and turned to Ethan. "While I'm putting on my coat, could you bring me half a glass of your spiced rum? I'm feeling a little restless and this will help calm me down." This request was unusual in the way events unfolded. It would have been more natural for her to go downstairs and have a farewell drink with her husband. Always intuitive, Jen sensed that she wanted to leave him in the room for a few minutes. He said, "Of course you are nervous. This will be an eventful evening for you. I hope you take advantage of this night's opportunities." Having said this, Zen left the bedroom, leaving the door ajar. He stopped before going down the stairs and looked back into the bedroom, between the wall and the door hinge. He saw his wife quickly walk over to the side of the bed and take something from the nightstand drawer, placing it in her purse. He didn't see what it was, but he knew what it was. He then went downstairs, walked to the bar and poured Emily a glass of rum and a third double glass for himself. When he returned to the bedroom, Emily was sitting in a chair by her dressing table. "Thank you, darling," she said. "This is exactly what I needed." "I've never seen you so beautiful and sexy," Ethan remarked. "Thank you, darling," Emily replied. "I'm so glad you understand what this means to me." You're so tolerant of me, and I promised to make it up to you. Maybe I could get dressed again soon and you could put on your tuxedo, and we could go to dinner in the theater, and then we could come home and you could make passionate love to me. We'll see how it goes, Ethan replied inferiorly. Emily stood up and announced, I have to go. I don't want to be late. Ethan walked her down to the front door. Before you go, darling, I want to take some photos of you. Oh, I'd love that. After all, I don't dress up that often. Ethan asked Emily to stand next to the pots by the glass front door, which provided a suitable backdrop for photos. Then said, turn sideways towards me, and then turn your upper body towards the camera, like models do. Emily complied with his request and Ethan took some photos of his beautiful wife. Now he said, turn to me. Lean forward, being careful not to fall out of the dress, and lift the hem so that I can easily see a lot of legs in the top of the stocking. Almost drunk with self-satisfaction, Emily again complied with his request and Ethan took half a dozen more photos. Emily looked at her watch and said, I really have to go. She added, I don't know when I'll be back, so please don't wait for me. They answered perfectly, don't worry. I won't wait for you. Finally, BRBR said, kiss me and wish me a nice evening. Emily leaned forward and added, kiss me on the cheek, so you don't smudge my lipstick. She turned her face slightly to the left and closed her eyes. Ethan hit his wife almost as hard as he could on her right cheek. He knew it hurt because his arm was stinging from the blow. Emily stumbled back and rested her back against the front door, completely shocked by the attack. Her expression was full of surprise and disbelief. She kept her hand on her painful cheek. The pain was significant. Zane, what I don't understand why Ethan approached his wife and said, on what planet did you ever think that I would approve of my wife going on a date with another man rest like a frivolous woman? Emily tried to answer, but I thought you were okay with it. You didn't seem to mind. You even helped me. Ethan hit her left cheek just as hard as his right. Emily was now scared. Her facial expression showed it. She didn't know how many more blows she was about to receive. He moved even closer to her face. In what alternate dimension did you assume that I would tolerate this level of disrespect, arrogance, and contempt from an unfaithful wife? Did you really think that I would allow myself to be cuckolded by a wife who dresses like she's ready to have sex all night with her lover? Emily already had tears in her eyes by this time. But it was only supposed to be dinner, she cried. This is complete nonsense, Ethan snapped. He grabbed her purse and was about to open it when Emily screamed, don't, please don't. Ethan opened his purse and pulled out a string of gold-wrapped Trojan condoms, holding them in front of her face. You took them from my nightstand when you sent me downstairs for your rum, didn't you? Emily tried to justify herself. They were just in case. I didn't intend to use them, whatever. Z replied angrily. Emily began to release how poorly she had misjudged her husband. She could see that he was holding back. The tears that formed in his is due to the pain he was experiencing. Please, Zane, she begged. It was a big mistake. I didn't want to hurt you. I really thought I don't know what I thought. I was so fascinated by this man, he was giving me so much attention. I should never have gotten involved in this. I'll cancel the date. We'll stay home together. We can get cozy in front of the fireplace. Just you and me, unlikely. Ethan said, if you stay here, I'll spank you until I'm tired of raising my hand. Ethan took his wife's scope and purse and pushed them into her hands. I want you out of here right now. Don't even think about coming back until tomorrow afternoon, because I won't let you in with that. Ethan opened the front door and forced his wife out onto the porch to her car. He opened the car door and pushed her inside. You won't need this, he said. As he grabbed her purse and found her keys, he took the house key off the key fob. He also removed the automatic garage door remote control from the sunshade. But where should I go? Emily cried, I don't care. Ethan replied, stay with Olivia for a few days. It's over a 2-hour drive. Emily complained. Then find a Hampton Inn or Holiday Express and stay there. I don't care. Just get out of my sight. Emily saw that her husband was completely serious and, at the same time, very angry. Ready to hurt her even more, she started the car, pulled out into the street and sped off. Ethan watched her drive away until she was out of sight. He returned to the house. When he entered, he saw a bag of dancing shoes on the floor. He thought to himself she probably won't need them tonight. Ethan suddenly felt tired. He walked over to his bar and poured himself another fourth double glass of spiced rum and collapsed into his leather chair. He suddenly felt a great loss and began to cry. He felt other emotions: anger, humiliation and pain. As the thoughts in his head became more organized, he realized that he had to do something. He needed to find a way to show his extreme displeasure with his wife's actions. That was so clear that it couldn't be misunderstood. He needed to do something to show that he was not going to forgive an offense of this magnitude. His first thought was to kick her out of the house. He thought about gathering all her things and putting them in large black trash bags, leaving them outside so she could pick them up. When she returned, he went upstairs to look around. His wife had a huge wardrobe in her closet and dozens of pairs of shoes. She also had clothes in almost every closet in the house. She had 12 dresser drawers full of blouses, sweaters, underwear, etc. As they realized that it would take him a week to remove all her things from the house. He returned to the comfort of his chair and rocked back and forth, trying to think of a way to get rid of all his unhappiness in the middle of a sip of rum. A solution occurred to him. The solution was so simple he smiled to himself. Ethan remembered that less than 5 hours ago he bought a fully furnished house. It still had utilities connected: gas, water, and electricity. Wi-Fi was also active. He was ready to move in and he had the keys in his briefcase. He would need to take with him only a minimal amount of clothing and accessories: several suits and jackets, trousers, shirts for work and leisure. All this would fit into 2 large suitcases. He could pack his laptop, printer, scanner, fax and other computer equipment in the back seat. By 23s, Ethan was ready to travel. He left the house open, the house key lying on the kitchen table next to the automatic garage door control. His new home was only 45 minutes from his current home. He drove in silence. Not even the radio was on. He still couldn't believe that his 20-year marriage had been so badly damaged, perhaps irrevocably, and damaged by the man he loved and trusted the most. He sometimes held back tears during his trip. When he arrived at the cul-de-sac where his new home was located, it was very dark. There were no streetlights. He drove slowly to his new place and pulled into the driveway. He parked in the carport, which was located next to the side entrance to the house. The double-detached garage was another 50 feet up the driveway. The porch light was on. He left it on. When he finished his last inspection earlier that day, they used his keys to enter the house through the side door on the back porch and began to turn on the lights. Although the house was neatly cleaned, it was still in a state of repair. Ethan walked from the back porch into the kitchen. The house did not have a formal dining room. Instead, there was a very large kitchen area that served as a dining area with a 5 feet diameter round wooden table in the center and 6 matching chairs. Ethan continued into the family room, the living room, and finally the bedrooms. As he walked through the house, his thoughts determined what needed to be upgraded and changed to make the house sellable. Although he had no plans to resell the house anytime soon, he usually completely rebuilt a house of this condition. Everything was going: cabinets, flooring, appliances, bathrooms, light fixtures, everything. However, since he was going to make this house his home for the near future, he had to do the renovations gradually in order to have a place to live. Ethan began unloading his car. Although the house had a moderate amount of storage space, half of it was taken up by the late owner's belongings. The family, acting on behalf of their mother, took only what was valuable to her: clothes, photographs and family albums, a wedding china set, some works of art, etc. They even left an outdated computer system in one of the bedrooms, which they used as an office and sewing room. Ethan moved his computer and peripherals into the same space. Ethan was tired. It was late and his double spice drums were making their presence felt. There were sheets and blankets in the linen closet. Once he finished making the bed, Day stripped down to his shorts and went to bed. The next morning he woke up early as sunlight flooded the bedroom. He didn't close the curtains before going to bed. He had a slight hangover. He quickly showered, dressed in casual clothes, and then went to the kitchen to make coffee. The elderly couple had an old-fashioned coffee maker, and luckily he found a jar of coffee in the pantry. Ethan approved of the gas stove, even though it was very old. While he drank his coffee, he looked through all the cabinets and drawers in the kitchen. They were filled with all sorts of pots and pans, kitchen utensils, glassware, drying canned foods, serving utensils, and cookbooks. Ethan noticed that there were 2 full china sets that had not been taken. He later learned that the mother had inherited her mother's china as well as her mother-in-law's china. Ethan made himself a breakfast of oatmeal, washed the dishes, put them in the dishwasher, and heated out to the garage. He had seen it before and knew that it was so packed with boxes and CR8Is that not even one car would fit into a 2-car garage. He opened some of the boxes and found a large amount of equipment used by catering companies to serve customers. Looks like it was the job of both previous owners, and they just packed up their stuff when they retired and forgot about it. They left their only car in the carport. In the backyard there was a rather nice partially enclosed patio area that opened directly from the sliding glass doors of both the family room and the master bedroom. Pots with plants hung on the beams above. It needed a bit of sprucing up, but it was perfectly usable the way it was. There was an old rusty barbecue in the corner of the patio that Zay was going to throw out and replace with a small gas barbecue. 3 outdoor lamps covered in translucent mosaic tiles hung above the beams. Ethan imagined the old couple often used their patio for morning coffee and evening wine. After inspecting the house, garage, and yard, Ethan made a plan to renovate the place. First, he organized a sale of everything that could be sold. What didn't sell he took to a second-hand store. What was not suited for the second-hand store he took to the landfill. He then began restoring the house and grounds. Upon inspection of the yard, Zane discovered that it was full of weeds. There was no grass as such. The brick flower beds were cracked and bricks were missing. The asphalt driveway was in need of repair. He noticed that the 3 FT concrete block walls separating his home from its neighbors were damaged. Someone hit them with a car. In the past, Ethan called his contractor Alejandro Quintero, who was working on Ethan's townhouse and detached home with his team of craftsmen. He asked Caesar to come to his new place so they could discuss a plan of action for renovating the house. While Ethan waited for Caesar in his front yard, he met the first of his new neighbors, a Vietnamese widow about 50 years old who lived in the house on the left, as seen from the street, and her Asian mother. The widow's name was Lee, which was the English form of her Vietnamese name. Her mother's name was Gina, which was also a form of her Vietnamese name. Lee spoke English with a strong accent. Her mother spoke almost no English. Lee was on her way to work but said she would be his guide around the area and introduce him to other residents of the cul-de-sac. Ethan said he would appreciate the courtesy. Just then Carl pulled up in his pickup truck. Ethan and Caesar greeted each other like the friends they had become, and then Caesar looked at the front of the house. Yes, he said, this is by far the least attractive house on the street. I don't know what else can be done here, but we definitely need to give this place a little curb appeal. Ethan and Carl looked around the house and Caesar saw the same things that needed to be done that Ethan saw. They then walked around the perimeter of the cul-de-sac. Caesar noted that many homes are in need of repairs: corroded walkways, broken flower beds, cracked walls, rickety fences, missing shutters, unkempt lawns full of weeds, and so on. After they decided on renovation priorities, Alejandro left and Ethan was left alone again. He turned on his cell phone and noticed the calls. All but one were from his wife, starting around 2 p.m., probably around the time she returned home from her night out. He listened to them on voicemail. "Sam," she begged. "Ed, I just came home and found that you moved out. Please talk to me. I'm so sorry that I disappointed you so much," and so on and so on. The rest of the messages were similar. "Please, Zane," she begged. "Things went so bad for me last night. I just have to explain. Don't leave me like this." And so on and so on. Ethan skipped to the last message. It was from his daughter. "Olivia, Dad, what did you do to Mom? She called me this afternoon and cried when she told me that you moved out of the house and she doesn't know where you are. She even said that you hit her. How could she do that?" Zay called his daughter. She immediately responded and started hitting on him. "Dad, I don't know what's going on between you and Mom, but you need to come home and fix it." He answered her. "Did your mother tell you why I left home? Why I left her? Whatever. It was Dad. It couldn't be that bad, Dad. Actually, Olivia, it was in fact she left me first. Before you call me again, talk to your mom and demand that she tell you the absolute truth about why I left her. Then I'll talk to you again. Okay." Dad, Olivia agreed. "Mom is coming to stay with us for a few days. She didn't want to stay in your big house alone." Ethan didn't hear from Olivia for 3 days. During this time, Caesar began cleaning up Ethan's yard. The first thing he did was repair the walls on each side of the house. In addition to the regular concrete blocks, he added red block caps to make them look more decorative and less harsh. Without asking his neighbors, Ethan asked Alejandro to make similar repairs to all the concrete walls in the area. Word spread quickly and neighbors came out of their homes to thank the new man on the block for his work. For Ethan, it was just a small added cost to get all the repairs done. He justified this by thinking that by improving all the houses, he was increasing the value of his own property. As it turns out, when Alejandro was installing a new asphalt driveway at Ethan's detached home, he intentionally ordered more asphalt than was needed to completely replace Ethan's driveway. Ethan asked Caesar's workers to inspect the driveways of each of the other houses on the cul-de-sac, filling holes and cracks and applying a protective coating to each driveway. The extra expense was not small for Ethan, but it was worth it. Meanwhile, Ethan organized and announced his sale. All of his neighbors on the Cooler Sea attended the sale, as well as many people from surrounding areas. It was a success and Zin got rid of most of the stuff that was cluttering his house and garage. He was cleaning up unsold items and putting them in Alejandro's pickup truck for transport to the thrift store when he received a call from his daughter. "Dad, we need to meet. I need to show and tell you things you don't know. I know what I know. I know what I saw." Ethan replied. "Did your mother tell you how she treated me? Did she tell you everything?" "Mom told me everything. Absolutely everything." Olivia replied, "And a lot of things you don't know." Ethan replied, "If this is your mom trying to talk to me or get back together, forget it. She's already shown me how little respect she has for me." Olivia responded sharply, "Dad, Mom knows I'm going to talk to you, but she won't be with me. By the way, when she told me what happened, I scolded her. I can't believe she treated my dad like that. I don't blame you for anything you did. Mom needed exactly that lesson. I can come to you wherever you are and talk to you about everything that happened. It's more than you know." Ethan felt his daughter crying. "I really don't want anyone to know where I live at the moment. I'll meet you at the TGI Fridays near your house tomorrow at 11 a.m. and we'll talk." "Okay." Dad, Olivia said, "See you then." "I love you." "Dad, I love you too." "Daughter," he said before hanging up. The renovation of the house continued. Ethan ordered new windows. Many of the windows in the house were painted over and could not be opened. Ethan also ordered French doors with additional screen doors for the family room and master bedroom. Ethan walked into TGI Fridays at exactly 11 a.m. His daughter was already waiting for him in the restaurant lobby. They hugged and asked for a table in the corner. Both ordered coffee. There were many people in the restaurant at this time of day. Ethan got straight to the point. "What do you want to discuss, Olivia?" "If this is what I did after your mom got dressed for her hot date, I don't regret anything. I don't have to put up with such disdainful treatment, especially from my wife," Dad Olivia began. "This is more serious than you can imagine, and you won't like what I'm about to say, not even a little bit. But first you have to know that Mom is horried. She's so sorry for her actions that she can't stop crying. She's very sorry for how much she hurt you. She couldn't stay with us longer than the weekend because she needed to be at home where she was closer to work. I visited her twice. All she does is go to work for herself to make it to the end of the day, and then returns home to an empty house. After what she tried to do to me, I don't have any feelings for her." Ethan counted. Olivia pulled out the items from her large bag, a large brown envelope and a regular letter-sized envelope. Dad Olivia began picking up the smaller envelope. "This is Mom's apology letter for you. She knows you don't want to talk to her, and even if you did, she's not sure she wants you to look at her. She is so ashamed. I can't force you to read the letter. You can just throw it away if you want. But anyway, here it is. Maybe you can read it later." "What's in the big envelope?" Ethan asked Dad. "This is a complete description of Mom's relationship with the salesman she was on a date with this. This is written with surgical precision at my urgent request." "Why should I read this?" Ethan asked. "I really don't care. This wasn't written for you, Dad. It was written for the HR department at Mom's work. And why should they care what Emily did on her own time and with a non-company employee?" Dad Olivia said, taking Ethan's hands and with a sad expression on her face. "I need to tell you what happened after you kicked Mom out of the house. It will be painful, but it's better to hear it from me than from anyone else. I told her to stay with you tonight. I didn't want her around. I wasn't sure. I didn't want to spank her again. I know that Dad Olivia said when she complained that the drive was long. You advised her to find a motel or hotel to stay at. Fine. Then asked. Mom was in pain, not just because of the slaps, but she already realized how badly she had screwed up. No matter how angry you seemed, she knew that you were truly hurt by her behavior. She was confused too. One minute you're helping her get ready for a date, which is clearly against her true nature, and the next you're slapping her and yelling at her. I never yelled at her, Ethan retorted. I told her very sternly that I thought she was planning to cuckold me by having sex with another man. She claimed she never intended to have sex with him. Zion replied she took the protective equipment from my nightstand. I know, Dad. Andrea replied you couldn't come to a different conclusion, Dad. When Mom left the house she heard inside. She was confused and repentant in her extremely emotional state. She somehow came to the conclusion that she should meet the seller, as she had planned to tell him that everything between them was over and never contact her again. At that time she still thought he was a good guy, a friend. Then she was going to come to my house and spend the night. When she arrived at the hotel, she immediately went to the women's room. Her makeup was a mess and her cheeks were still red and slightly puffy. When she was ready, she entered the restaurant and found her date Lucas, who already had a table for them. Mom didn't greet him with a peck on the cheek or a hug. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Mom got straight to the point, but before she could say it all, she started crying. Her partner did everything he could to comfort her. He hugged her and told her everything would be okay. He ordered a glass of wine to help her calm down. When the wine arrived, she drank the entire glass in one go on an empty stomach. Lucas told her not to worry about their relationship and that he understood that. However, he suggested that perhaps you were too bossy. After all, they were just about to have dinner and then he ordered a bottle of wine for the table. He continued to scold you, Dad, saying that your reaction was too over the top. No real man would ever hit a woman. The wine began to soften. My mother and she began to relax a little, and she continued to drink the wine that Lucas gave her soon. My mother felt the full effect of alcohol. She told Lucas that she had to leave and make the 2-hour drive to my house. He told her he didn't think she was fit to drive, and she probably wasn't. Mom told Lucas that if she couldn't drive, she would get a hotel room and spend the night and then drive to my house the next morning. Lucas said he would check availability at the front desk. When he returned, he told her that the hotel was booked because of a convention in town. In addition, he invited her to rest for a few hours in his room. It was still early evening, and she could sleep for a few hours before she left. Apparently Mom was very busy and needed help. Just getting to the elevator once in Lucas's room, he went from helping her to kissing her neck. His mother pushed him away and angrily told him that their relationship was over. All she wanted to do was lie down for a few hours. She said she felt dizzy and practically collapsed on the bed. Her partner was kind enough to lift her feet onto the bed and take off her shoes. She seems to remember Lucas massaging her legs, but she soon fell asleep. Ethan sat in silence, fascinated by the story unfolding before him. Olivia continued. The next thing Mom remembers is sex. It was over, in just a few seconds. Mom told me she thought it was you. She didn't realize at that moment that she wasn't at home in your bed. Zen slammed his hand on the table, so she slept with him. Anyway, he exclaimed out. Olivia stopped him. Mom didn't consent to sex with this guy. Ethan remembered that evening for Olivia. Let's see, she dresses provocatively for a hot date. Meets him at his hotel restaurant. They have a drink together. She goes up to his room of her own accord and now claims no consent. Is this true? Yes, that Olivia said. But that's not all. Early in the morning, when it was just beginning to get light outside, my mother woke up and realized that she was hugged by a naked man lying in bed with her. He kept one hand on her chest and tried to have sex with her again. She pushed the man away and jumped out of bed, now sober with only a headache. Mom realized what had happened. Lucas got her drunk and then took advantage of her while she slept and tried to do it again. She screamed at him and screamed that she never wanted him to have sex with her. Lucas laughed and told her that he didn't feel that way last night. Mom knew what had happened, and she immediately felt ashamed of herself for letting this man lead her down the garden path for months, and all he ever wanted to do was get into her pants. Mom went to the bathroom, took a shower, cleaned herself up, and left the hotel. She returned home hoping to find you there, tell you what happened to her, and ask for your forgiveness. Arriving at the house, she quickly noted that you had moved out. Mom was beside herself with guilt and shame. Then she called me and told me that she had a fight with you, hit her twice and kicked her out of the house. I told her to come to my house and we will decide what to do after that. When I called you for the first time when my mother came to my house, she was still confused. I asked her what happened. She avoided giving direct answers at the time, because I think she was very ashamed of how she treated you so badly and what happened to her. She only told me that you two had a fight and that you slapped her twice and then kicked her out of the house. She said nothing more before she retreated to the guest room and refused to tell me any more. Only the next day I was able to find out the whole story from my mother. Judging by her behavior and tears, I believe that she told me everything exactly as it happened. I listened to all this, was not convinced. My wife got dressed for a hot date that involved more than dinner and dancing. What about the protective equipment she hid in her purse? I asked, you can tell me they weren't meant to be used later that night. You're going to have some faith. That Mom said that if she didn't accept them, then she wouldn't have the slightest chance of having sex with him. But if she had them, then the only thing standing between her and the hotel room bed was her willpower. She wouldn't entertain AI in this man simply because she chose not to. She thought she needed to feel wanted. This sounded like nonsense to Zay, and he said so. She'd have a hard time convincing me of that. Olivia changed the subject then. Mom found a counselor who will help her understand what she did and why. The advisor also wanted to meet with you, But you couldn't be found and we decided you probably wouldn't participate anyway. Sometimes I come in instead of you just to listen to what Mom says and understand what situation led to her stupidity. Ethan confirmed Olivia's conclusion that he would not have participated in counseling because he felt the problem was entirely of Emily's making. Let her understand her actions. Olivia changed the subject again. Mom's HR department read Mom's statement about the incident, consulted with the firm's lawyer, and decided that any rape allegations against Lucas would not prevail. It was a classic case of he said, she said. However, they passed on Mom's description of events to Lucas's HR department. Lucas readily admitted to having sex with his mom but said it was consensual. The two HR departments agreed that it was a he said, she said scenario and it would be futile to try to hold Lucas accountable. However, Lucas's company noted that it was inappropriate for one of their salespeople to have sex with a married woman or anyone else in the company of a customer. Lucas was fired from his job. Ethan and Olivia sat in silence for a long time. This was a lot of information for Ethan to absorb. He initially vaguely thought that he would stay away from Emily for a while before giving her the opportunity to apologize to him for her actions. He knew it would be difficult to move forward, especially at first, but he thought that with time their lives would return to normal. But now everything was different. She actually had sex with her so-called friend, and regardless of Olivia's description of events, Ethan wasn't sure it wasn't on purpose. He realized that there was a conflict within him that he could not resolve. His immediate solution to this was to do nothing. At the moment, he was going to continue his alternative life and stay away from Emily. He talked to Olivia from time to time and she urged him to talk to his wife and sort things out. It was actually an open wound. It never occurred to Ethan to divorce Emily. He could achieve almost the same thing by simply separating himself from his old life with her. Over the next few days and then weeks, Ethan continued to renovate his new home and also help his neighbors improve the appearance of their homes. He also resumed his career finding, buying, renovating and selling distressed properties. Among other things, he renovated and landscaped a small island in the middle of a cul-de-sac. It became a quiet place to relax in the middle of the day or evening, a meeting place for neighbors when they had a party, or an ideal place to celebrate a birthday. The local ladies found out that Ethan was a bad cook. Moreover, they learned that he usually ate a frozen sandwich for breakfast in the morning and a frozen dinner in the evening. To show their gratitude, the neighborhood wives organized the preparation of casseroles, meat, loaves, soups, salads, desserts and a variety of other dishes so that their generous new resident would be well provided with good food. Late in the afternoon, as Ethan was reviewing the cost spreadsheet for purchasing and renovating the new property, there was a knock on the door. Without thinking about it, he saved his work on the computer and opened the door. It was not one of his neighbors as he thought it was Emily. Emily. Ethan said, "I didn't expect to see you here. How did you find me?" Emily didn't answer his question. Instead, she said, "Can I come?" in much of the anger inside Ethan that he had felt the last time he saw his wife had diminished. Ethan suddenly felt like he should be polite. "Please come in," was all he said, still stunned by his wife's sudden appearance. Emily clearly dressed for the occasion. She wore a simple white sundress and matching flats. Her hair was down and she looked washed and clean. Emily entered the house with several bags of groceries. "Where's the kitchen?" she asked. "I need to put this down." Ethan pointed to the swinging kitchen door adjacent to the dining room, and Emily immediately walked through the door and placed the bags on the countertop. She returned and looked around. "It's a little sparse, but it's nice." "I think you fixed it, whatever it was," Zen replied. "I haven't completely finished the renovation yet, but it's livable. Can I get a tour?" asked Emily. Of course, they replied and led her through the living room, down the hallway, through each of the bedrooms and finally into the master bedroom. At each stop, Ethan pointed out what he had already done and what he still needed to do. Emily noted that compared to their real home, there wasn't much closet space. Ethan replied that he had more than enough and that his clothes only took up half of what he had. Emily also commented on the double bed. "It's more than big enough for me," Ethan said. "And besides, a double bed would fill up the room too much." Emily didn't hesitate to make a couple of suggestions on things like curtains and carpeting. In the past, Ethan has often used her ideas in homes he has renovated. He then led her through the new French doors into the living room and onto the screen patio. Emily loved the cozy atmosphere of the small patio and commented it would be great to relax here in the evening after dinner. "I often relax here in the evening after dinner with a glass of my favorite strong red wine. It puts me in the mood for sleep back in the living room." Ethan had finally come to his senses after his wife's unexpected appearance. "How did you find me?" Ethan asked. "It wasn't easy. Emily believed I was able to get some help and some insight into where you might be from your colleagues in your real estate office. I drove by a few days ago and saw your car in the carport. I thought long and hard about ending your new life, but I needed to see you at least for a little while, so I decided to come over and cook dinner for you. I know you're a terrible cook, so I brought everything I needed for a meatloaf dinner. I hoped you would tolerate me long enough to let me cook you dinner and then leave you alone again." She added, "You can help me in the kitchen, or whatever you're doing, I'll call you when dinner is ready. I have a spreadsheet program that I need to finish and then I'll do what I can to help with dinner." Wenzel came into the kitchen 20 minutes later and offered to help. Emily turned to him a little teary-eyed and said, "You don't really need my help. Do you? Your refrigerator and freezer are full of food. I didn't find a single frozen dinner in the entire kitchen. The neighbors' wives take very good care of me in terms of food." Ethan said, "I have helped several of my neighbors with small projects to improve the appearance of their homes, and they pay me with a casserole or brisket from time to time. However, I would absolutely love one of your meatloaf dinners, and I more than appreciate the fact that you came here to make this. For me, that's a weak excuse to see you again." Emily replied, "I missed you so much. If you have read my letter to you know how sorry I am for treating you so badly. However, I wanted to tell you personally that I am so remorseful for my actions. A stupid middle-aged lady who thought she needed a little fun in her daily life after a young handsome Lothario showed me some attention. I was such a fool. Please, Emily." Ethan said, "I know you're sorry, and Olivia told me what happened to you that night. At first, I thought you followed through, but Olivia was convinced you were being used and manipulated. I don't think she would mislead me, just to make you seem less guilty. We don't need to talk about this anymore tonight," Ethan said, and the topic was closed. "Our dinner is ready," Emily said to change the subject. "This meatloaf will last you for days. I hope you like it." With that, Emily picked up her purse and headed for the door. "Wait," Ethan exclaimed. "Won't you stay for dinner? I set up seating for 2 people at the table." "No, love," Emily replied. "I desperately wanted to see you again, but I don't want to interfere with your new life. If you don't mind, I'd like to come back next Friday and cook dinner for you again." "That would be great," Ethan replied, "but next time I'd like you to stay, so we can have dinner together and enjoy a glass of wine on the patio." "I'd like that, Ethan, but I have to see how guilty I still feel with that." Emily walked out the door and soon drove away from Ethan's house. While Ethan has adjusted to living alone, he is also adjusted to not feeling lonely now. After the sudden departure of his wife, he felt lonely. Ethan's feelings for his wife were mixed. He was still hurt and a little angry that Emily would even think about going on a date with someone other than himself. On the other hand, he missed being with his old wife. He felt like Emily was trying to be that old wife again. The following Friday evening, Emily showed up at the door again. This time she had steaks that she wanted him to grill, while she prepared the salad, potatoes and vegetables. This time Ethan was ready for her with a bottle of wine, which they both started drinking while they prepared dinner. They ate on the covered trellis terrace at an outdoor table large enough for 2 people. The conversation was mostly light. Emily asked Ethan about his job and the condition of the houses he worked on, and Ethan asked about Emily's daily activities. Emily admitted that she had a lot of time to herself these days after she got home from work, started reading a lot and even joined a book club. They asked about the job and immediately regretted doing it. Emily admitted that she still feels awkward being seen in the office. No one had ever told her anything about the incident with the sales representative, but everyone knew the story. After a pleasant evening, Emily again brushed it off, saying she still didn't want to interfere with Ethan's new lifestyle. She added that she was looking forward to seeing him once a week and cooking dinner for him. Ethan agreed that this was a new routine that he would like to continue as well. One Thursday in the 4th week since Emily started coming over to his house, Ethan emailed her to let her know that the people in his CSOC were having a party on Saturday and that she didn't have to cook dinner on Friday or take anything with her. "Do not bring." She replied that she would at least bring a bowl of potato salad to the party. When they opened the door, he was pleasantly surprised at how good Emily looked. She was wearing a beautiful summer dress with a moderate neckline. They relaxed until it was time to go to the party, which started around 3:00 p.m. And Emily explained that she wanted to look good for the neighbors, but it was obvious to Zane that she wanted to look good for him. Party organizers were busy arranging tables and neighbors were bringing out lounge chairs to sit on. One of the neighbors was an avid barbecue enthusiast and would fire up the gas on his barbecue while cooking several hundred worth of steak, chicken and sausage. Almost all the neighbors brought beer, wine, soft drinks and hard drinks to the party. Ethan brought several bottles of his favorite dark red wine. When neighbors came over, Ethan introduced them to Emily. They were all surprised by her gifts and accidentally told her that they didn't know if Ethan was actually married. Then of course they had to wonder why Ethan and Emily weren't living in the same house together. Throughout the day and evening, Ethan received compliments on how beautiful and charming his wife was. At the same time, Emily was told numerous stories about how much Ethan had done for the area. Several neighbors showed Emily the improvements Ethan had made to their homes. Although all the neighbors were working men and women, Emily said they had all taken a lot more pride in the appearance of their homes since Ethan moved in gradually. When everyone got used to eating and drinking, the men seemed drawn to each other and talked about sports. All the women seemed to want to know more about Emily and gathered around her. They all really wanted to know more about the relationship between Ethan and Emily. Meanwhile, the children played together in the street and drew with chalk on the asphalt. It was already late evening when the party began to break up. Parents needed to put their children to bed. Most people helped trap up the leftovers. As Ethan carried the beach chairs back to his house, he realized he had drunk a lot of wine. It was also obvious that Emily was feeling a little tipsy as well. Once home, Emily began packing her things in preparation for the trip home. "I don't think you should go home tonight," Ethan said. "You're too drunk." "What should I do?" Emily replied, feeling like she shouldn't stay because she didn't want to push her into an emotional corner. "You can stay in the extra bedroom." He said, "I have a t-shirt. You can sleep in." "Thanks," Emily said, "though I don't want to cause you any trouble." Ethan disappeared into his bedroom and returned with a white t-shirt. Emily took it, went into the bedroom, and closed the door. Ethan was turning off the lights and lowering the temperature when he heard Emily calling his name, turning. He saw his wife standing at the entrance to the corridor. She took off her dress and put on a t-shirt. Ethan has always favored tight t-shirts, and Emily's t-shirts hugged her curves very nicely. Her breasts were clearly defined, as was her narrow waist, which had a towel around it. "Ethan, please, if you could just give me a good night hug before I go to bed." Ethan was mesmerized by the sexy figure in front of him for a minute. Ethan forgot why he was angry with her and stepped forward to put his arm around her waist. Emily in turn wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder. They held each other close for only a few seconds before Emily broke the hug and, without saying anything, hurried back to the bedroom and closed the door. Ethan was almost glad the hug was so short. He felt Emily's body react. If the hug had lasted just a few seconds longer, she would have felt how much he wanted her. When Ethan woke up on Sunday morning, he had a slight headache, a hangover from the night before he trudged into the bathroom to take a shower. Before doing this, he took to Exo tablets. He could tell by the sound of the shower in the family bathroom that Emily had woken up before him after getting dressed. Ethan wandered into the kitchen, where he found Emily in a sundress, preparing a standard breakfast of bacon, eggs, toast juice and coffee. Emily cheerfully told him, "Your neighbors may bring you food for dinner, but I don't think you usually have a good breakfast. All I found in the freezer were frozen breakfast sandwiches." "You're right," Zay replied. "I usually eat either a breakfast sandwich or a protein drink before I head out the door." Looking outside, Ethan noted that it was a nice sunny morning. "Why don't we have lunch on the patio?" he suggested. "I'll set the table after Emily brought the food to the table." Ethan held her chair until she sat down. "It's a beautiful morning." "Zane, thank you for last night and thank you for this morning. This is the greatest happiness I have felt in a long time." "I feel the same way," Ethan replied. Emily took the opportunity to get a feel for how Ethan felt about their relationship, but she didn't want to push things too hard or fast. "Do you have any ideas about when you might want to come home?" she asked, trying to make it a normal question. After thinking about it for a few minutes, Ethan replied, "I don't know if I want to go home again." Emily took this to mean he didn't want to date her again, and she was sad but tried not to show it. "Well, if so, then I'll wait until you do. I'd like to continue coming here on Fridays and cooking you dinner. You do not mind?" "Yes, I would like that. I always thought you were the best chef in the world." Emily was hurt that Ethan only wanted her for the cooking, but she had a feeling he wanted something more from her, but she wasn't about to rush him. Emily returned the following Friday afternoon. She looked good. She was wearing a pink pleated skirt and a cashmere sweater. The skirt was short enough to show off her shapely legs and the sweater was tight enough to show off her proudsy breasts. "What are you going to cook this time?" Ethan asked. "I brought some marbled dry white steaks with me that are looking forward to being grilled. If you cook, I'll make a salad with lettuce, tomato, avocado and bacon," she then added. "I also brought 2 bottles of strong red wine. I was hoping to get so drunk tonight that you asked me to stay again." Zane was oblivious to how his relationship with Emily was developing. He saw that they were renewing their marriage, but he also knew that he still had anger issues. Perhaps this night would be a good time to take them outside, but he didn't know how to start the conversation, and he didn't want a harsh discussion of the past. "We'll see how the evening goes," Ethan replied without making any commitments, turning on the gas barbecue and closing the lid to let it heat up. Ethan walked into the kitchen where Emily was busy preparing a salad. He opened one of the bottles of wine and poured 2 glasses. He left one with Emily and took the other out to the patio, along with the bottle, which he placed on a small table. After a while, Emily brought the salad. Ethan took this as cue to start cooking the steaks and threw them on the hot grill. "It will take about 10 minutes, he said. Emily handed Ethan her glass of wine and raised it as if about to make a toast. "What are we going to fry?" Zay asked, but immediately regretted what he said. "I don't know what you want to drink, but my toast is to my fervent hope that you will eventually let me into your life." This toast made Ethan a little embarrassed. "We'll talk later," he said, returning to tend to the sizzling steaks. Several awkward minutes passed until Ethan announced that the steaks were ready and placed each one on a plate, which he placed on the table. Both Ethan and Emily ate a large portion of salad. Ethan was about to start eating when he stopped and looked at Emily. "I'm sorry things turned out this way. That's all," he said. Ethan's statement was so harsh that it caught Emily off guard for a moment. It looked like she was about to cry. She reached across the table and took Ethan's hand. "Thank you." She said, "I was so afraid that you thought I willingly slept with someone and that you would never forgive me." Zan continued. "Sometimes I thought if I hadn't kicked you out of the house, this would never have happened." Still clutching Ethan's hand, Emily said, "None of this was your fault. It was only I was a stupid old woman who allowed herself to be charmed by a smooth-talking salesman. I will never forgive myself for hurting you the way I did, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to make up for it if you let me well. Lettuce goes a long way in that regard," Ethan said to lighten the mood after dinner when the dishes were washed and put away. Ethan asked Emily if she wanted to watch a movie. When she said yes, he asked her if she had any chick flicks she would like to see. Emily told him she wanted him to put on a movie that he wanted to see. "You know I like action movies that are rated R for violence, nudity, sex and language. It's normal." She replied, "I want to see everything you want to see. I'll watch chick flicks with my daughters and girlfriends." Ethan looked at a few options on Netflix and chose something that he thought he would like and that met his criteria. "The film is starting," he announced. Emily came out of the bathroom where she had freshened up. She was wearing his favorite rose-scented perfume. Without asking, she pressed herself so close to him that he had to put his hand on her shoulder. When he did, Emily laid her head on his chest and they continued watching the movie. It didn't escape Ethan's notice that Emily's skirt was hiked up above mid-thigh and the top buttons of her sweater were unrevealing a fair amount of cleavage. Ethan always thought Emily was hot. However, it was the events that unfolded around her date that completely turned him away from her, no matter how physically beautiful and sexy she was. The movie was less than halfway through before Ethan realized that Emily was asleep and breathing easily. He continued to let her sleep until the movie ended and then gently woke her up. "You're going to let me stay the night, aren't you?" she asked, standing up because she continued. "I don't think I should be driving home this late. Besides," she added, "I brought my pajamas with me." "Yeah, you can stay," Ethan agreed, as Emily disappeared into the guest bedroom. Ethan was turning off the TV and lights when Emily reappeared wearing the sexiest black baby doll Meg Elze had ever seen. This stunned him for a moment. "How do you like my new pajamas?" Emily asked, posing for Ethan and speaking in a seductive voice. "I like her," Ethan said, looking intently at his wife. "I forgot how sexy you can be when you want to impress me." Emily, encouraged, walked up to Ethan and wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her body against his. "I don't want either of us to sleep alone tonight," she whispered in his ear. Emily could feel her husband reacting to her almost naked body. "I know you haven't fully forgiven me for what I did, but please don't let that stop you from enjoying this evening to the fullest. You can do whatever you want to me." Any resistance Ethan had to Emily's charms melted away in an instant. Her lips were waiting for him as he kissed her passionately. As they shared a long, eager kiss, Ethan pushed Emily's hair back, causing her head to fall back as well. Ethan kissed his wife's throat and then her neck. Emily moaned heavily and said quietly, "Yes." "Yes." Ethan picked his wife up, carried her into his bedroom and threw her roughly onto the bed. Emily held out her arms to Ethan as he rolled onto the bed. "How could I have thought that having fun with that slick jerk of a merchant could be better than this?" Emily thought, as she arched her back and pressed her chest to Zay's face. Ethan didn't disappoint her. Over the past few months, he's accumulated a lot of sexual energy and Emily looked much more attractive than she had at any time in years. Ethan thought to himself, maybe a break from everyday life is the key to random great sex. That night, Ethan and Emily went a few rounds before falling asleep in each other's arms. The next morning over breakfast on the patio, Emily asked in a pleading voice, "Ethan, I think you know how bad I feel about the way I treated you. You should also know that I will never do anything like that again. I know what will happen to me if I do this, but we have been separated for almost 6 months. Don't you think it's time to return home and resume our life together as it was? Zen stopped eating and wiped his mouth with a napkin, thinking about his answer. Answer. Emily, I thought about it, but I changed my mind. First of all, this house is too big for me right now. When we had 3 growing children, it was perfect, but now it's just not possible. Besides, I never really fit in with our neighbors. They are all college graduates and professional people, while I barely have a high school diploma. I never had much in common with them, but you make at least as much money as they do on the houses you renovate. Our house has been renovated much better than most in the area thanks to your contractor and landscaper friends. What I'm trying to say, Emily, is that this is my home now. This is where I want to live. These are the kind of neighbors I want to have when completely renovated. This home will be the perfect size and function for my needs. No, Emily, I'm not going back to my old house. However, it is paid for. I consider it a great investment. You are completely free to live there as long as you want. Emily's face suddenly became sad. Oh, Zane, this is not what I wanted. Emily quickly stood up from the table. I have to go, she announced, putting on a brave face. In just a few minutes, Emily gathered all her things and walked out the door. Ethan felt bad. He didn't mean to hurt her like that. However, he was sure that he wanted to live in his new house and make it his new home. He didn't hear anything from Emily for 2 weeks. Then late Friday afternoon there was a knock on his door. When he opened it, Emily was standing there with 3 suitcases. I have to more in the car, she said. What's happening? Then asked as he stepped aside, letting Emily pass and taking her 3rd suitcase. Emily sat down. Her 2 suitcases, turned around, wrapped her arms around Ethan's neck and kissed him passionately. If you want to live in this house, then this is my house too. I don't think you'll like this house, Emily. It barely has the space you need for all your stuff, especially clothes. In another house, you have clothes in every bedroom closet. Even in the guest room, there is only half a closet where guests can hang their clothes. I gave away almost all my clothes. Most of what I have left is in these suitcases in the trunk of the car. Still, she said boldly, you'll have to come up with a little more wardrobe space than what you have. Ethan already knew that the master bedroom had very little closet space, and he had tentative plans to open up a wall to the adjacent bedroom, which he used as an office. What about work? Ethan asked. This place is a 45-minute drive from your office, and morning and afternoon traffic jams are even longer. I don't have a job anymore, Emily said. I submitted my resignation. It wasn't much fun to work all day and then come home to an empty house. I was still the talk of the office, and there were even some salespeople who indirectly attacked me based on the rumor that were going around. Besides, you always told me that you enough money that I don't need to work. So now I'm not going to. Emily, Ethan said critically. I know you don't want to sit in a small house all day. There will be no one to talk to, not even the neighbors. In most of these families, both husband and wife work, with the exception of wives who care for babies and small children. I thought I could do some charity work, even though my bachelor's degree was outdated. I earned a bachelor's degree in accounting and a minor in psychology. Additionally, I studied Spanish in both high school and college. I thought I could help in the area of broken families and battered women. And the first broken family I want to restore is mine with that. Emily hugged and kissed her husband again. Ethan already knew he was going to win her back. He just didn't know how to do it. Emily took the lead. I hope you didn't give away all your sexy cocktail dresses and dancing shoes, Ethan whispered in her ear. Here, I have a couple left. Why do you ask? I just thought it would be nice if we went on a fancy date once a month, if not more. Ethan replied, I wouldn't mind sometimes dressing up in a dark suit and going out dancing with a beautiful woman who looks absolutely alluring in a sexy cocktail dress. I might even want to splurge on a night in a fancy hotel room rather than ride home. Emily was beaming with joy. I'd like to do that too. she said, and once again passionately kissed her husband with her whole body. "Welcome home, Emily," Ethan said as he picked up his wife and carried her into the bedroom. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I lurked in a pseudo-minstrel gallery, seemingly unnoticed, allowing me to witness my daughter's wedding without being seen by anyone on the main hall floor. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. The building was large and, I must admit, impressive, for some inexplicable reason. The modern exterior hid an interior designed in the style of an ancient baronial castle, similar to the luxurious film sets you sometimes see in movies, essentially a Victorian interpretation of the ideal medieval castle. They didn't really have the technology to build large or extravagant buildings like in the real old days. One thing I knew for sure: the wedding would not have taken place in such an establishment if I had paid the bills. But hey, years ago my ex-wife Eleanor was damn sure it would never happen. I really thought I had found myself a safe, secluded spot hidden in a pseudo-men's trowel gallery that doubled as a spotlight tower and movie booth. From there, I could watch the ceremony without being seen by anyone on the main hall floor below. I was well aware that my presence, if it became known, would prove, to put it mildly, somewhat controversial and would likely lead to an unfortunate confrontation between my former relatives and me. And I was also quite convinced that my daughter would not be happy if this happened. I even imagined that Tamzon would be even less pleased to learn of my presence than the witch and George, her henchman husband. Anyway, I was sitting there quietly hidden in the depths of the usually ignored men's trowel gallery, where I could watch my daughter's wedding, when suddenly a voice whispered right in my ear. "Hi, handsome." I thought you wouldn't refuse this little party. To say that the sound of that voice made me flinch would be putting it mildly. I literally jumped off the folding fishing chair I was sitting on and collapsed on the floor. Yes, I thought that if I sat crouched on this little stool and watched the ceremony between the parapet bars, there would be less chance of anyone noticing me. The noise that the little aluminum chair made as it fell and then skidded across the stone floor of the men's trowel gallery was such that any chance of my presence remaining a secret instantly evaporated from my new position. Lying on my back on the floor, I looked up and saw trouble towering over me. My daughter's aunt, looking very embarrassed, made frantic apologetic gestures with her hands towards the hall below. Grace, or Trouble, as I humorously nicknamed her in our younger years, was, at least at the time, my ex-wife's mischievous little sister. Grace was so often the bane of our courtship years. A glance between the parapet bars told me that my refuge had suddenly become the center of attention of almost everyone in the building: bride, groom, priest, photographer, choir, cameraman, and the about. Most of the parishioners. They all looked at Grace with an irritated and somewhat puzzled expression on their faces. So I laid out as far as I could on the floor and prayed that none of the bastards would spot me. Grace, then signaling that the service could continue, picked up my little stool and delicately plopped up her ass on it. From my prone position I could no longer see the floor of the main hall, but I could almost hear what was happening below, and soon really see that the wedding service had resumed. I was kind of hoping that this incident would register as one of Grace's stunts. Grace's penchant for extravagant behavior and accidents was legendary in the family, even when she was a child. "It's okay. You can watch now," Grace whispered. "Sorry, I didn't mean to make you jump. Alex, make me jump. Woman, damn it, you almost gave me a heart attack. Where did you learn to sneak up like that, Grace?" I whispered, taking a position from which I could observe what was happening below. Well, it was obvious to me that I wouldn't be able to use my little chair for a while. Oh, I kind of picked it up as a kid, sneaking up on a couple of lovers I once knew. She looked down and winked at me. "You're a cheeky little monkey. Not so little anymore, Alex boy. Just watch your step, a step. Otherwise you might end up raped. Oh no, I won't. Grace. I'm leaving this damn hellhole by train. At 4:30. Grace looked down at me again. She made a strange but strangely familiar gesture with her eyes, which seemed to me to imply, do you think so? And then she pointed to the service below, effectively informing me that the conversation was to pause until the ceremony was completed. I've always liked Eleanor's little sister. Yes, she was a real pain in the ass at times during Eleanor and I's courtship, but Eleanor was always less tolerant of trouble's antics than I was. Grace always struck me as basically a good-hearted child who demanded attention. There was a good for years difference between the two sisters, and this was a cause for contention. I always assumed that Grace simply didn't understand that her older sister and I certainly needed a little privacy from time to time. The service ended. I did my best to get a good look at the groom as he led Tamsin out of the hall. The viewing angle made this difficult. If I wanted to stay out of sight from what I could tell about this guy, he seemed decent enough. Luckily, everyone seemed completely focused on the bride and groom, so I don't think anyone even glanced at the minstrel gallery again. But the moment the motorcade disappeared from view below us, Grace began trying to pull me to my feet. Come on, Alex. It's time for us to go down to the dining room. I struggled against Grace's desperate tug on my arm, trying to stay safely out of sight until all the guests had left the room. Grace, there's no way in hell I'll show up at this party. Lord, I'll end up in prison. Don't be stupid. Alex, this is your own daughter's wedding. Why would the police arrest you? Well, for starters, there's this damn restraining order. I exploded. No, Alex Eleanor is now dead, and she's the only one mentioned in this restraining order. When he killed her, this order instantly became invalid. What do you mean when you say he killed her? I demanded, almost jumping to my feet. It was a car accident. It wasn't it, Alex. That damn always drove like a goddamn idiot and still does for that matter. This weirdo was a disaster waiting to happen every time he got behind the damn wheel. Do you have any idea how fast he was driving that day? I know very little about this, Grace. I saw skid marks on the road, Alex, that evening. He drove like an idiot. Like always. I just can't understand how he wasn't brought to justice for my sister's murder. Even Tamsin knows who is to blame for her mother's death. You probably noticed that he wasn't there today. He wasn't invited. I wasn't there either, Grace. No, you were at it too. I just couldn't find you to tell you about it. Look, my invitation says Miss Grace Stone and guess no reservations or anything. Guess who was supposed to be my guest? I laughed out loud. You've got to be kidding me, Grace. For me to show up at the Stones' wedding, there was already one attempt. And remember, girl, how it turned out in the long run. The fact that my sister was a stupid cow has nothing to do with this. Alex, you are Tamsin's father and, oh God, you should have been handing her over to her fiancé today, not her grandfather. Anyway, you and I are going to an appointment together, and I don't want to hear any crap about restraining orders. My Uncle Albert has assured me that there is no legal reason why you should not be present as my guest. In fact, he thinks it's a damn good idea. You know, he was always there for you, even when things got confusing. I was kind of surprised why the old scoundrel didn't introduce Shauna. I commented, look, Alex, if my Uncle Albert thought he could get away with this, I'm damn sure he'd represent you for free. He was not at all impressed with my sister's behavior at the time, and he actually blamed her and my mom and dad for it. He pointedly refused to represent Helena's interests. As far as I know, since then he and my mother have not said two polite words to each other. The only time I saw them in the same room together was at Eleanor's funeral. I think Uncle Albert was a little disappointed that you didn't show up that day. I wasn't even in the country. Grace, I provided security for a film crew filming the fauna and flora of South Georgia after these people were trapped by the Argentine invasion. Well, they prefer to have me on the ship nearby if possible, In any case, I knew nothing about Shauna's incident until we returned to the UK 3 months after our funeral. In foul mouth, I ran into Toby, or whatever his name was, and he told me about the accident. Listening to my explanation, Grace pulled me to my feet and was busy brushing the dust off my suit. "Come on, Alex," Grace continued. "Let us go down to the reception before the group of greeters disperses." I knew from the way Grace grabbed my hand tightly that whether I supported the idea or not, Grace had decided that I would attend my daughter's wedding reception against my better judgment. I guess I seemed to admit defeat. I have to say that this was probably solely due to the considerable amount of alcohol I had consumed over the previous 24 hours. This clouded my judgment just enough to allow me to agree with Grace's wishes. Okay, let me explain better. When Eleanor and I first broke up, I have to admit that I didn't handle the situation as well as I could have. I actually ended up spending more than a few days as a guest of the US authorities, or at least local law enforcement. When I took on a little administrative work retribution, I gave the new man in Eleanor's life a little thrashing. It could be a spur of the moment and somewhat satisfying exercise, but it turned out to be very wrong in the long run. The confrontation didn't end the way I expected, and the argument resulted in me getting a solid kick in the ass. You see, unfortunately, somehow Eleanor got involved in the whole thing, which led to her ending up in the nearest emergency room. Hence my imprisonment and numerous court orders issued in both US and UK jurisdictions, permanently banning me from coming within a mile or so Eleanor's whereabouts. Almost be that as it may, I can assure the reader that I personally have never laid a finger on my errant wife. Well, at least not as far as I know. I'm sure this statement will probably make a little more sense to you later. Where did I stop? Oh yeah. Anyway, after the courts had their way, I found myself an EXC on unlabeled a bully and a wife beater, and after a fight, my parental rights to our daughter Tamsin were unceremoniously terminated. By the way, almost all of this happened while I was still in prison in the US. Not a very pleasant experience, I can assure you. Keep in mind there was nothing fun in my life at that time. The EXC on label didn't help much in my work career either. Trying to get us work visa with a track record like this. Although this did not stop Shona, with the assistance of the British legal system, from demanding financial support from me for terms on until the child turned 18. Not very proud, but I have to admit that after the system kicked my ass so effectively, I found solace in drinking for a while. However, I managed not to become a complete wreck or an inveterate alcoholic, but that probably depended more on my inherited biological makeup rather than any mental will. If you know what I'm getting at. However, I still needed a little something to help me face this particular day still working in the film industry. Alex, Grace asked, leading me somewhat unsteadily down the stairs into the main foyer of the establishment. No, not really, Grace, I replied. I guess you could say I'm in the shipping business now most of the time. I work as a sailor on research vessels and the like. Although I still do quite a bit of filming, I think it's a good idea for them to have a backup or second experienced cameraman on the team to help document what's going on. Sometimes I'm the only operator on board. So you gave up Hollywood, Grace? I never worked for any of the big boys. The best thing I've ever done was be a background cameraman. Moreover, in rather mediocre third-rate films. Unfortunately for me, my wife was far more successful with directors and producers than my work ever was. Ellen always wanted to be a star. Alex, you knew this before you married her. Yes, but I had no idea how far she would go to achieve her dream. Oh damn, look at this. We arrived at the hotel lobby, through which we had to pass to get to the entrance to the banquet hall, where the reception of guests on the occasion of the wedding was to be organized. The vast space was filled with guests patiently queuing to join the hosts and guests of honor. As they greeted those arriving at the reception, I decided that the show was planned by the witch, Grace and Eleanor's mother, and she really put in her best effort. The witch still has greater delusions of grandeur than my ex-wife. The witch planned and organized our wedding, although it was not as big as this reception. I might add that the witch and I were never members of each other's respective fan clubs, so I decided that my appearance at this function could go disastrously wrong. Finding myself buried anonymously in the crowd, I no longer felt so vulnerable. Although many of our dear guests and relatives quickly glanced at each other, as they recognized me, probably from Elena and Di's wedding many years ago, I also knew that somewhere here I had several allies, but they would remain strictly secret. In general, the Stones were a fairly friendly clan. Eventually, however, the crowd began to thin out and the witch finally noticed me from her place a little further down the line of hosts. Her face immediately turned crimson and for a moment I thought I saw smoke coming from her ears, even though I protested. Grace led me through the conference room entrance to the front of the reception line. Lily's new husband was momentarily stunned and Grace introduced him to the bride's father. The poor guy really didn't know what to do or say. I shook a very limp hand. Lily was just as shocked, if not more so, as I looked into her eyes. They grew larger and larger until I was afraid they were about to pop out of their sockets. You know, I truly believe that the girl had no idea who I was until she heard her Aunt Grace tell her young husband that I was Tamzon's father. For some inexplicable reason, I decided to say, "Hey, baby, it's been a while since I sat you on my lap." Before taking the equally limp hand, she extended and kissed the back of it. Okay, I was actually thinking about giving Tamzon a big hug, but I was afraid she might faint if I did. Lily's answer was limited to "but" before Grace nudged me with her elbow, directing me along the line of greeters. The next person who came into my field of vision was the witch's henchman George. He actually recognized me and handled the situation quite well. Well, I thought he would do it. "William, well, this is an unexpected surprise. How will you be as my guest, Daddy?" "If he leaves, I will leave too," Grace commanded, standing next to me. I kind of wondered if Grace had even spoken to Tamzon. It seemed to me that there was simply no time for this. I wasn't going to suggest that Grace answered the old brat. "Of course William is welcome here today. I'm just surprised he ended up in the country. Your mother assured me that he's currently working somewhere on the other side of the globe." I worked in Antarctica. "Sir, I have no idea why I addressed this ear as sir out of habit. I guess 5 weeks ago my ship docked in New Zealand." I told the old eccentric, "You see, Grace, your mother actually tried to contact William. I guess you got her message." "William, your mother told you she would contact William." "Grace, you are very welcome here today. My boy." As he spoke, George constantly switched his attention from Grace to me and back whatever he said. I was sure there was no message. In the age of modern electronic communications, things are pretty good. It's just occasionally interrupted by extreme weather on the onshore platforms. So despite all the old man's assurances to the contrary, I was absolutely sure that I had never been included in the guest list, even tentatively. I was convinced of this by the fact that my former mother-in-law had disappeared from the reception line by the time we got to our place. I kind of wondered if she rushed off to call the police or something. Lily's new in-laws were polite, pleasant, and obviously very embarrassed. They didn't look like they'd seen a ghost. It's better described as shock finding them shaking hands with me personally. I would say so. It's all quite funny from my point of view, but it made me wonder what exactly they were told about Tamzon's father. Most of the other guests had no idea who I was, so as we left the reception line, we were looked at rather with curiosity, probably because they didn't understand why Grace had decided to watch the wedding ceremony from minstrel galleries. I, like everyone else, grabbed a glass of champagne from a passing waitress and downed it in one gulp. After I grabbed the second glass, Grace told me to slow down in no uncertain terms. Then the imposing figure of Sir Albert Stone appeared in the crowd. I was kind of wondering why Uncle Albert wasn't included in the receiving line. He was usually considered the patriarch of the whole damn clan, will you, my boy? It's so nice to see you here today. HIN made me believe that you are abroad and will not be able to attend, said Albert, holding out his hand for me to shake. I can't say I ever liked that old brat. Grace's Uncle Albert is a lawyer by trade, and in my opinion, he always seemed too official. In my youth, I felt a natural disgust for people like him, disgust which has since intensified somewhat due to my meeting with the lawyers. However, Grace implied that during the train wreck that ended my marriage, the old goat took my side. As a result, I was forced to do a quick reevaluation of my feelings towards this character. How are you, sir? I found myself responding by shaking his hand. It's nice to meet you again. Capital Albert grinned back at me. I actually don't know what the phrase capital is supposed to mean nor imply, but I knew from memories that this was Uncle Albert's usual reaction to almost anything and everything that was ever said to him. That is, as long as everything went the way the old coder wanted it. At that moment, Tamsin, on her duties on the receiving line apparently completed, appeared in front of me. In fact, completely forgetting her manners, Tamsin rather rudely pushed herself between me and her Uncle Albert. The look on Tamsin's face can only be described as one of naked disgust. You have some kind of cover. Since you showed up here, what do you need? Some kind of handout or something? Or did you just want to embarrass me? Lily demanded, albeit surprisingly quietly. I suppose I should point out here that Tamsin's words and the way she phrased them were straight out of the witch's repertoire. It wasn't my daughter talking to me. It was Tamsin who was brainwashed by the witch shortly after she was born. This realization was disappointing, but I didn't feel the same way about Tamsin as she did about me. It just reassured me that everything was as I expected. I looked from my daughter to Albert and then to Grace standing next to me. I told you this wasn't a good idea, Grace. I'd better leave now, I said and turned to the exit. No, just a minute. Young man Albert shouted loud enough to attract the attention of almost everyone standing nearby and with enough authority to stop me instantly. I turned around wondering what the old man was going to say. Lily, your father traveled almost halfway around the world to be here with you on your special day. The least you can do is be polite to him. In fact, Albert's statement was not true. I almost always spend the summer months in the UK. Most of my work on the ship in the available history took place in Antarctic waters, but at this time of year, there's very little going on there. My daughter looked, I don't know, I guess you would call it puzzled. She looked from me to her uncle, to all the people watching us, and then back to me. Then she said, "Sorry, Father, your unexpected presence took me by surprise. You never pretended to be interested in my life. Where did you get this idea?" Tam and Albert roared. "I want you to know, young lady, that your father has been very closely monitoring your development. He repeatedly risked being arrested only to witness important incidents in your life. Isn't that right, young man?" "Sorry, sir," I began to answer. But Albert, moving ahead, continued to say, "Giving prizes at that damn stupid, expensive school your mother insisted on sending you to. I have very good reason to believe that your father was present for each of them. He was also at your university graduation. Damn girl. You walked right next to your dad to pick up your diploma without him even noticing. He knew who you were, but you didn't recognize him. Mind you, your mother didn't find out either, which may have saved your father a visit to the local magistrate's court. I didn't know you were there." Uncle Albert Tamsin dared to say I wasn't Tamsin, at least not as regularly as I would like. "Your mother and I had our differences. You know that. But I have people who have been my following your development all these years, and they were able to recognize your father. It wouldn't do for one of them to accidentally break your father's cover, would it? When your mother was around, your father's presence was technically illegal. I would advise you, Tamsin, to smile sweetly and forget about your imaginary differences with your father. I assure you. He, or rather your father's reputation in your eyes, has always been a victim of circumstances coupled with your late mother's extremely poor judgment. Let's call a family truce for this special day. Okay. By this time my daughter looked quite embarrassed. If you insist. Uncle Tamsin conceded, then added, but I have to wonder what his motivation was for coming here today. Then Tamsin turned her back to me and walked away into the crowd. After watching her retreat, Albert turned to me. William, I'm afraid your daughter has only ever heard a very one-sided story about her parents' divorce. And the fact that you and Hin didn't see eye to eye from the very beginning made it even worse. I was never good enough for Eleanor in her mother's eyes. Sir, I answered, no one could ever be good enough for Hyacinth. William, I don't think even my brother fits that description in my sister-in-law's eyes. However, it looks like Hyacinth might throw in the towel. She's up there on the D's, obviously rearranging the seats at the top table. Sure enough. When I looked, the witch, with the help of her ever-bumbling henchman in the form of husband George, did indeed appear to be rearranging the seating arrangement. As we watched, I saw one of the photographers approach them. The witch spoke briefly with the guy then. Hyacinth was obviously pleased with her rearrangement. The small retinue left the platform. They're getting ready for group photos. Alex, it's time for us to go. Grace quietly told me no. Go ahead. Grace Tamsin isn't very happy that I'm here. Besides, I would look completely out of place in photographs without that monkey tuxedo suit. It would ruin the whole aesthetic. Alex, don't argue. Grace, I'm still on the verge of quitting. I knew this wasn't a good idea. After a few more protests, not only from Grace but also from her uncle Albert, I was left alone and everyone went outside for a photo shoot. Much to my relief, almost all the other guests also came out into the hotel garden to participate or watch. I took the opportunity to slip onto the platform and do a little rearranging myself. Of course, the witch sat me down next to Tamsin's new husband, but given my daughter's behavior and the fact that I had never met this young man before, I thought this might get me into trouble. And Grace, Uncle Albert and his wife, apparently my only open allies, were far at the end of the table. So I returned Tamsin's grandfather to the place where I suspected he was sitting according to the original plan. Then he slid his on a hastily scribbled card next to Grace at the end of the table. I kind of decided that this seating arrangement was much safer. After returning from the photo shoot, Grace briefly fell into spoiled child mode. It had been a long time since I last saw her, and I found it oddly funny. I realized that this acting was inspired by my refusal to participate in the photo shoot. Well, if that's how you feel about it, I'm going to go to the bar. That was all I needed to say to quickly put an end to Grace's feigned protest. Just there. And I, Grace, objected. What will you do? Grace, I asked. I don't know, I kiss you. Maybe I've always wanted to do this, but I never had the guts. I always knew Eleanor's little sister was holding the candle for me, but I was surprised to hear Grace hint that she still carried that torch. Oh my God, Grace, I thought you'd long ago outgrown your stupid teenage hobbies. Oh, I've outgrown it. I even found someone who I considered the man of my dreams, but I soon discovered that not everything that glitters is gold, and what you see is not always what you get in the end. It was only after I divorced that bastard that I appreciated what my sister had so carelessly thrown aside. I'm not at all sure I understand what you were trying to say, Grace. Okay, the confused man is safe. She grinned. Let's go. It looks like everyone is sitting down at the table. The top table was prohibitively long, and Grace and her guests were originally located somewhere down the hierarchy. Although the witch rearranged everything, I reversed the changes much to the old bitch's confusion. Lots of fun, as far as I could tell. The witch seemed to accept my change without protest, but she gave me a withering look. Albert sat next to Grace. I thought that he began to comment when we arrived at our places. I thought our original plan would be a little more diplomatic. Sir, I interrupted Capital. I always knew that Hyacinth underestimated you, my boy. In any case, please drop the formalities for the family. I'm Bertie for most of the meal. Albert monopolized my conversation, ignoring everyone nearby, including his wife, but excluding Grace, who sat between us. He spent most of the meal asking me pointed questions about my travels. I almost felt like I was on the witness stand. Well, he was a top-notch lawyer who was used to cross-examining people. Well, let's see how they do, Albert commented, leaning back in his chair as the master of ceremonies called for silence for the formal toasts. Grandfather Tamzon, having given her out, stood up and made a short welcoming speech. Then the old scoundrel took me by surprise by passing the word to the father of the bride to say what something and propose a toast to the happy couple. I might add that, judging by the expressions on the witches' and Tamzon's faces, his proposal was not part of the master plan and was not approved, and it was definitely not welcomed by everyone. Keep in mind, as I said, the old fool caught me off guard, completely unprepared, so I was forced to quickly pull myself together and take action. In fact, I can't remember much, if anything, of what I said that day. I think he started by muttering something about unfortunate circumstances or something like that. But when I started talking about Tamzon, I came to my senses, remembering almost all the funny incidents from her life that I knew about. Anyway, it must have been a pretty good speech, and I guess it sounded pre-prepared, because I was shocked to find the whole damn room shaking with laughter. Hey, it could have been because I made such a fool of myself, and they laughed at me. But even the witch's face cracked at some point during my speech. Then, remembering that I was breaking the magic 7-minute rule, yes. In fact, I had one eye on the clock. The minute hand had never moved so slowly. I proposed a toast to my new son-in-law and his beautiful bride, and then threw the bowl into the groom's court. Brilliant. Alex, how long did it take you to prepare this speech? Grace asked as I collapsed in my seat. Did it sound normal? I asked, unable to believe that I succeeded, capital. My boy Albert echoed. You might as well make a fortune performing at after-dinner parties. Looking at Albert, I thought he knew what he was talking about when it came to after-dinner conversations, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know what happened after that, but I remember what seemed like an endless stream of people jumping to treating surprisingly long and often humorless treatises. There were also toasts to every Tom, Dick and Harry you could think of, including the Queen. I don't even know how they fit into the equation. Perhaps someone was trying to complete a seemingly endless cycle of routine speeches. I noticed that no other speaker matched the obvious excitement of my own performance. Come on, my boy. I have a small corner already chosen and reserved, Albert said as people finally began to leave the dining room. It was at this point that I began to suspect that Grace and her Uncle Albert had somehow pre-planned my day. It may have only been a rough sketch, but they clearly knew what they were doing and seemed to be working in unison. Uncle Albert's wife never said anything important to me, but she smiled pleasantly whenever our eyes met. Grace, again firmly taking me by the right hand, led me into the next room and to a table very close to the bar. Oddly enough for a wedding reception. This table was in its own little fenced-in area, sort of like the executive area you sometimes find in high-end nightclubs. I always thought it was pretentious, and I felt out of place sitting there. A young woman who, it turned out, was Albert's personal waitress, quickly appeared and took our drink orders. I noted that almost everyone else had to queue at the bar to get refreshments. Few, if any, of them managed to catch the young woman's while trying to place an order with her. I also noted that at the far end of the hall there was a similar fenced-off place, but it was still empty. Later, however, I noticed that the witch, her husband, and the groom's parents retired there from time to time. Soon after we were served our first round of drinks, attention began to be drawn to Sir Albert Stone. Numerous younger members of the Stone clan, some of whom I had met at my own wedding many years ago, came up to introduce their mostly charming, but sometimes disgusting offspring to Uncle Albert. Then, having carefully broken their caps in front of the family patriarch, they again plunged into the anonymity of the crowd. The pointless pantomime bored me to the point of stupor and must have lasted almost an hour. During all this time, Albert said almost nothing except repeating his favorite phrase, capital, capital. Sometimes he even added a third word, capital, for greater persuasiveness. Honestly, if all this chatter wasn't so ridiculous, this might be funny. I tried to ignore the pantomime and probably would have walked away if Grace hadn't been holding onto my hand for dear life. And unfortunately, Albert decided to make sure that all our visitors were reminded and in some cases informed that I am Tamzon's biological father. I truly believe that Albert's intention was to inform those who thought otherwise that he had decided to revoke my previous status as a family outcast. Whenever I tried to ignore what was happening next to me while chatting with Grace, Albert would introduce another family member, whether they already knew me or not. There was one brief break in the show of fawning, as Tamzon was twirled around the dance floor by her young husband. No, at that time I was not invited to dance with anyone, which was quite convenient in a way, because I'm not that good at the old formal things, especially when the spotlight is on my partner. And I think this is the last one, Albert said with relief in his voice, as the last small family group left our enclave. And now, my boy, I really think we'd better get down to the serious business of today. We cannot allow your daughter to dress her father the way she did before. Damn daring for a kid. It would have been great if years ago you had been there to throw her over your knee and give her a good spanking. She definitely needed it, hell. This was exactly what her mother needed. George had always been too soft with Eleanor, and now with young Grace. Oh, your health, Uncle Albert. Grace snorted. Oh, you weren't so bad, Grace. But still, I have to admit that sometimes I could be a cheeky little naughty girl, sometimes forcing your parents to tediously reprimand you. I was never as bad as Eleanor, Uncle. No, and I admit it, Grace. But I'm sure that if William had thrown Eleanor over his knee and spanked her the first time she stepped out of bounds, everyone's life would have been much simpler, including her own. Knowing Eleanor, I would have spent most of this time behind bars. Albert, I intervened. Yes, you're right. Perhaps it would have happened. William, Eleanor was a law unto herself and demonstrated a clear lack of common sense and conscience on occasion. On occasion, Grace asked, okay. Perhaps too often, Albert agreed. In any case, young man, it's time to restore your relationship with your daughter. Albert waved his hand casually and our waitress appeared. He whispered something to her that I didn't hear, and then she disappeared again. A few minutes later, Albert suddenly rose to his feet and ordered, come on, both of us. We can't do this in front of the whole crowd. Things can turn ugly. The big man then walked away towards the main foyer. The crowd on the dance floor seemed to magically clear a path for him. Grace, still holding my right hand with an iron grip, led me after him. I think I already mentioned that I think this day was planned in advance. This feeling was intensified by the fact that Albert led us to another, much smaller and almost completely deserted reception hall. What struck me as strange was the fact that the teenager who guarded this room and removed the rope obstructing the entrance as we approached turned out to be the same hotel employee to whom I had thrown a few shillings to gain access to the minstrel gallery. The hall was furnished so that it looked more like a lounge bar than a banquet hall, but without the actual bar. However, there were many large sofas, and on one hidden in the corner sat 3 people, 2 men and a woman. For some reason they seemed alien to me here, and I realized that they were not part of the wedding party to begin with. There were no white carnations on them, and I even managed to steal one of them before the service began. The woman, well, at first glance I took her for one of the hotel office workers. She looked like a very efficient and damn attractive young secretary. The remaining 2 guys were completely different. They were dressed elegantly but not overly so, and one of them seemed disturbingly familiar to me. I felt that I had seen this guy before and perhaps even talked to him, but I could not remember where and when. The second guy was a complete stranger to me, as was the young woman. Ignoring the three uninvited guests, Albert walked towards a group of sofas standing in a circle before he could sit down and indicate where he thought Grace and I should sit. Our waitress appeared with a tray laden with even more alcoholic beverages. "Uncle Albert, if you don't slow down with the drinking a little, I'll be drunk as hell before the end of the evening." William, drunkards are divided into several main categories: obnoxious, arguers or brawlers, boring, talkative drunks, stupid, drowsy drunkards, and more attractive, benevolent drunkards. I happen to know that you are usually classified as the latter type. Albert replied in his authoritative tone with a discouraging smile on his face. I had to admit that Albert was right in his description of my behavior when, under the influence of excess alcohol, I don't drink to excess anymore either. But I was very interested in how he could know about this fact. We didn't move in the same circles or anything like that. I've only met this man 4 or 5 times in my entire life. You seem to know a lot about me. Sir, of course, young man. After what happened, I felt obligated to look after you, even though I couldn't do anything else. I could make sure you didn't get into any more trouble. I don't understand, sir. Leave the formalities. William, I'm on your side and it was always there. Didn't Grace assure you of that? I must have nodded or something because he continued. Capital now. Be patient a little longer. Young man, you see now, and everything will become clear to you, hope. I also hope that you will understand my position and can find the strength in your heart to forgive me for not acting sooner now. You've really confused me, Bertie. My answer brought a smile to the old man's face, but it didn't stay there for long. His gaze moved to the far end of the room following him. I saw the witch and George enter the living room. They were quickly followed by Tam's Anne and her husband. All 4 of us walked up and were ordered to sit on adjacent couches across from us. Albert's gaze then returned to the entrance to the living room. It was obvious that he was expecting someone else to join us. What does this all mean, Bertie? Why did you call us here like this? We have guests to take care of, the witch demanded. Please calm down. Hey, TH. If it weren't for your intervention, I'm sure this wouldn't have been necessary. Helena was an irresponsible young woman who made an unintentional mistake that she was willing to admit until you talked her out of it. I do not understand what you're saying. The witch began to rant, but her husband shocked her into silence. Hush, ATH, Betty is absolutely right. George snapped back. Lord, the dumb man has spoken. I thought to myself this was something I certainly did not expect. At that moment, a man in a black suit with a high stiff collar entered the living room. I immediately recognized him as another prominent member of the Stone clan. The Roman Catholic priest whose name was Father Connor was clearly a decent Irishman. However, I had never been able to pinpoint where he fits into the Stone family tree. As far as I knew, everyone else in the Stone clan was strictly Protestant. Be that as it may, this man was always pleasant to me on the few occasions when we met. I should add that whether he was of a different faith or not, Father Connor occupied the same patriarchal position in the family clan as Sir Albert Stone. However, while the crowd was coming to see Albert in the main hall, I saw Connor's father a couple of times diligently making his rounds among the family members. Albert rose to his feet to greet Father Connor, and then the priest turned to me, then shook my hand. I jumped to my feet the same moment Albert did. I'm glad you decided to attend today, William. You did a great job with that speech, young man. Of course your daughter was surprised to learn that you were so familiar with her life story. As he spoke, Father Connor glanced quickly at Tamzon. My daughter looked somewhat embarrassed. Thank you, Father. I hope you are doing well as the good Lord intended, William. So Grace, have you been avoiding me today? The noble father turned his attention to her. I waited patiently for him to finish with Grace, and then we all sat back down. Uncle Albert cleared his throat noisily as if to say, let's get down to business. The Father Connor spoke first. Bertie, Do you understand what confidentiality of confession is totally? Joe Albert answered. Until recently, my actions were similarly limited. However, I believe I have been able to think of a way out of our shared predicament very well. As long as everyone understands that I cannot reveal anything that was told to me in secret. Father Connor repeated. Albert directed a friendly glance at Tamsin. Lily, do me a favor, if you wouldn't mind. I would like you to imagine that we are here in a courtroom and that you are testifying. You are taking an oath, if you understand what I mean. Yes, Uncle B. Eerie. But I don't. Lily began to answer. I don't expect you to understand, Tamsin. Not yet. I hope everything becomes clear to you soon. If this does not happen, then this whole pantomime will be a waste of time. I just want you to answer my questions as fully and honestly as you can under the circumstances. What I'm about to ask you to tell me will still remain just rumors, so it won't have legal force in a proper court. So will you do me a favor? Good, Uncle Bertie. Right now I would like you to tell us everything you know about the breakdown of your parents' marriage. Hey wait, Bertie. I tried to intervene. Shut up. Alex, this is my playing field. Albert warned me to be honest. I was completely taken back by this reproach, not so much because Albert cut me off like a judge, more because he addressed me as Alex. Now Tamsin, please continue. Albert continued. Albert, she was just a child at that time. You're asking too much of Tamsin, exclaimed the witch. You know, you're probably right. Hyacinth, Albert agreed. Why don't I tell you this story? As far as I remember, you went there and were old enough to understand what was happening. I'm sure you've repeated this story often enough over the years to know it by heart. I don't think I can answer the witch for the first time in all the time I saw her. She seemed unsure of herself and even looked embarrassed. Oh, but I'm sure you can. Hyacinth, your diatribe against William has been your signature number for many years now. Albert's apparent attack on her grandmother stirred something in Tamsin, and she suddenly straightened up. I'll tell you, Lily began to say, but Albert stopped her. He seemed adamant that the witch tell the story. I don't understand why, but I have to assume that Albert's initial request to Tamsin to tell the story was some kind of legal stunt designed to achieve the I don't know what. How legal minds work is often a mystery to us mere mortals. In the end, the witch relented, although she kept her eyes off me the entire time she spoke. I'm not going to repeat Hyacinth's actual words here. Some of what she said was completely out of chronological order anyway, and much more of it was inconsequential, having virtually no meaning or relevance to the actual events of the time. However, I will try to tell the relevant points of the story, as the witch told it that day. So the witch's diatribe. Shy and William stayed in America for a couple of months working on the film. It was Eleanor's first feature film and William was working as a C assistant or something like that. Larry Parker, the director of the film, was very impressed with Eleanor's acting skills and told me that she would soon become a big star. We thought everything was going very well calling home. Eleanor was very excited about her big movie break, although the presence of 18-month-old Tamsin, as it turned out, complicated the situation somewhat. Shona said a couple of the girls on the crew were very helpful and looked after Tamsin while she was on set. But then one evening everything changed. They called us on the phone and said that William had left home and got drunk as hell. He returned to the cabin. He and Eleanor shared where she rehearsed her lines for filming in the following days. With Larry's help. For some inexplicable reason, William went crazy and attacked Eleanor and poor Larry with a broken chair leg. Luckily, Larry was able to overpower William, knocking him out before he could kill them both. As far as I understand, William was completely out of his mind. However, Larry was unable to stop William from breaking Eleanor's cheekbone. Poor Larry didn't have a good time either, because William gave him a very nasty black eye. The police, of course, opened a criminal case against William for assault, but I took Tamzon to the UK before the case went to court. As far as I know, he was sent to prison, but I have no idea for how long, and of course he was deported back to the UK after serving his sentence. After William beat her, Eleanor divorced him. What else could the poor child do? No woman should be subjected to this kind of treatment from her husband. It was assumed that Eleanor would have another, much more important role in the film, which would be shot in Hollywood. This was arranged by Larry, but before filming began, her face still hadn't healed properly, so she missed out on the opportunity. William's rampage that evening cost Eleanor a chance to make it big as the actress she was destined to become. The poor girl was so scared of what William would do when he returned into the country that we were forced to get a court order to keep him away from her. Over the years, as everyone knows, there have been all sorts of legal disputes, but we haven't seen William outside the courtroom from that day to this. The witch, looking quite pleased with herself, sat back on the sofa, effectively declaring the story over, but I noticed that she still didn't look me in the eyes. I was convinced that she could not do this, because she was well aware that the story she had just told was neither the full story nor an accurate account of events in the States. That weekend, I didn't sit quietly listening to the witch's trial. Like Albert wanted me to several times, I wanted to challenge, add or correct details that the witch either ignored or didn't know. However, Grace, still holding my right hand tightly, seemed to sense. Every time I began to lose my patience, she squeezed my hand, and almost at the same moment, they must have been communicating in some way. Her uncle Albert gave me a sign to be silent. "You seem to be very cruel when you get drunk," William Albert made an observation. "It's very difficult for me to believe this. It's also quite strange that you managed to avoid prison for how long?" "For 22 years. I nodded, confirming Albert's assessment. "It's also quite strange that I haven't had any reports of you losing emotional control when you're under the influence of alcohol. For those of you who don't know, I have certain associates who have been keeping a wary eye on William for years and William for a while. You were, well, let's face it, you were a little wild. Be that as it may, I have a feeling that William's interpretation of events will give things a slightly different flavor. Why don't you enlighten us on how you, William, felt about that fateful weekend?" I pulled my hand away from Grace's and moved forward a little in the seat. I didn't want it to accidentally interrupt me or disrupt my train of thought, but without the comforting feeling of Grace next to me, I suddenly felt completely naked. Then I looked straight at Tamzon, because I needed her to be the one to understand what your grandmother said was not true from the very beginning. For the second part of this film, my friend asked me to act as a cameraman. It was supposed to be an action movie, the action of which would take place in the mountains. The second, as Shalon was tasked with filming all the deleted footage, very often with stand-ins instead of the main actors. This has always been my strong point: long-distance shooting and working with the telephoto lens. They paid for Eleanor to fly to the States only because I refused to fly without her. I thought this would be a nice free vacation for Eleanor. The film crew occupied what looked like a winter recreation complex. It probably cost them little because we were filming outside of their regular season. I never thought for a minute that Eleanor would be asked to replace an actress who broke her leg on the first day of filming. They even had to do some creative rewriting of the script to turn a small role into a female character. Eleanor had previously appeared in a couple of television commercials. Well, she was in the right place at the right time, so to speak. It was cheaper to use her than to find and then invite another actress. Oh, and they cut out her skiing scene burnt on milk blowing on water. If you know what I'm getting at. I was completely unaware of what was going on behind my back, although I knew that Larry Parker must have had sex with some naive young woman on the crew. That's Larry's way. He was notorious in the industry for his philandering manners. Besides, I thought Parker was my friend, and I made the mistake of thinking that friends don't seduce their friends' wives. That Friday we completed location shooting. Everything else was supposed to be filmed in the studio. Eleanor's character was not required for any of these remaining shoots. In fact, she only had a very small part. Anyway, on Friday afternoon, the rest of my team and I had to pack up all of our gear, so it was ready to return to the rental company. All technical equipment is rented, it's needed. Anyway, packing went better than planned and we packed everything much earlier than I expected. I returned to the hut that Elena and I shared at about 4:30, although I didn't think I'd be back before 10 in the evening. But when I got there it was empty. No loving wife. No sleeping child. All I found was a note. Here it is. I took out my wallet and handed Tam on a tattered piece of paper. However, Albert took it from my hands. He slowly and very carefully unfolded what was left of the document. Then I read the words scrawled on aloud. Alex, I'm going to Larry's. He loves me and is going to make me a big star in Hollywood. Please don't follow us or make a shasher. And to the point, Albert commented. Go ahead, William. I believe we already see where this is going. So you say the location shooting is over? Yes, sir. That's how it was. I answered then, it's a lie that Elena was rehearsing lines for the next day of filming. Isn't it okay? Go ahead, the head guy, let's get to the dirtiest part. You only have his word for this. The which part? How do you know Ian's not lying? Quite right. Ian, Albert conceded. Let's see if we can't check a few facts. Albert looked at the three strangers. Reginald, if you don't mind. The man who did not seem familiar to me stood up and approached us with the briefcase in his hands. Sir, he turned to Albert, barely approaching a comfortable distance. Do you have copies of the shooting script for this film? Reginald didn't answer with words. He took a folder out of his briefcase and handed it to Albert, didn't even bother to open it. He casually tossed it onto the coffee table with the sofas around it. If anyone wants to dispute what William has said so far, he will find that it is confirmed by the contents of this folder. Now continue. William, please. For a few seconds I was confused. The interruption disrupted my train of thought. I literally had to control my emotions before I continued. When I found this note, I just still got apoplectic. Yes, and had a couple of drinks to calm my nerves. But then I realized that I had to return to camp that same evening, but much later. Moreover, I remembered that when we returned to the camp, I saw Larry's rental car parked in front of his cabin. Then it dawned on me that Shy and Larry might have miscalculated, thinking they'd be long gone before I found the note. I had no idea what the smartest thing to do in such circumstances would be. I do know that I wanted to at least get Eleanor to explain what game she thought she was playing. Parker, I was sure, would leave Eleanor the moment he caught sight of the next stupid little. I really couldn't believe that Eleanor had forgotten everything I told her about how this man acted. I wasn't stupid enough to introduce my wife to Parker without first preparing her God. When the slimy bastard turned on his charm, even the damn birds flew out of the trees towards him anyway. I found them in the kitchen of Larry's house. I wasn't really interested in Parker. I could deal with him any time. It's not like he could hide from me for long while staying in the industry. If you know what I mean. I wanted Eleanor to explain why she didn't take my warning seriously. However, Larry Parker misjudged my intentions. Other spouses may have come after him in the past. Anyway, to be honest, he came at me like the proverbial bull in a goddamn china shop. I simply stepped to the side and Parker rushed past me and crashed into the back door, breaking the glass in the process. For a moment I thought Parker was trying to escape. Later in court it was stated that I broke this glass when breaking into the hut. The fact that there was shrapnel on the floor outside and I didn't have a cut on my arm, like Larry did, was apparently ignored. Of course, it was also hampered by the fact that I could remember very little about the day when I first regained consciousness, and I had been regaining consciousness for several years. However, now I can remember all this in great detail. I don't know how to describe Larry Parker's fighting technique, because it doesn't fit into any category that I know of. Be that as it may, as soon as he came to his senses after crashing into that door, he rushed at me again. I stepped out of the way again, but managed to kick him as he flew past. I thought it might cool him down a bit, or something big mistake. My blow changed the direction of the exhaust of his rage. Parker slammed into Eleanor and then the two of them collapsed to the floor. Eleanor was still somewhat surprisingly from my perspective, sitting on a stool next to the breakfast bar. I believed that this must have been the very chair that did not survive the impact. I actually thought Parker was offside and Eleanor didn't look too healthy either, so I pulled Parker away from her, held Eleanor at her feet. I remember Eleanor looking into my eyes, obviously stunned, and then the damn light went out. I woke up for days later and found myself confined to a hospital bed. I didn't remember anything about the day in question or the few days leading up to it. The memories returned very slowly over the next months and years anyway. Time's on. These are my memories of that fateful day. Everything that has happened since then has been completely out of my control. I have no idea who hit me or with what, and I came to the conclusion that it was Larry Parker's head that broke your mother's cheekbone when he crashed into her. I assumed that it was he who hit me on the head, breaking my skull with the leg from the broken chair on which Eleanor was sitting. Why they both decided to blame me for the fight, I have no idea. Ever since then, your mother, with the help of lawyers, has made sure that I can't get close enough to ask her. I heard that Larry Parker was found dead of gunshot wounds in a motel room in Los Angeles while I was still enjoying the hospitality of the U.S. prison system, so I couldn't ask him either. I strongly suspect that Parker chose the wrong life or is dead. It seemed that Larry Parker had suddenly discovered that some Americans could be extremely possessive and quite vindictive. They can also be quite fanatical about using firearms. I leaned back on the sofa. I had nothing more to add so as not to seem too vindictive towards the mother of my daughter. Grace grabbed my right hand again and surprised me by kissing my cheek. Lily sat silently and looked at me. It felt like she was trying to look straight into my brain. Then suddenly she turned her gaze to Albert. You know what really happened, don't you, Uncle Albert? Mom told you, didn't she? Tamsin then instantly turned her piercing gaze to Connor's father. She told you that she did it, my child, but like your Uncle Albert, my hands were tied. Father Connor replied, we have no right to disclose anything that is communicated to us in the strictest confidence. In my case, it's a confessional. In Albert's case, attorney-client privilege added new husband Tamsin. This was the first time I realized that the guy spoke American. His mother and father most definitely did not speak. In the British legal system we use a different term for it, young man. But in essence this comes down to the same limitation of actions. Albert assured him, Tamsin, I'm sure mother wouldn't lie to you. The witch then read. Lily jumped to her feet and then glared at her grandmother with hostility. She moved so that she could look her straight in the eyes. I'm sure of it too, Grandma. But in reality my mother never explained to me what happened then. All the information I got from somewhere else. Whenever I asked my mother about this, she always changed the subject or avoided it in some other way. Suddenly Tamsin turned on her heel, crossed the room where the three strangers were sitting and addressed them, and I found familiar. I know you don't know, she demanded. Yes, young lady. That may be so, the man replied. Uncle Albert hinted that he had someone who looked after me. I remember seeing you more than once at my school. I'm also sure I saw you in Bristol a few times while I was at university. Perhaps Mr. Man conceded so, given the fact that my uncle implied that he had someone looking after my father as well, and I know that Reginald and Shirley, who are here, both work in my Uncle Albert's London office. I suspect that it was you who were following my father as well as me. Am I right as required? Yes, miss. You're right, the man answered. So who are you, a private detective? I'm a retired police officer. Miss, the one your uncle turns to when he requires my specialized services. Lily turned, looked me straight in the eyes and smiled. Then she turned back to the man. I would assume that you have studied very carefully the events of that evening sometime in the past. The man agreed with this, nodding his head. Then could you tell me whether you believe that my father is an honest man? Did he lie to us today? As far as I know, Miss. No, the man answered. Thank you, officer. It's a pity that you didn't identify yourself, retired Sergeant White. Miss Jock for friends. Thank you, Milk. I don't understand why Uncle Bertie didn't just send you to tell me the truth. I only do what I'm asked to do, Miss. And could you shed some light on why it was necessary for my Uncle Albert to remain silent for so long? I can only hazard a guess, Miss, but I would guess that your uncle was defending some unnamed character from a charge of perjury. But why did she even feel the need to perjure? I really can't tell you that, Miss. However, I think that a film producer could not promote a young actress if he himself was locked in a prison cell and charged with causing grievous bodily harm, or whatever the American equivalent calls it. Suddenly everything makes sense. Lily exclaimed, how long have you known this father? She turned around to look at me. I didn't know Tamzon, but I suspected, I replied. I don't know how seriously your mother was injured that evening, but from the very beginning I was not sure that she remembered the events as clearly as she claimed in court. Perhaps Eleanor repeated the story. Parker fed her to the police. Lily turned back to Jackie. May I invite you and your colleagues to be my husband and our guests of honor for the rest of the evening? She asked. All three of them thanked Tamzon, and then she literally ushered them into the main banquet hall. Then she slowly walked back across the room towards us, looking me straight in the eyes the entire time. Lily, the witch began again as she came closer. Please don't say anything now, Grandma. I'm too angry and I might say something I'll regret later. Grandpa, could you take your wife out and take care of the guests? Paul and I will be leaving soon without a word. George lifted the witch to her feet and led her out. Tamzon then walked over and hugged Father Connor, followed by her Uncle Albert. She didn't speak to them, but just hugged them. Then she turned to Grace and me. Can I get you away from my father for a moment? Aunt Grace, I'd like to talk to him alone. Then she turned to her husband, Paul. Aunt Grace loves to dance. The guy understood everything just like Grace. Once they were out in the main banquet room, Tamzon led me the same way Grace had done all day, made our way to the hotel garden for a very long time. Tamzon didn't actually say anything. She just held my left hand very tightly, but in the end she asked Ted, how can I ever apologize to you? Her face slightly embarrassed, lightly embarrassed. I asked for what, baby? She stopped and I turned to look her in the face. Well, for the way I spoke to you earlier, I guess. But I feel like I need to apologize to you for a lot of things. If only I could understand exactly why, I would feel much happier. The truth is, baby, it's you who owe the apology. You and I are victims. All we need now is to make up for lost time. I replied. You don't seem very angry, Father. I've had many years to learn that being angry doesn't do anything to improve a situation, Tamzon. And the only thing it can do is lead to some really deep, believe me. We swam. We know. But Grandma, your grandmother never liked me, Tamzon. Ever since your mother and I first started dating. But why? What have you ever done to upset her? I was not born, as your grandmother thinks, into her circle, Tamzon. And he looked after her daughter. Snobbery. Plain and simple. Can I hope that my father will look in on me? I hope so. Baby, but I won't be here all the time. Remember that most of my work is related to Antarctica. I spend most of the year there. Somehow, I don't think my Aunt Grace will like this. She seems to have a slight crush on you. What happened to her husband? I seem to remember that she got married. I asked. Okay. That's not true. Grace hinted that she was married. I just wanted to get a little backstory without actually asking. Her Lily giggled. Oh yes, I did. He was a handsome guy too, but to death Ed with his fists. What do you mean by that? They argued about something and he hit Grace Lord. What did she do? Father, do you remember how Aunt Grace told you that she was bullied at school? Yes, definitely. I took her to the gym and taught her how to defend herself. Well, Grace's ex-husband felt the effects of your mentoring. He was taken away in an ambulance. Then, did Grace suffer any consequences with Uncle Bertie as your lawyer? Her ex got 2 years probation in any port during a storm. My love, I'm ready to get my head married by a damn rabbi, if you ask me. Besides, I have this. Grace held the envelope up so I could see it. Please tell me what's in this envelope. Grace. The tickets for a cruise. A luxurious room. No less that my great-uncle paid for. And it just so happens that this is the same cruise on which a certain man's daughter and her new husband are going to spend their honeymoon. So you can get to know your daughter over the course of a few days and we can have sex every night. Grace, when did you and good old Bertie start planning this Shanghai exercise? Or whatever you like to call it, to be completely honest with you. Alex Bertie came up with the basic plan after Shona's funeral. Of course, my Uncle Bertie did not interfere with my seduction of you. It was entirely my idea and it fell under the heading of preferred consequences. So what do you think of this cruise? Now I looked down again and saw a longing expression on Grace's face. I think I'm going to enjoy my vacation while still doing my job, honey. However, we will not be able to obtain the marriage certificate until the ship departs. Don't worry about it, Alex. I checked, it's registered in Bermuda. And what is the significance of this fact? You'll soon find out. Hubby, you'll soon find out now. How about one more lap around the deck? Before breakfast, she grinned. I smiled back at Grace. We skipped breakfast that morning. Life goes on. Grace and I didn't get married on the ship. Although she were delighted with this idea. Beardy's wife did not want it. For such an outwardly demure old lady, Beatrice can be extremely strong when she wants to be. Not surprising, really, considering exactly who she's been married to since time immemorial. Beatrice organized our wedding. I'm sure Bertie paid for everything personally. Okay, it wasn't as big as Tamson's big wedding, but neither Grace nor I wanted it that way. Frankly, we both would have preferred a private affair on board a ship with only Tamson and Paul as witnesses. The witch was not present at our wedding, but Grace was given in marriage by her father. This scoundrel even sarcastically handed me his daughter's hand. This is becoming a habit. William Bertie Capital spent the entire day with a huge smile on his face, even claiming during his speech that he is the one responsible for bringing the bride and groom together, which I suppose it was in a way, although I do believe that ultimately, if I hadn't snuck into Tamson's wedding, Grace's determination would have brought us together some other way. My wife, when she knows what she wants, seems to be able to move mountains to get it. And of course she can bend her Uncle Bertie to her will, which is no mean feat. Her only problem seems to be that Grace spends so much time thinking about things. For example, are we getting up already, or should we take another short lap around the deck first? Which brings chaos to my work schedule. I can assure you again, age. I'm not as young as I used to be, no matter how much my wife chooses to believe otherwise. Yes, but I don't work in the South Seas anymore. Bertie knew someone who knew someone whose brother is a commissioned producer in the BBC Wildlife Department. Suddenly I discovered that Grace's phone was increasingly filled with offers to work on wildlife shoots. These are mostly UK locations too, and they are all somewhat profitable to a moderate extent. Just my thing. Grace and I decided that children were off the table. We feel the Tamsin twins will be enough for us. That's assuming he and Paul don't start a football team. We stayed in a quaint little bungalow just around the corner from Paul and Tamson's house. In any case, a convenient distance for the stroller, and Bertie elbowed Paul and me into the local golf club. Our Sunday morning for some became routine. Who is the fourth member? Well, listen with us. Of course, George, now that he and the witch were no longer husband and wife. He had been elevated, or rather restored in my daughter's eyes, to the rank of second grandfather. Bertie of course perches on the highest perch, well being the family patriarch. What did you expect? Life goes on. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. My wife Emily made a shocking request. She wanted to have a one-time sexual encounter with her colleague Alex before he left permanently. This proposal completely violated the trust and loyalty of our 22-year marriage. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. My wife and I had been married for 22 years when this story occurred. Our two children, Michael 25 and Sarah 23, are now on their own and Michael is engaged. My name is Tom Lemon. My wife Emily had a dizzy spell one day and then fainted. We didn't know why, so she visited our primary care physician for a quick checkup. Our doctor stated that there are numerous very minor reasons she could be experiencing this problem, but that a blood test was necessary. Emily is 45 years old. As we awaited the results, we resolved to make the most of our time together and enjoy each other's company. We went on a romantic weekend getaway to rekindle the spark in our relationship. We reflected on our past, laughed at old memories and looked ahead to the future. We were relieved to learn that Emily's blood screening results revealed no serious issues. However, the doctor advised her to make some lifestyle changes to maintain her health. We took this advice to heart and began making healthier decisions together, such as eating better and exercising more frequently. Throughout this experience, our bonds strengthened and we realized the value of prioritizing our relationship. We continued to make time for each other as our children grew older and moved on with their lives. We discovered that no matter how long we have been together, there is always room for improvement and new experiences. Emily has always maintained a healthy lifestyle, only going to the doctor for routine checkups. We were told that the blood test was just an extra precaution. Fortunately, it arrived at the appropriate time and proved to be extremely valuable. The doctor invited us to his office to discuss his findings. This raised concerns in my mind, but Emily appeared unconcerned, so I tried not to bother her. He ordered a series of X-rays to be taken as soon as we arrived. Now I was really concerned and Emily looked worried as well. "What's going on, Clark?" I inquired after Emily left the room. He responded, "There are some irregularities in the blood work. We will figure it out." When Emily arrived, she seemed more subdued and reserved. Our conversation was limited at the time. She mentioned being nervous, as did I. After a considerable wait, John eventually returned and took a seat. "Emily, I need to deliver some difficult news to you. Had a small growth on your reproductive organ, but do not be concerned. We detected it early and the prognosis is good. There are 2 treatment options available to you. The first option is chemotherapy and radiation therapy, which have a high chance of success but are physically demanding and time-consuming. It isn't completely effective. This happened when I was in the first or second year of junior high school. I think I was about 13 years old. I grew up in the countryside. The second option that I recommend is a histo-CT. You probably don't need your reproductive organ at 45. This option is 100% effective, assuming no other growth occurs elsewhere. We can go into greater detail later, but let's get everything in order. First, as I came out of my initial shock, I heard John say, "Thank you, Clark. It sounds much better than I had hoped." "Okay, honey." Emily's face was pale and trembling, so I gave her a comforting hug. "Everything will be fine, honey." The surgery went smoothly and no additional growths were discovered. I took a tea break to care for Rose as she recovered. I pampered her like a queen, cooking, cleaning, bringing home flowers and conversing for hours. Emily's near-death experience resulted in a profound realization. "Honey, we've been working non-stop, just so we can have nice things after we die. I've been thinking a lot about it. I believe we need to start living our lives more. We should go on vacation or do something we've always wanted to do. I considered her point, but I wondered if she truly believed she was about to die. I've noticed that she has a tendency to be overly dramatic when speaking on the phone with her family. She frequently appears to be in danger. Her family, on the other hand, is known for their theatricality. I could not help but agree with her reasoning. You're right. This happened when I was in the first or second year of junior high school. I think I was about 13 years old. I grew up in the countryside. Let us make the most of our time. We should make a list of the experiences we want to have, both individually and collectively. The first item on our list should be the European trip we've been planning for years. Let us make it happen, while I'm on vacation and she is recovering. We spent our time talking about our dreams and goals. Our financial situation was quite favorable, allowing us to pursue many of our goals without incurring significant financial burden. Travel was our top priority because we both wanted to visit certain places while on vacation. We quickly planned a trip to Europe for my upcoming vacation in 3 months. We also made a bucket list of experiences we want to have, ranging from dancing lessons to trying new foods. We created a comprehensive list because we agreed that some tasks could be completed in the evenings after work on days off. I even included some of my daring ideas for our relationship that we hadn't tried yet. I wasn't sure Emily would be willing to experiment, but I figured it was worth a shot. We've limited our intimate moments. In fact, I only had the special moments early in our marriage. I enjoy giving Emily playful tongue massages, but I believe she was uncomfortable with the expectation of reciprocity, so she stopped allowing me to do so. Intimate touching has never occurred. However, the one time I gently touched her in that area during our time together gave her a great deal of pleasure. It is on my list of things to try. Emily took 6 weeks to completely recover. We were unable to engage in intimate activities during that time, so I took her to a restaurant with a unique seafood dish on the menu to help us both check it off our lists. It was an enjoyable experience. The manager joked, "Suck the head, pinch the tail." I said, "That's for Leah." Emily laughed, but not as much as I'd hoped. After dinner we went home and drank more non-alcoholic beverages, excited for our first special occasion in 6 weeks. It felt a little awkward because we usually let things happen naturally, but after 6 weeks we were both ready. It was the first time Emily's reproductive system had been altered, and it was an unspoken situation that impacted our intimate relationship. We did share a pleasant but not particularly exciting experience, but it marked a watershed moment in our relationship. Now life could return to normally. Do you really want to try all of the experiences on your wish list? I'm not sure if I'm comfortable trying those things. She said at first it appeared self-centered of me. We've been married for a long time and our intimate moments have been consistent. I assumed she would be eager to try new things, but apparently not. No, I don't want you to feel pressured into doing something you don't want to do for my sake. I unintentionally phrased it to convey my disappointment, but it did not have the intended effect. She simply moved on to different topics. As time passed, the wish list concept started to feel unbalanced. We continued to complete items on our list, while none on mine were addressed. Perhaps I'm the one being self-centered. Finally, our European adventure began. It surpassed all of our expectations for those magical 2 weeks. We rekindled the romance in our marriage by traveling through Amsterdam, Germany, Austria, Italy, Switzerland, and France. Before arriving in London, we returned home exhausted but full of joy from our incredible journey. We eagerly discussed our next destinations during and after our trip, as we couldn't take 2-week trips very often. We planned to 1-week trips for the rest of the year, with more adventures to come the following year. We decided to go to Hawaii this year for a 2-week vacation. Following that, we planned to visit Australia, since we both wanted to go there. We decided to go during the next winter. which is summer in Australia. However, we still had 1 week left to decide. We were excited to plan and look forward to these trips. In the meantime, we concentrated on the items on our list that we could complete locally. One weekend we went skydiving. I am confident that I will not do it again, but we did. Here's where my story takes a turn. Emily arrived home from work one evening, looking especially nervous after dinner. She posed a question to me. "Tom, I've got a question for you. It may appear crazy at first, but remember our motto captivate, okay?" I nodded, feeling slightly nervous myself. "Do you remember Alex Dunk, the person I work with?" I inquired, curious about his coworker. "I've heard the name before, but I don't believe I've ever met him." My wife said, her hands trembling slightly as she fiddled with her wedding rings. "He's getting a promotion and will be transferred to Denver. His final day is Friday. We're hosting a farewell party for him at Margaritas at 6:00 p.m. and everyone is leaving." I continued, eager to spread the word. My wife's face flushed red and she looked down at her feet. "No, this is only for employees. The company is paying for everything," she said, trying to hide her excitement. "I don't mind paying for myself," I said, still unsure about the situation. "Can I go with you?" Tom, Alex and I have been colleagues for approximately 20 years. We frequently exchange light-hearted banter, and he flirts with me while I flirt back. Our dynamics are similar to those of a working husband. I have a question and I am open to any response you may provide. I'd like to have a one-time sexual encounter with Alex before he leaves permanently. I felt blood draining from my face. My head, neck and eyes started to fade. I stayed in this state for a few minutes. "Honey," I cleared my throat as the blood returned. "You. I understand that there's a lot to take in right now. Let's sleep on it. Things might look different tomorrow. We can discuss it further over breakfast." I was certain that my eyes were leaking uncontrollably. I felt like a sword had pierced my heart. "What do you need?" I couldn't express myself clearly at the time. She was right. I had to break her deceitful expectations. In the morning I watched a 24-hour news channel for hours and pretended to sleep. Emily called my name, but I didn't answer. She went to bed and I settled into the couch. I could not sleep. I kept thinking about how this situation had occurred. The entire seize the day concept had turned against me. She now believes that she can do whatever she wants. I started noticing hints in my memory that seemed harmless at the time, such as how she had been texting a lot more than usual lately. She came downstairs early in the morning with a dissatisfied expression. "I mentioned that you did not come to bed last night, so I'm going out to meet some coworkers before work. I made a decision for you. I'll be going to the party tomorrow and returning Saturday morning. Will you?" I asked. I am still groggy from a sleepless night. I do not think that is a good idea. "Are you going to ignore my wishes? Everything would be fine," she reassured me on Saturday morning. "We can talk about it over breakfast. You don't have to feel insecure about it. We're adults in a long-term relationship and everything will go smoothly. Goodbye." As she opened the door, I attempted to protest, but however the door closed before I could finish. I chose to take a personal day from work to deal with my emotions. I contacted my attorney to clarify my rights and responsibilities if the situation worsened. The locksmith scheduled an appointment for 7 a.m. on Saturday to replace the locks and guaranteeing payment for his after-hour service to keep me occupied. I worked on a variety of household chores throughout the day. I also started packing suitcases and boxes in preparation for a possible move. Emily arrived home later than usual. Exhausted, I went to bed earlier than usual. As I changed into my PJs, I noticed a box on Emily's dresser containing alluring lingerie. Emily had never dressed like this for me in our 22 years together. Despite the fact that I had previously purchased her expensive lingerie, she had never worn it. I felt hurt and betrayed. I awoke from a deep sleep to a soft kiss on my cheek. Emily whispered softly, "Remember, I love you." Her eyes were filled with warmth. Emily, please do not do this. Don't throw away 22 years. I beg. My voice was filled with desperation. Do not worry. I am not throwing you away. I have to do this for myself. Do you understand? I almost died and now I can't turn down this opportunity. I have to leave or I will be late. She responded with a reassuring smile and another tender kiss on my cheek. And she was gone. Determined to distract myself from the situation, I went to work the next day. Fortunately, nothing important was happening, so I was able to concentrate on my tasks. My good friend Daniel noticed my distress and inquired about my well-being. I told him my story, hoping for his support and understanding. I am sorry. Man, will you separate if she goes through with it? I nodded when I got home. I made dinner for myself, which I couldn't finish. At the very least there will be leftovers for when things become hectic later. I decided I needed to see Alex at least once to ensure that their plan was carried out. I left at 7:00 a.m. and it was nearly 8:00 when I parked and found my spot. I figured it would take at least 2 hours. Margarita's is in a busy downtown area, so I wouldn't be noticeable. I sat on a bench across the street, which was unusually dark. I waited patiently for more than an hour before noticing a large group of people leaving. At once they gathered near the front doors exchanging farewells before hugging a specific man. I couldn't help but notice that this man was shorter than expected, slightly out of shape and had male pattern baldness. People continued to leave. I noticed Rose step outside. She and Alex were the only ones remaining. I decided to begin recording a video in case I needed proof. Later Rose wrapped her arm around Alex and gave him a quick hug. They said a few words before turning to walk down the sidewalk together. I considered making a scene to stop her, but it seemed too desperate and unmanly. I realized this was her decision and I couldn't allow myself to grovel and beg. This was her decision to disrespect me. My stomach was in knots and a wave of excitement swept over me. After walking only 1 block, they entered the hotel and my 22-year marriage came to an end. I knew I needed a break, so I turned to Margarita's. I headed to the bar and ordered a dozen keys and a shot of Jose Cuervo Gold. Olivia, the female bartender asked me a question. You seem to be having a difficult day. It was late and she didn't appear to be particularly busy, given that we had only just met. You're the first to hear my story. I confided in her. Olivia stood there mouth open in surprise. That was the woman who kept saying SEIs the day, she exclaimed. That requires bravery. What are your future plans? The locksmith will arrive at my house at 7:00 a.m. I said quietly as I removed the label from my soda. Can I have another round? This one's on me, she explained. If I were 20 years younger, I would ask this lovely girl out. The reality of my situation hit me: a 47-year-old divorce. I'm not unattractive, but I knew I'd want to go to the gym more. It would probably boost my self-esteem. Anyway, I returned home with a slight buzz. Normally I wouldn't drive in these conditions, but my frustration kept me alert. If rascally again. I couldn't sleep all night. I decided not to lie in bed and instead spent my time packing Emily's essentials and some non-essentials. I carefully stored all of our wedding keepsakes in boxes, not wanting any reminders around the house. All of her belongings were stored in the garage. I sat in my recliner, not watching television, hoping for something to happen. But nothing happened. From 6:00 a.m. until 7:00 a.m., I paced back and forth. The locksmith arrived and I was concerned that Emily would arrive early. Fortunately, there was no need to worry. After the locksmith left, my house was securely locked. I ate some leftovers. I left a note on the door informing Emily of the situation and recommending she seek legal counsel. I contacted my father-in-law to notify him of the approaching storm. He was understandably upset. After I explained the reasons for my divorce, he became a little more understanding. I told him Emily might need a place to stay. Emily arrived home after 10:00 a.m. and pulled into her driveway. She approached the front door. She noticed it was locked, which was unusual for the daytime hours. She cautiously stepped to the side and looked into the living room, attempting to gain a better understanding of the situation. Emily quickly grabbed her keys and tried to unlock the door. While inserting the key into the lock, she noticed a small note taped to the door. She carefully pulled it down and started reading. Her eyes widened as she read the section about the locks being changed. Emily, confused and frustrated, tried her key again, but it would not turn. She realized the locks had been changed and she was no longer able to enter her own home. Tom opened the door. "What's happening? Let me in so that we can talk." She pulls out her key, knocks on the door and finishes reading. I heard her gasp twice. She's beginning to understand the gravity of what I'm doing. She begins crying. "Oh no, doesn't it first? Please, Tom, let me in so that we can talk." Now she's banging on the door. I do not want a divorce. I feel a little bad for her. After 22 years with her, it still hurts me to see her cry. She takes out her phone. It must have been turned off because of a series of texts. Chimes went off. They went off for me. I did not text her once. She is apparently reading them. "Oh my goodness," she exclaims. She holds the phone to her ear. "Dad, I'm very upset." She starts crying softly. "Dad, I am locked out of the house and my partner wants to end our relationship. I attempted to complete something on my bucket list. It was carte diem and we decided to live life to the fullest. You can't be mad at me for this. I'm almost in danger. For goodness sake." She pauses for a moment. No, he did not want me to do it. But I desperately wanted to. Another pause. "Yes, Dad. I will be there in a half hour. I love you, Dad." She hangs up the phone, presses a button and then speaks into the device again. "Oh, come on." She typed for a moment before leaving. My phone had been turned off since the locksmith left. I needed to update my attorney, so I turned it on. I received several texts and a missed call. Emily left a missed call and sent one text message. Her text reads, "I apologize. I didn't realize how important this was to you. Please do not divorce me. We can get through this." Another text came from my father-in-law, Edward. It read, "Son, I hope you respect me enough to stay in touch a little longer. Please allow me to talk to Emily and then, if you allow it, I'd like to call you. I know how difficult this is and I fully understand. If you choose to go no contact, no one else will try to call or text you. I promise. My lawyer advised me to get a new phone number to avoid any contact. I haven't done that yet, but if things get too difficult, I will disconnect it. I can't function knowing that I'm not reachable." I told Edward that my phone would remain active until things got out of control. He understood and said he would come by to get Emily's belongings from the garage later that day. I got the call I was expecting from Edward and I answered Tom. "Our family is hoping for one opportunity to discuss our problems. Would you be willing to have a meeting at your house tomorrow if you still want a divorce? After our conversation, you can serve her papers simultaneously and housely." I hadn't planned anything like this. I'm not sure if my attorney would approve. If this is the quickest way to proceed, I'd be okay with it. I'll call my attorney and text you. My response: "Is this okay?" "That would be great. You have truly been a wonderful son-in-law. I'm sorry for what Emily did. I hope you know how much she still loves you." My lawyer said it was up to me, but if I go ahead with the meeting, he wants to be there. He wants it recorded and has warned me that this is a risky situation in which the person going through the divorce may become involved in some form of violence which could jeopardize their case. I assured him that no matter what, I can keep myself from engaging in any physical actions. I asked him to bring the divorce papers with him and we agreed on a time. I sent Edward a message informing him that I would attend the meeting, but only if my lawyer was present and we could record it. I strongly suggested that we meet at Margarita's at 11:30 a.m. on Sunday. He was satisfied with the terms and agreed to them on Sunday. Despite the fact that I had not cheated, I was filled with anxiety. It did not matter. Margaret is open at 11:00 am on Sundays. When I arrived, the place was deserted. I informed Edward that the meeting would begin at 11:30 am, giving us plenty of time to prepare. This must be the quietest part of the week. My lawyer, George, arrived at the same time I did. We reserved one of 3 private jail cell tables downstairs for privacy. As soon as he walked in, George set up a tripod and camera and started recording. He patted my back while carrying our divorce papers in his briefcase. "Are you prepared for this?" He asked, his expression serious. "I'm not sure how I could possibly be ready. I'm still in shock about everything." He nodded and I saw Olivia, the bartender from the previous Friday, walk by giving me a wink. I smiled. For the first time in more than 2 days, the in-laws arrived 10 minutes earlier than anticipated and everyone took their seats. Edward sat at the head of the table and Emily sat across from me. My mother-in-law appeared angry. They also brought Emily's sister Rebecca. George started the meeting by asking everyone to sign a consent to record form, which allowed us to record the conversation. I took a deep breath and said, "All right, you can begin. Please explain why we shouldn't divorce and I'll ask questions afterwards. Does that sound fair?" Everybody agreed. Edward began on behalf of everyone. "We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Emily is caught off guard and saddened by your reaction to her actions. We all hope to persuade you to give Emily a chance of reconciliation." "Emily." He looked at Emily, who was blushing slightly. "I'm not sure how to begin." She said, "First and foremost, I'd like to express my love for you again. We've been married for 22 years and raised 2 wonderful children together. Shouldn't we value all those years? Over one minor incident. It was only one out of over 8 nights I wanted to live for today. That particular day was dedicated to honoring Alex. I apologize if it hurt your feelings, emotion, Emily," and I couldn't help but be moved, but I stayed silent. My mother-in-law, Sarah T., continued to appear unhappy. She said, "I don't understand why you're concerned about this. She warned you beforehand. She was upfront about it. It is not cheating if she tells you she also came very close to death. You need to be more understanding and less controlling." By the end of her speech, she was almost shouting. I remained silent, deciding to allow everyone to express their thoughts before responding. George proposed this strategy to avoid a heated argument. Rebecca, my sister-in-law, seemed to have something to say, so I nodded, indicating that she could continue. "Tom, do you know my husband Brian?" "Well," I nodded. "Do you know that he supports my decision to share my experiences with others?" I confirmed. "Sometimes he watches and other times I come home and tell him about my adventures or show him a video. He enjoys it. If Brian can do it, why can't you?" "We would not have encouraged her if we knew you wouldn't be comfortable with it." I thought I had misheard her. Why ask? "Yes, me and my mother." My eyes widened as Emily looked down at her feet. Sarah T gasped and Edward nearly choked on his water. Edward coughed as Sarah T exclaimed Rebecca as if she had revealed a secret. Edward turned red in the face. "You too? Oh my goodness. What have you done?" Rebecca responded, "Daddy, it's all right. We were simply supporting Emily's plan. We did not come up with the idea. You both are unacceptable. You enable my daughter to make a poor decision. She's currently dealing with a difficult situation. I believe this is a difficult situation for our family. I apologize for any inconvenience. This could be a problem. Tom, I understand. If you need some space, we will always cherish the memories we've made together. I'm just really disappointed." He paused to collect his thoughts before saying, "I apologize for any harsh words I used earlier. I was really upset." Emily's father's words left her visibly shaken. I knew he usually supported me, but I was surprised by his strong disapproval of the situation. He's a good man who appeared to still have my back. Edward said, I have one more thing to say before we move on. We came to ask Tom to stay with Rose and forgive her. I am no longer on my daughter's side. If Tom wishes to reconcile, that is wonderful. However, I will not force or pressure him to do so. It is not my decision to make. Rebecca began speaking, but Edward interrupted her. Don't. I am done. I'm angrier at you than at Emily. You have no right to rile her up like that, Emily. Taken aback, responded Honey. I truly believe you would be upset for a short time and then we could continue living our lives to the fullest. Please, can't we just get over this misunderstanding and be happy for years to come? It appeared to me that their arguments had ended. It was time to address the major issues. I'd appreciate if I could speak uninterrupted until I finished. They all agreed after I gave them the opportunity to share their thoughts. First, I'll go over the reasons you've given for staying married, and then I'll express my own emotions. After that, I'll let you respond once more. Is that okay? They all nodded in agreement. Rebecca, as your wife, you're treasured by your husband Brian, and I have discussed it. I'm glad his dream has come true for him. I understand that many men share that wish. However, my dream was to have a long, devoted marriage to a faithful spouse and grow old together. I think it was a mistake for you to think I'd be fine with this. Furthermore, I have never expressed an interest in sharing my wife. I don't appreciate how you helped Emily justify doing this to me. She appeared embarrassed and then glanced at her father, who was frowning. I addressed Sarah T and she appeared concerned. This completely took me by surprise. I cannot believe you accomplished it. I'm sure Edward has never been in a situation like this. I observed his reaction. If he ever discovered the truth, your marriage would be in jeopardy, without a doubt. She also noticed her husband's still somber expression. I must inform you that simply being open and not concealing something does not make it proper. She told me she was going to betray me, and I expressed my disapproval. I didn't want to throw away our 22-year marriage, but she went ahead and did it. You did not intervene. Instead, you supported her. Your actions have left me deeply disheartened. I wish Edward had learned about it sooner. In retrospect, I should have contacted him, but I didn't want to involve the family. You also mentioned that she nearly faced a significant challenge, but she was never in real danger. She did have a significant life event, but that was where it ended. Our captivate plan was meant for both of us. I should have realized Emily had become self-centered, focused solely on her own desires. Every day I drive down a difficult road to work and I'd had several close calls. I could have been in a difficult situation. I apologize, Sarah T, but the understanding you mentioned should have come from Emily. She had no idea how much this affected me or how I would never see her the same way again. That's extremely upsetting. I was not trying to be overbearing. I was simply attempting to preserve our relationship. The people at the table shifted in their seats uneasy, as the waitress brought them another round of drinks. I continued, Emily, and you jumped when I said it was a minor issue. Only one night out of over 8 years. You can't write to reduce the impact, but it is significant. This was a major event. You brushed my feelings aside. You demonstrated a lack of respect for what you refer to as a minor issue. You do not respect me or my emotions. You only care about yourself and captivate. That is fine. Now I know where you stand. I am not ending my 22-year marriage. I am working on the next 22 years. Emily was crying. I said that was all I had. I yielded the floor. Everyone just sat silently listening to Emily cry. She looked up and said, I respect you. I simply made a mistake in judgment. Can't you see that we belong together? Do you have any respect for me? I inquired. She responded with a nod and wiped her nose. The bartender passed by, first smiling and then becoming serious. I am sure it was a solemn moment. Give me your phone. I insisted while she inquired, her voice trembling. If I don't find any disrespectful content on your phone, I'll cancel the divorce. She tried to stand up. Where are you going? Emily halted her journey to the restroom. If you bring your phone, you lose the deal. Hand it over now or no. She complied by sitting back down and sliding the phone across the table. I turned it towards her and requested her fingerprint to gain access. Naturally, I began by reviewing her text messages. I didn't see Alex's name among her contacts. Alex goes by what name? I understand you had to be texting, but his name is not in here. I will look up every single name until I find him. Just tell me, Charlotte, she said, blushing. Thank you. Here we go. Friends discuss the usual topics. Oh, you sent him a picture. This is not unexpected. Wow, you sent him pictures from 5 years ago. Wait, that's when your previous phone died. I bet it went even further back, didn't it? They call this a close friendship, unless you were doing him too, but I doubt it so. Did you know you were about to face a challenge even then? Or were you simply making plans until you found a genuine reason to support each other? I'll just read a few highlights. Now Tom's expression changes while he reads out. Your Tom has no idea. He's kind of oblivious in that regard. Let us see. Okay, here we go. He's snoring next to me like a clueless buffoon. Here is one Tom and I never had any enjoyable moments together. He simply doesn't do it for me. Oh, we have a winner. I do not love him as I used to. Tom looks up from his phone. Is what you said correct? True. Emily shook her head. No, I am sure there is much more in here, but I believe I have made my point. Tom looks at her phone. Why do you keep the calculators on your phone? Emily jumps up and grabs the phone. No, she whimpers. What is the passcode? Never mind. Let me guess. There we go. Oh no, here are all the pictures. Woo, that one isn't particularly nice. Oh, there's a video. A lengthy video from 2 days ago. Let us see what that is. Emily jumped up. No, don't please. I'm confident you can get the gist just from the sound. I sent myself a copy of the video via email. Then I pressed play. It was nighttime at the hotel. I watched as everyone else listened, except Edward, who left the table. The initial words were, Alex, I cannot believe your husband allowed you to do this. Emily. He was supposed to give me the green light, but I had to overrule him. Alex, are you saying you're cheating on him? Emily. No, I told him what I was doing. I think he will be fine. Alex. Hey, let's get comfortable here. I was looking for interesting passages to read. Okay, yeah. Just to be clear, I have added some new experiences to my bucket list because I've never encountered them. Unfortunately, I had to remove them because Emily stated that she was not comfortable with it. I pressed play again. Charlie, why? Wow, you're very good at this. I'm about to experience a new level of excitement. Oh my, you even handle it gracefully. Your husband must be very fortunate. Emily, he is. That is why you will always support me, like the wonderful husband that he is. I think I could keep doing this and still be confident. Alex, how about I come visit you in Denver sometime? I'll have to see how you do. First, Edward returned to the table and apologized for having to step away. I'll just skip the steamy part for now, I said, pausing when the call ended. Alex, that was excellent. Let us do it again. How about trying it from the back this time? Emily, sure. Please give me a few minutes to clean up some of this mess. I do need some time to recover. It's a good thing I can't become pregnant anymore. Alex, thank you for setting this up. Michelle, it was very nice of her. Emily, I understand. Right. Leslie and Joan told her about our plans and she wanted to help Alex. Are you enjoying it so far? Emily, better than I'd hoped. You are bigger than Tom and much better. I had to stop there. Emily, is Alex bigger than me? Emily turned red. No, I just mentioned that. Were you thinking of breaking up on after Friday night? Making me feel like I was in the wrong. Emily's voice quivered with emotion. I told lies to some people, including Rebecca and my mother. I was having such a good time that I began to believe you might let me pursue my interests. Similar to Rebecca, were you spreading unfounded rumors about me? Emily hesitated and then admitted I told them negative things about you, so they could sympathize with me. I suppose I was just being overdramatic. The things I discovered on your phone are disrespectful to me, and I have only scratched the surface. I can't stand that level of dishonesty. You tarnished my reputation in our community, but it is more hurtful than deceiving everyone else. It deceived me in our own family. I can't keep a marriage with someone who behaves like that. I promised you could all respond once you gave me the floor, so now is the time. Do you have anything else to say or ask? Emily's family bowed their heads in agreement. Edward shakes his head. George opened his briefcase and deposited a large envelope in front of Emily. He said, Emily and Lemon, you've been served. Why, Tom? I love you. Emily cried. I need to live for today. Staying married to you is demeaning, and I would never trust you again after all the difficulties you faced behind my back. 22 years was a good run, but it has all been tarnished. Now you can. I'm going to take you for everything I can so that I can complete my bucket list before you start counting on anything. Emily and Tom recommend that you consult with a lawyer. This is not a no-fault divorce state. I could bring up infidelity in court and they might lean heavily in my favor financially. Emily was furious, shouting, How dare you, Tom? I will tell the kids about what you did to me, and if you lie, I will present the evidence, just as I did with your family today. I'd be happy to leave our children out of this. You are still there, Mother, and they do not need to know the details, but I recommend that you tell them the truth in your own words, without lying. This meeting has ended. Everyone, Rebecca announced, standing up. I will take care of the bill. Sarah T. and her companion, Rebecca Emily, from the restaurant. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Edward extended his hand for a shake. I'm sorry things did not work out, but I understand. He gave me a comforting hug. I picked up the divorce packet and left. I looked at George and said I could really use a drink. Let Hung to side. Go up to the bar. I have more to discuss with you. He suggested. I nodded in agreement. We sat at the bar and Olivia approached us. Your lunch date seemed intense. I hope it's okay to ask, what was that on Friday night? That's fine. I don't mind discussing it. That was my final stand against her family. I explained that she had been served and I now wanted to celebrate. Olivia chuckled. So cut why? Dian became celebration day. Wow, you've got a great sense of humor too. You weren't 20 years older. I would ask you out. I joked and I'd agree. But I have a better idea. My mother is beautiful, intelligent, sexy and loyal. When you're ready to date again, I can set you up. I know she would like you nice. Give me your phone number and I'll contact you after the divorce is finalized. She had just given my ego a much-needed boost after being hurt by my soon-to-be ex. George cleared his throat. Before you get too carried away, we still have some business to tend to. You have strong grounds for a lawsuit against her employer. They tolerated and encouraged her misconduct and we have proof. Really, yeah. Let us take legal action. In summary, we took legal action against Emily's supervisor for encouraging her to deceive me and using the firm card to cover hotel expenses. Our case was strong, so they proposed a 75% settlement of our demands. I agreed to the settlement, but insisted on the dismissal of everyone involved in organizing the event, including Emily, Alex, Michelle and 3 of Rose's female co-workers. The company confirmed our revisions by reviewing emails stored on their server. Alex worked in Denver for less than a month before being let go, which was before my divorce began. I received a fair settlement, which made paying my bills much easier. Now that I relied solely on my income, I was eager to resume dating. Olivia introduced me to her still single mother, Grace. We had dinner and talked about our previous relationships, which I initially thought was inappropriate, but I realized I didn't know everything. Grace's husband died from cancer 3 years ago, and our dinner was her first date since then. Olivia had not lied. Grace was charming, attractive and intelligent enough to fascinate in conversations with me about a variety of topics. I gradually asked her out and we took our time getting close. We became intimate one evening after drinking a few glasses of wine at her place. Grace was an incredible lover who sought to please me while expecting little in return. I occasionally spoke with Rose, who was upset about everyone losing their jobs. She found a new job that paid less but was adequate for survival. Emily apologized for ruining our marriage, admitting that she allowed others to influence her decisions. She regretted not realizing her mistakes. Sooner I let Emily explain the situation to our children, who weren't involved until the divorce. I confirmed that she gave them correct information, which must have been embarrassing for her. Carpeting became a challenge for Emily because she was struggling financially. I persisted in following my dreams. With Grace's assistance, we completed the trips I had originally planned with. Emily was not pleased when she learned about our adventures. We decided to return to Europe because Grace had never been there before. I encouraged Grace to make her own bucket list to continue the journey that Emily had started. To my surprise, Grace's list included some intimate items, so I added a few of my own. Grace moved in with me. I reduced my work hours because I now had more time to spend with her enjoying each day together. Here is the next story. Caroline and I had our honeymoon in America. Initially it was the good old United States. I had my heart set on the West Indies, possibly Martinique, but I was outvoted in the end. I had no regrets. We flew British Airways from Heathrow and arrived at JFK after a few hours. Our attempt to join the Mile High Club failed spectacularly, but it didn't matter. We more than compensated for it. While visiting the East Coast, including New England, coming from Huntington, Cambridgeshire near Cambridge University, we were especially excited about our visits to Yale and Harvard. The biggest surprise, however, was how wonderfully rural New York State turned out to be so different from our expectations. 3 weeks later, Caroline and I were certain we made love in more motels than the average American would in their lifetime. We treasured every moment and promised ourselves on the plane ride home that we would return soon. It was a fantastic plan, but unfortunately real life and our careers got in the way. Fast forward 9 years and I, Mark Wilson and my wife Caroline, found ourselves in our early 30s, happily married without children and living in a lovely but heavily mortgaged home. Like many people in our situation at the time, we were living life to the fullest. I had recently been promoted to a junior director position and consulate for a leading company in high-tech incinerators. Despite being a small company, we were expanding and I had been fortunate to grow alongside it. Under my boss, Kevin, who was practically the owner, I was approximately fourth or fifth in line. Caroline had done well as a school teacher, but her advancement was determined by both length of service and ability. She became frustrated at times as I advanced in my career. In retrospect, I wonder if that undercurrent of jealousy influenced the actions she took later. I could say without a doubt that we were still in love. It may not have been with the same fiery passion as when we first married, but that was to be expected. Our romantic life was not bad at all. We had the occasional week or two of abstinence when we were both under pressure, but these were offset by more frequent bursts of intimate activity when we were in the mood. Our story begins during one of those extended periods of abstinence, with excitement building for a much-needed period of intimacy. We hadn't taken a holiday in nearly a year. Caroline's school term had just ended the previous week and we were about to leave for a well-deserved vacation to the beaches of Spain. Caroline dragged me out the next day to go shopping for new holiday clothes. Predictably, I ended up with only one pair of shorts, while she chose for her 5 new outfits, each more revealing than the last. The last outfit she chose set off a chain of events. Caroline was more adventurous and staring while on vacation, often doing and wearing things she wouldn't normally do at home. She seemed to have already embraced the holiday spirit, and the blouse she chose reflected this perfectly. "Do you like it?" she inquired, holding it up for my approval. "It's slightly transparent." I noted with no real disapproval. "Then it's exactly what I'm looking for." Caroline responded, "I'd better try it on." Then she vanished into the changing room with the sheer black satin blouse, leaving me with 6 or 7 other men waiting for their wives or girlfriends. I wondered if Caroline would make her own decision or come out to model it for me. Knowing she wore a fairly skimpy bra that morning, I figured a few guys would be in for a small treat if she did come out. It was directly into the waiting area. There was no peeking around the corner or calling me over quietly as someone would do. However, I made a mistake in one respect. The bra, she must have been wearing the skimpy one earlier, but she took it off to model the blouse. Male eyes, including mine, widened in surprise as Caroline spun around to show off her new blouse, officially showing it to me but still capturing everyone's attention. It was black. It lacked strength. What else could I say? It provided her with some protection. It provided adequate coverage for her. I couldn't really say that. What word or phrase was I looking for? Hit her. No, she protected her assets, certainly not. Her breasts were well covered, not really protected her modesty hardly at all. It would have been less erotic if she had been stripped to the waist. And she loved it. I couldn't honestly say I was upset, but she loved it. The cheeky cow. Caroline purchased the blouse and we moved on to the next shop. Then we got a new bikini, if you could describe it that way. She disappeared into the changing room, appearing to take her time. She eventually drew back the curtain and stood there for me to admire. Bloody hell. My heart was pounding as I stood there looking at her. I was aware that at least a couple of other guys waiting around were also getting a good look. Caroline, I should mention, is a very attractive young woman. She stands about 5'3", is reasonably slim and has boobs that, while not larger than a B-cup, are thrust out firmly as if issuing a challenge. "Where is the top?" I asked her once I had regained my ability to speak. Caroline exclaimed excitedly, "We're going to Spain. Who needs a bikini top there?" True. We had been there the year before, and after the first hour or two, my wife had removed her bikini top and joined the many other topless women. To my knowledge, she never dealt with it again the entire time we were there. However, a department store in Cambridge was not a Spanish beach. "Do you like it?" Then she demanded, arching her back slightly to highlight how beautiful her bare breasts were. "Love it," before I could say anything. At least 2 of the admirers in attendance responded. Caroline giggled at the attention she was receiving and to offer a different perspective. "Can I have it?" Then she asked me, as I stood there, unsure whether I should be embarrassed or turned on by her performance. I gave her. One of the guys joked and the others all laughed. "Okay, you can take it," I told her before the situation got out of hand. On the way home in the car, I started thinking Caroline wouldn't normally act like that. So something was amiss. My wife, called Caroline, is one of those strong, old women who may have done something to upset her. She felt compelled to retaliate. For months, she had flirted with one of her colleagues in front of me, which culminated in her kissing him on the dance floor. While I stood there watching them, I wasn't sure where his hands were for that matter. We had a heated argument later about how she humiliated me in front of everyone. How did she respond? It was entirely my fault. Apparently I had forgotten the anniversary of our first date a few days earlier, and she had decided to make me pay for it. When was the last time we celebrated something like that? For Jesus' sake then. About a month later, I arrived home late when we were supposed to go out to dinner. I was stuck in traffic for hours on the way back from a meeting with a client up north, and an earlier accident on the motorway had delayed me. I even called to say I was going to be late, but it didn't help. When I got home, she had already gone out and left a note canceling the dinner reservation. There's no indication of where she went. She just called me in a few minutes, so I could join her. It turned out to be more than 3 hours later, and it wasn't so much an invitation to join her as a demand to pick her up and drive her home. I told her exactly what I thought of her and that she could find her own way home. She had gone out alone. She was capable of returning home on her own. There are plenty of guys here who would gladly bring me home, Mark. I'm just not sure how I could repay them for their kindness. They were her exact words. When I reached the club, I was fuming. It didn't help that I discovered Caroline, surrounded by a group of young men. The majority of them, at least 5 years younger than her, were clearly hoping for a memorable ending to the evening. The skimpy dress she almost wore did nothing to deter them. It also did not make me feel any better as I approached the group. At least 3 of them had their hands on her, around her waist, on her exposed shoulder, and dangerously close to her breast. "Excuse me, Lance," I said as I carefully made my way through, pushing their hands back from her body. Time this little lady was heading home. "Piss off, mate," one of them retorted and tried to push me away. "We got her first, you'll find your own crumpet. It's okay." This happened when I was in the first or second year of junior high school. I think I was about 13 years old. I grew up in the countryside. Caroline interrupted. "This is my husband. Come and save me. Sorry for breaking up the evening, but I'm afraid I'll have to accompany him home." "Oh dear," he sighed. It appeared that things might turn nasty, and I had no chance against the group of them. They were not pleased. They were clearly under the impression that Caroline was leading them on and that I was there to spoil their fun. 2 of them, including the belligerent one, began pushing me around. It hadn't been years since I'd fought, not since school days, but I'm not the type to give in easily, so I pushed back. It was getting out of control until Caroline intervened again. "Come on, guys," she scolded them. "Will you leave him alone?" That calmed things down a little, but the atmosphere remained tense. Caroline continued as if saving the moment. "I'll kiss you all goodnight, and then hubby and I have to leave." That may have plated them, but it infuriated me. "You kissed one of them, Caroline." I yelled, "Don't bother coming home tonight off." People around us began to move away, and the bartender began clearing glasses from in front of us. Most of the young men appeared willing to back down, but the 2 agitators were just as enraged as I was. Trouble was brewing, and I was right at the center of it. Suddenly 2 huge bouncers appeared and began pushing us apart. I can't say I wasn't relieved, even though I was prepared to go for it. "You will not stay there." One bouncer spoke to a group of young men, pushing them back. Before turning to us, "I suggest you leave while you're still alive. Maiden, take that troublemaking woman with you. When your wife is insulted, you may take a stand, but discretion may be preferable." I chose the latter option and dragged Caroline out behind me at that moment. I agreed with the bouncer's decision. The drive home was quiet, but once we arrived, there was another screaming match. We didn't speak for 3 days, and I warned her that if she did it again, the consequences would be severe. "So what caused the incidents in the changing rooms?" "Just a warning shot," she explained. "You know I'm not happy that you're working tomorrow morning when we're supposed to be away." So it was only a warning, in my opinion, as crazy as it was. There is a significant difference between flashing her boobs at strangers and actively flirting with them, as she had done previously. Truth be told, it turned me on quite a bit. The prospect of Caroline wearing her revealing clothes and going topless in her bikini in front of other guys on vacation got me very excited. It's all about the degree, really. I've never had an issue with other guys looking at me, but touching was a different story. That night we had an incredible lovemaking experience that we hadn't had in a long time. The following day I only had one appointment with Joshua scheduled. Joshua was one of those incredibly authentic guys who came from America to check out our products. My boss, Kevin, had visited them a few weeks before, and now Joshua was returning to see how we worked. My role was to guide him through the manufacturing process and then take him to see a plant in operation. I planned to have a quick lunch with him before leaving, giving myself plenty of time to get home, change, and drive to Stansted Airport for our late afternoon flight. Caroline was furious when I informed her of my plans, demanding that I cancel my meeting with Joshua and arrange for someone else to cover for me. I tried to explain how important the meeting was for our company and how gaining a foothold in the vast American market could lead to expanded opportunities and even better prospects for me. She was unhappy, which likely contributed to the incident the day before. "You care more about your bloody job than about me," she screamed, as I refused use to console. I chose not to remind her of the numerous times we had canceled plans due to our school commitments, knowing that everything would be fine once we boarded the plane. Caroline could be self-centered and righteous at times, but I was aware of this before marrying her, so I couldn't complain. I patted her on the bottom, kissed her on the cheek, and confirmed that she needed to be ready and packed when I returned in a few hours. "You'll be sorry if you arrive even a minute late." Caroline spat with more venom than I considered necessary. The meeting with Joshua went very well. I found that I got along well with him, despite only meeting him briefly during his previous visit a few months ago. He asked some very probing questions and handled them well, and by the end of the morning, I was fairly confident that the order would be finalized soon. "Where are we going for lunch?" He inquired around 11:30, and I recommended a nearby pub for a quick bite and a beer. "No," he responded. "Let us go to Mario's, where we can sit more quietly. I still have several things I need to discuss with you." I glanced at the time, realized I was in despair, and agreed an hour later. We were only halfway through our meal and he was grilling me with unbelievable questions. How much did he want to know about our company, our product, and, more specifically, about me? I'd better call my wife and let her know I might be late, I explained to Joshua as I made my way to the restroom, not wanting him to overhear the outburst I was expecting. I chose to wait another 10 minutes before reluctantly interrupting him to explain why I needed to leave, bolting and abandoning such an important client. I realized I still had some time. "Do you want?" Caroline yelled over the phone after I told her, unwilling to accept my assurances that we still had some leeway. "I warned you, Mark. If you were late, you regret it. I'm not skipping this holiday, even if I have to travel without you." I attempted to calm her, but it was futile. By the time I hung up, we were both furious and she had stopped listening completely. I decided to return to Joshua and explain my situation, then ask if he could make his way back to our plant on his own. That would save me about 20 minutes and make me only 5 minutes late to my house manageable. I hoped Joshua, who was already married, would understand. "Well, Mark," he said, as I returned to the table, "it's time I came clean with you, because I know you're in a hurry and have a flight to catch." Oh no. What was this about? How did he know? Was he about to deliver bad news? I sat down and prepared myself for the worst. I was convinced he was about to cancel the large order that I had assumed was secure. How did he figure it out? I was pressed for time. Why hadn't I been open about my schedule from the beginning? Joshua said confidently, "Mark, I want you to come and work for me. How would you like to move to the United States for a moment?" My jaw dropped and refused to align with my face. "Say it again, please," I requested, once I had regained my composure. "All of these questions, Mark, I was vetting you. Kevin didn't tell you, but we plan to license your manufacturing processes in the United States, and we need someone with your expertise to help us set it up." But that was all I could say before Joshua continued. "Kevin recommended you, Mark, as the best candidate for the job. He doesn't want to lose you, Of course. But this deal could make Holskins wealthy over the next decade, and he says you are the one who will make it work. Kevin knows, I asked weakly. Of course he does. Look, he didn't want to say much. Until I met you and realized you were the right person. I fell back into my chair. A warm, exhilarating sensation washed over me moving to America as an executive for a large corporation. Caroline would be overjoyed to learn that her dream had come true. We often talked about our wonderful time there, and she expressed the desire to return someday. But I never imagined going back under such incredible circumstances. Joshua outlined the offer. I can't believe my ears. We had a staggering number of salary share options, a company, a BMW, and an apartment before finding our own place. It appeared too good to be true. You have a plane to catch, young man, he concluded. Perhaps you'll let me know your decision after your vacation, after you've had a chance to discuss it with your wife. I'll get it to you. Now, I burst out, unable to contain my excitement. I accept, and I am confident my wife will too. We stood up and shook hands, finalizing the life-changing agreement. Joshua urged me to hurry and pick up Caroline so that he wouldn't miss our flight walking on air. I checked the time. It would be tight but manageable. As I walked to the car park, I dialed her home number from my phone. It rang and rained, but no one responded. 2 minutes after I had promised to return to my car, I tried Caroline's phone number. She responded almost immediately. Where are you now? She shouted on my way home. Sweetheart. I replied. Wait until you hear what I have to tell you. Bother you. Mark. She made an interruption. You do not give a damn about me, do you? I paused at a loss for words, but she broke the silence with her frustration. Your bloody job. That is all you think about. You don't care about me. I called Joseph to take me to the airport because I knew you wouldn't arrive on time. Joseph. Of course, her colleague Joseph Davis is an art teacher with an attitude. Caroline kissed him, and during one of our fights. The memory only added to my disdain. Caroline, I pleaded. I'm practically on the road, just 3 or 4 minutes late. Tough Mark, she snapped. I'm already halfway to the airport. If you aren't here, I'm going without you. She hung up and I attempted to call her back, but received no response. I looked at the time and wondered why I was worried. There was still plenty of time to travel to the airport and check in, turning around. I drove to Stansted, arriving exactly on time and with at least half an hour to spare. After parking and getting my ticket, I made my way to the departure terminal, hoping Caroline had taken my suitcase with her. I searched the terminal for her, but couldn't find her. As time passed, I approached the departure desk to see if my wife had checked in. Yet oh, here is, said the pretty blonde behind the desk, scanning her list. She checked in about 15 minutes ago. Mrs. Wilson and Mr. Davis have seat numbers 24 bits and 24. What do you see? My startled reaction terrified the poor girl, and I quickly apologized. There must be an error. I stammered, Mrs. Wilson and not Mr. Davis. Seeing my distress, the girl compassionately double-checked. No, that's correct. She finally confirmed the tickets were originally intended for Mr. and Mrs. Wilson, but Mrs. Wilson changed one to M. Davis. Can she do that? I muttered, stunned. Yes, the girl said, beginning to pity me. There is a £40 fee for changing the name, which she paid. I stood there feeling like a refugee, unable to express myself or take action. He carried his passport with him. She apologized to Mr. Wilson. So far everything appeared to be in order. I thanked her for her assistance and walked away from the desk, dazed. What was going on? What was Caroline thinking? This had gone beyond a joke. I looked at the departure board and noticed that the plane hadn't taken off yet. In fact, they had not even begun boarding. I dashed toward the boarding gate but was stopped by the counter leading to the departure lounge. There is no boarding ticket, no entry. It was clear. I argued and pleaded, but when it became clear they were going to call security, I gave and went to the bar. I sat there head in my hands, unable to comprehend what was happening. I could not believe it. In the space of 30 minutes, my entire world had turned upside down. Caroline couldn't really be going to Spain while that bloody Joseph Davis was in my place. It was not possible. Please tell me this is just a bad dream. Then an idea hit me. In retrospect, it wasn't a great idea, but it seemed brilliant at the time. I hurried to the other side of the airport and arrived at the observation lounge. Previously, it could have been an open terrace, but due to recent concerns about terrorism, we were forced to look out at the planes through massive plate glass windows. To my complete surprise, I spotted my wife Caroline walking across the tarmac toward a waiting Boeing 737. I couldn't have missed her. Few women have flowing blonde hair and a slim figure like hers. Then Davis appeared bloodied, leading the courtesy bus behind her and catching up to follow her to the plane. When he approached her, I completely lost my composure. Even at that distance, I could see him wrapping his arm around her slim waist and her leaning back to kiss him on the cheek. The security guards were, I suppose, simply doing their jobs. I know I shouldn't have pounded on the glass window and shot it the way I did. There was no way they could hear me, and Caroline didn't even look back. They eventually released me from the detention center without charge. I abruptly returned to my car, convinced that I posed no threat to other passengers attempting to reach. Carol's phone was futile, as expected. What a mess. What a bloody mess. I believe I cried that night, but it's difficult to say for certain, because by the time I staggered home from the local pub, I was too drunk to recall. Clearly I couldn't even call her from Spain. I didn't have a phone number and hers didn't work abroad. Around midday the next day, the loud ringing of the phone beside me woke me up and I realized I had fallen asleep on the sofa. While hugging the phone, I picked it up groggy and confused. Hello. I mumbled, unsure what to expect. Is this you, Clark? My wife spoke in strident tones, sounding every bit the school teacher. She was yes. I responded simply. Well, as in the first so what? I responded. No, apologies, you bastard, Caroline spit out. Don't you care if you've let me down again? I have let you down, I questioned, but she went on about how I didn't care about her feelings and prioritized my work over her. What about when you didn't show up for dinner with our new neighbors due to a minor issue? You at your school, I reminded her, albeit ineffectively. Anyway, I made it to the airport on time. That's different. Mark, you are already aware of this, she shouted down the line. It didn't seem any different to me. I realized we were just screaming at each other for no reason, so having only recently awoken, I attempted to change my approach. My senses remained dulled and I had forgotten half of what had happened the previous evening. I decided to tell her about Joshua's offer. Caroline, I said more. Lovely. I have something to tell you about my job. I've been offered. There you go again, she said, her voice rising. Your job. Your bloody job. That's all you think about. What about me? Am I alone in Spain? Everything came flooding back to me, and my love for Caroline seemed to be crumbling. Caroline, are you on your... I inquired. And what about Joseph Bloody Davis? She went silent on the other end, obviously surprised that I knew he was with her. What about him? She asked in a softer tone. Aren't you still in bed with him? I pushed on. There was another moment of silence before she responded. What if I was? You deserved it, bastard. It's entirely your fault. What was he like? I inquired spitefully. Caroline responded sarcastically. Better than you. Mark, eat your heart out, Mr. Nobody. The line went dead, presumably because she slammed the phone down. If our marriage hadn't already died, that last comment could have sealed its fate. The next morning, though not too early, I found myself in Kevin's office discussing the new job. He seemed surprised that I wasn't in Spain, but I dodged and responded directly. Why haven't you mentioned the job offer I demanded I couldn't? He insisted. Not until Joshua had met you properly and determined that you were the right man for the job. Thank you very much, I replied thickly. Perhaps it has cost me my marriage. I proceeded to tell him my story of woe. To my surprise, he was shocked. The husband is always the last to know. Mark Kevin finally spoke. What is that supposed to mean? Nothing too specific, he clarified. However, at the last few company events, your wife Caroline has been, shall we say, putting herself around. What the hell do you mean by that? I demanded. He simply shrugged and I slowly reached my own conclusions. God damn it. Who was this woman I had loved and married for so many years? Wait until you see the mainland, Kevin said with a smile, trying to change the subject. Matthew, I inquired, not particularly interested, given everything else on my mind. Mainland, she's every man's dream. He declared. Dream? I inquired, still lost. She's your new secretary. Sorry, personal assistant. He told me with glee. An Asian American. I met her last month while I was out there. I simply stared at him in disbelief. Lucky bastard. He spoke wistfully. He waits until you see her. You lose one. You gain one. The next few days were hazy due in part to my marital problems and the speed with which my transfer was taking place. As eager as Joshua was to get me out there working for him, the other party was also attempting to formalize the license. It felt as if my feet were barely touching the ground. Caroline called again. I knew she wouldn't. Somehow I knew it would be mid-morning. Hello, lover. She said, I'll call you to let you know how wonderful it is here. I have something to tell you. Caroline. I started just like before. Never mind that, lover. She interrupted me again. Are you prepared to apologize for your attitude? Yet, sweetie pie. Look, Caroline, I attempted to say, ignoring her mocking tone. I really have something to say. Sorry, love. Caroline broke in. I made no effort to interrupt her. I still love you very much, and when you're ready to say sorry, we can move on with our lives. But in the meantime, I have someone else to keep happy. I simply put the phone down. I'm not sure if she beat me to it. Caroline sounded drunk, not completely insane, but beyond the point of comprehension. If she thought screwing the art teacher was more important than giving us the opportunity, then it was her problem, not mine. The week remained the most extraordinary of my life. On the one hand, the most exciting. On the other, the most depressing. Where will it end up? Caroline's next call was more of a surprise. Coming in the early hours of the morning. Hello, Mark, she mumbled. I have been thinking, how did you know Joseph was with me? I saw you getting on the plane together. I told her, trying to awaken from my slumber and surprised that she would call at this hour to ask such a question. You were present, Mark. You were actually there. Of course. I was there, Caroline, I replied. My temper started to rise. How in the hell do you think I knew that creep Davis was with you? Mark. Why didn't you stop us? Why didn't you do anything? To what I almost shouted into the phone. I arrived in time for the flight, but you'd already gotten the tickets and gone through with your bloody boyfriend, and they wouldn't let me through. I ended up being arrested, but I thought you wouldn't come. Mark Joseph gave me a ride to the airport, and in a fit of rage, I asked him to accompany me. Honestly, I had no idea. You were there, honey, and your damn friend Joseph just happened to be carrying his luggage and passport, didn't he? I shot back. Oh, Mark. I about hung up on her before she could continue. I believe she called several more times, but I was either too busy making arrangements or simply did not answer. A few days later, I picked it up again. Hello, is that you, Mark? A familiar voice inquired. Yes, Caroline. It's me, I responded. What do you want? I want you. Mark Joseph has been such a jerk, and I need you. Her voice trembled. I muttered something incoherent. I returned to my room last night and discovered he was accompanied by a woman. Caroline cried. Oh, how awful for you. I responded, barely hiding my sarcasm. Could you imagine that she persisted, oblivious to my tone? How could anyone do something like that? Mark. Difficult to imagine. I said, stifling my laugh to engage in such behavior behind my back. She mumbled, and I realized she was a little drunk. How would he know accounting for people? I responded with the most sympathetic tone I could muster. Mark, I'm returning home early. I can't take it here anymore. I return to Heathrow tomorrow at 4:00. That was the only flight I could get. Can you pick me up? I was about to say no, but then I realized I could see you at 4:00. I asked Kirby. Are you trying to tell me something I called Mark the other day? She asked, taking me off guard. Was it something related to your job? Oh, nothing significant, I told Caroline. I do not want to bother you with my work. She finds out quickly enough. Anyway, I was ready at 1:30. When she arrived at the arrivals gate, her plane had landed 20 minutes late, which annoyed her. I waited there as a dutiful husband. I'm pretty sure I even smiled. Hello, Mark. My dear, it's wonderful to see you. She called out when she noticed me dropping her case. She wrapped her arms around me and kissed me fervently. I have to say she looked fantastic. Caroline always looked good with a tan, and her blonde hair went well with it. The thought that her breasts were probably also tan crossed my mind, and despite myself, I felt a movement. Let's head home, sweetie, Caroline whispered to me. I've missed you so much and can't wait to get you in bed and make up with you. All thoughts of her needing an apology from me seemed to vanish. She seems to have fallen in love with me again. Let's start with a cup of tea or coffee. I suggested no, let us go straight home. My wife urged no, a drink first. I insisted, directing her to a nearby cafe. Caroline had a good holiday. I inquired after getting her coffee and myself some tea. It started well, she said quietly. Sorry if I overreacted a little, Joseph. He wasn't as good in the sack as you expected. Then Caroline looked up at me with sadness, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. Not really, she began. Then I discovered the bastard in bed with one of the maids in my room. I forgot to mention that they had been sharing the room in question, and technically speaking, it was our bed in our room. I was the one who had paid for the damn vacation. Can you believe it, Mark? She proceeded. We were supposed to be on holiday together, but he went off to make love to someone else, leaving me alone. That must have been difficult for you, my dear. I sympathized. After all, I understood exactly how she felt. Anyway, wait, he will get what he deserves. Can we please go home now? Mark, I am desperate to make it up to you. I tried to tell her that I had tried several times to share my news with her, but she always cut me off. That can wait, Mark, she interrupted once more. Let on, get home, and you can tell me along the way. I didn't really have to think about it. My mind had been made up long ago. These are the keys to the car, Caroline, I explained, having arrived in her old car after my company car had been returned to Olskins the day before. And here are the keys to the house. They are all yours. Ours? You mean Mark, right? No, Caroline. It's all yours, or yours, only yours, I explained. The titles have all been transferred to you, and the bills have been paid through the end of the month. If you choose to sell it, there should be just enough money left over to cover another couple of weeks in Spain. Caroline looked at me blankly, unable to understand what I was saying. By the way, I noticed that one of your tires is nearly bald and the gearbox makes an unusual noise. Caroline continued to stare at me blankly. So, Caroline, I've been trying to tell you that I've been offered an incredible job in America, excellent salary, fantastic benefits, and everything I could possibly want. Caroline's face lit up with a huge smile as she took in the news, which pained me slightly. When will we move out there? she asked enthusiastically, temporarily forgetting her previous conversation. In 40 minutes I'll be leaving on a British Airways flight. Caroline, I told her, is there a ticket for me as well? She inquired excitedly. No, I responded. When will I follow up with you? Caroline pressed. Do you want? Caroline, I spoke softly. I apologize, but you want? 10 minutes later I walked into the departure lounge alone, leaving Caroline crying at the counter, unable to follow me through security. My last sight of her was her teed face as I walked out of her life. It was a cruel sense of déjà vu, except that the tables had turned only 10 days before I'd been the one standing at a desk unable to follow the person. I loved different airport, different destination. However, the heartbreak felt just as intense. Fast forward 9 years, 3 months and 6 days. I found myself back at Heathrow, in the same terminal from which I had departed all those years before. This was not my first return trip, but I hadn't been here in 2 weeks and intended to stay much longer. The licensing agreement with Joshua's company in Huntington, USA had been a resounding success. I worked my way up to become the division CEO, and I now own a sizable stake in the company. Joshua had developed a personal friendship over the years. Another twist of fate. Kevin approached me about returning to the UK to take over as managing director of All Skins. Kevin was retiring and the company had grown significantly since my departure. Much of this was due to our partnership in America, which introduced their products to a wider market. It was a move that made sense for everyone, especially me, because I would be acquiring a significant ownership stake in the company. In addition to my new position, I waited in the arrivals area eagerly anticipating the arrival of an old colleague from Joshua's company, who had been a huge help to me from the start, even though she was no longer employed there. Even before I met her, I was ecstatic to learn that she would be joining me in the UK. I sensed her presence. Every man in the waiting crowd appeared to pick up and draw in their stomachs. Mainland was even more stunning than the first time I met her, and her smile lit up the entire terminal as she noticed me. She leaned over to her two traveling companions and pointed at me. They rushed towards me full of excitement. Daddy, I have missed you so much. Her 5-year-old daughter, Lee, cried as she leapt into my arms. Lee, a miniature version of her mother, had already left a trail of heartbroken young boys in America. Hello, Dad. I greeted my 8-year-old son, a little more reserved but smiling brightly, already tall for his age. I was excited to see him transition from American football to European soccer. Perhaps one day he will play for Arsenal, on the first day of the rest of our lives. My lovely wife spoke. She reached out to kiss me. Indeed. How true. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.